Thank you.
All right.
All right, just connecting up. And we should be live. Hey, everybody. Thanks
We're
for
waving
joining us today.
other app.
So, hello, everybody, and welcome to a very, very special show. It is our absolute honor and pleasure to welcome the gang that created just one of the greatest, thank you, reveals, shows, podcasts, whatever you want to call it, that I've ever seen, the Jesus Strand, and just miraculous. And we just thank them eternally for having the wisdom to know what they know and the courage and the strength to share what they shared, because there's a lot of things that are being shared by Michael, by Sabrinagal, by Brice, and by Toronto that are challenging good people, very, very good people at the very foundations of their core. And I know in our wonderful community here, everyone has gotten to that point. Because if you're still here with Charlie, you have to be pretty deeply in tune with discovering the truth, because everyone knows I'm pretty legendary for my lack of compromise over the truth. And this is what the Jesus Strand represented. That video was this unfailing courage to tell the truth, regardless of where it stepped on people's feelings, beliefs about the Bible, about God, about our Sacred Mother, about the Sacred Feminine, about Mary Magdalene, and about Jesus Christ himself. So this is, like I say, it's a real dream for us, and I know the whole community has been so excited and just sees this as a great honor to have all four of you with us, and of course Justin and Eugene as well, and it is for Colleen and I as well. So with that, I want to welcome everyone to the show. And now, I'm not sure the best way to play this out, but I wanted to start the show with a couple of videos. They won't take very long, I promise. Just a couple of 3-minute videos. And then if we can get everyone's thoughts on that, and that'll get us rolling on the show. So, Justin, do you want me to play them at my end?
Yeah, you go right ahead. I don't have the videos queued up.
Okay, so I will go to share screen. I will click the two buttons at the bottom of the share screen, and now, where are they?
There, maybe.
The suspense.
Yeah, right.
Sorry about
Yeah,
that.
we got a good we got a 5x5 for the sound, so it looks like we're doing well there. Somebody said a little bit of an echo. Anyone else hearing an echo?
Oh, you're in a room.
Yeah, that's these nice
No,
walls.
yeah, no echo here. You know, Charlie, while you work on it, you know, Charlie said you've been challenged. You know, his trust me, I know what Charlie says, and if people are still with him, they've been challenged. You've been challenged, 184, Most High Storm, 184. So you've gone through a Most High Storm with the information Charlie's dropped on you. If you're in Charlie's group and you're still around, you're tested.
Yeah, it's that baptism of fire going through that forge, you know, which is ultimately what we all have to go through. We have to experience that physical death, let go of our ego, and come out on the other side. Burn everything that doesn't serve us. Burn all the lies away, and only all that's left is the truth.
That's the thing about it. When you go talk to a soccer coach that coaches 12-year-old girls, the girls listen. They don't have egos. The 12-year-old boys, they kind of do what they want to do. They have these egos, and that's why the women have outnumbered the men on Telegram and Twitter and all the different social media sites, because they've outnumbered them 2.5 to 1. And it's the women getting the job done. The men, they're pussies, you know, because they have an ego, and they care what people think. Where women, I don't care what you think. I know what's going on, and I'm not standing for it, you know. And the men, they just, I haven't been lied to, you know. I know what's going on, you know. They come from that kind of background, you know.
Well, how fitting is that when we've had a whole age where the Sacred Mother has just been beaten down, raped, and pillaged for over and over and over again. So she's had enough. She's had enough, and she's here, and she's not fucking around. So don't get in her way.
Yeah. No, when Trump said he's going to bring power back to the people. Sorry, I had a call coming. He said he was going to bring power back to the people. Well, I think more power is coming to the women than the men, because obviously the reason they said Mary Magdalene was a whore, because they couldn't have women in the church. They never would have ever would have been able to steal these kids, beat them, rape them, kill them, eat them, everything they've done, and got to this satanic hellhole we're in if women are in the church. There's just no way. So that's why they, called Mary Magdalene a whore.
Yeah. Brilliant. Thank you, Michael. Again, to just take such courage in this upside down world to share the truth. And let me share with everyone that is absolutely the truth. And Justin, what you said as well. And that's so brilliant. And you just look at, for example, where does this tradition come from with like the Vienna Boys Choir and all of the higher soprano sounds with regards to the church always have to come from little boys. You ever notice that? Why aren't there women that naturally are in tune with that tone or that frequency? No, just little boys. So you need to wrap your minds holistically around everything that they do, because everything they do, they're not original, but they are planners. They have their one little story, their one little plan, and they plan it and plan it and plan it. And then you have to, what you do is you put a dot in the center, and then you make rays around it, and then you just go in every single direction, because that's what they do. And they spread out from that evil plan in every evil direction. So when you look at something as odd as why are there no women in the church, there are 360 reasons why, and none of them are good. None of them are godly. None of them are healthy. They're all evil. But you have to have the courage to piece together the 360 reasons why the cabal do anything, and it's all depraved.
Charlie, where does that number 360 come from that you just mentioned? What do you mean 360?
The 360, of course, is the sacred creation through the Father of the 12, which is always surrounding the one. And there are 30 degrees of separation. So when we fell from singularity into duality, what we lost was the whole story. And so this is the whole point of why we're given chances to get this thing right again and again and again, because we have to become sewers, Betsy Ross, that stitches the flag of truth back together. And so this is that 30 degrees of separation. And when we stitch the 12 pieces of the astrological puzzle back together, we get the astrological sky clock. And that, in my estimation, that is the first teaching. But that is the blackboard. And that's why all devices originally in schools were all blackboards with white chalk, because the white chalk are the stars or the planetary bodies, and the black background of space. So and how everything about the night sky is all about Christ, because it's always the 12 with the 1. And then all you have to do is look at human physiology within your head, the 12 cranial nerves surrounding what we're supposed to be, which is in the third ventricle of the brain, the optic thalamus, the light of the world, the 13th cranial nerve, if we do the work. And then in the physical body, we have the 12 sympathetic nerve systems surrounding the solar plexus, which is the source of all creation within us. And that's where the silver cord runs to the golden bell, mother to father, and we're this divine children, this divine creation. So everywhere you go, whether it is above, below, within, without, the Hermetic principle is the sort of the machination of God's creation. And that is that we're all fractals of the one. and that is all playing itself out inside of us and within us, without us. It's all playing out. And so when we do our research anywhere, we always see the truth, because it's all a fractal of this one creation, this one story, this one beautiful holistic truth that is God and God's creation. So that's where I come from with the 12 and the 360. And then when you research the Bible, and in particular the New Testament, it's incredible, because I don't know why God enabled me to be able to see this, but to see these three journeys, the 12 times 30 to 360, which is, in my estimation, raising the chrism oil within you to wear the crown of Christ consciousness within us, and then the 24-hour clock, which 24 times 30 is 720, and in Gematria we don't count the zero, so that's 72, and that's 72 hours, or just 3 days and 3 nights. So that's the mastery of going within and taking no thought of any form, taking nothing out there for 3 days and 3 nights, and the mastery of going within the tomb, within the chamber, to come out on the other side as a prophet, as a knowing prophet of God. Just like we fell into a great fish or something, and we came out devout prophets of God, all knowing. So, and then the last one, which is incredible, because that's the book of Revelation. When you look through Revelation, what you see everywhere is 42 and 1260, 42 and 1260. What's the only way you can get 1260 through 42 is by multiplying 42 by 30, because it's all about the 30 degrees of separation. So this gets you 360, 720, and 1260. And that's why in the book of Revelation, it says that she fled for 42 days into the wilderness. So that would be the purity of the right hemisphere of our brain. And we went to seek God, and for 42 days. And why 42 days? Because that is the three perfect bloodlines. So we have from Abraham to David, and then from David to the rise of Babylon, and then from the peak of Babylon to Jesus Christ, you have these three perfect bloodlines of 14. 314, 40 times 30 is 1260. And when she fled into the wilderness to seek God for 42 days, she came upon a house that God placed there for her, and she abode within. And there within for 1260 days, she took nothing but nourishment from God. And this, of course, is take no thought for your life, which is what Jesus Christ taught, in my estimation, more than anything else. Take no thought for your life. That's why it's so prevalent. The book of Matthew, chapter 6, after the massive drop of if thine eye be single, thy whole body shall fill with light, in 622, which, by the way, is June 22nd, right? The longest day of the year, the peak of godliness within us, surrounding us, infusing within us. And then 625 to 634 at the end of chapter 6 in the book of Matthew, Jesus says 5 times a variation of take no thought for your life, because we must rise through the 5 in-body chakras to cross the fiction, cross out of the fiction of the physical, dualistic, materialistic plane into the kingdom of heaven, which is above. And there's only one way into the kingdom of heaven, and that's through the 4th ventricle, and that's in the right hemisphere of your brain, and that's the only way you can get into the 3rd ventricle. I find it fascinating and perfect that there is no way into the optic thalamus, into the 3rd ventricle of the brain. There's no way from the left brain into the 3rd ventricle. You must slay the dragon. You must slay the hydra, the beast. You must do this sacred work, because that is defeating the ego. And that's why I was just tingling when Michael started the show with having the courage to say that about women taking the lead, 222, and men falling back because of their egos. And so that was a long.
Well, if you only knew what you said, I could talk for an hour on what you just said. In numbers, we have got to do another show on just that.
That would be lovely.
Just what you just said, because we're talking about more than I can even tell you. I mean, I know you want to do, a show on, we have some stuff, but we have got to do another show. You're going to be blown away. You say that one more time, and every time you say a number, stop and let me explain it, and we go a little further, do it. You're saying things that you don't even know what you're saying. You're saying 42 days, right?
Yep.
Comes to 91, God wins 91. 42, and then day is 30. S is 19. That's 49. 49, and which is yes. And 42 is 91. POTUS 91. God wins 91. You're talking about 1260. Drop the zero. You got 126. You got gold and silver, 79 and 47 on the periodic table, which is A and U, which is 22. And you got A and G, which is 8. Now you got 228, the best yet to come, 228. The best Kennedy to come, 228. I'm on a mission from God, 228. But see, AU, AG is second coming Q, which is 138, keep America great, 138. I mean, the 1302, you had that at 622. You said 622, the last day of the year. Well, 6 times 22 is 132. You said 1302. It's JFK JR's alive, 132. It's the day of the plane crash, the mere reflection 231, the calm before the storm, 231. It's on the license plate of the Lincoln in 1963. I mean, you have no idea what you're saying here. It's just blowing, it's blowing my mind what you're saying, and the things we could talk about. Like, let's just do this real quick. The beginning of the I am, 191. The beginning of the end, 191. All roads to lead to Q, 191. How did we get to 191? And what is 191? I mean, Negative48 plus Negative472, my Twitter handle and my Twitter name, come to 191. All roads to lead to Q191. 1 times 91, God wins 91. See, in Gematria, you get to pull it apart. God's perfect number is 7. God's perfect number, 191. All roads to lead to Q191. So you get to pull it apart, make it a 19 and a 91. Now, 19 is ancient for surrender. You're supposed to surrender 1 God, 9 Most High, 1 and 9 make 10, 0 mean nothing, and 1 is God. So, and plus surrender comes in the day of the plane crash, 7/16/99, it comes to 122. 1 plus 2 plus 2 is 5. 5 is grace in the Bible. 1 plus 22 is 23, which is I am. Anytime 2 or more gather, I am there. I know I'm going fast for you, but, you have 19 and 91, and 19 surrender, and 91 is God wins. Now, I want you to look right and look at Colleen's head, Charlie. The front of her head, don't look straight ahead, Colleen. Charlie. So Charlie is looking at the side of your head. So the front half is your 10% conscience. The back half is 90% of your subconscious. Now, if you were to turn around, he would still see 91. He would see, he's on the left would be the back of your head, which would be 90% of your subconscious, and then the front where they don't want you, where they shot Kennedy, is the front 10%. So you have surrender, God wins. 19 and 91. Surrender, God wins. And they think they're God. So they shot him in the right front on purpose. They didn't want you to know that. They said they shot him in the back. They wanted to say they shot him in the back, but that's why there was an X on the curb. So the driver would stop at the X. They took out the frames. So the 313th frame of the Zapruder film was where the bullet hit his head. 13's how much? 13,000 was what they get for every COVID patient. And 3 times 13 is 39. And they get 39,000, up to 39,000 for the ventilator. And they shot him with 39 days left to go. They said a guy named Lee Harvey Oswald, born 1939, just like Lincoln, James Wilkes Booth, 1839. The United States went bankrupt March 9th. And if you put up your OK sign, put up your right hand. Put up your right hand and OK sign. Okay. Not only is it 666, you got to use your index finger. Yeah. Okay. Stick your fingers up straight. Okay.
I always use the middle finger. Sorry.
I know, but this is what they do. So not only do you have 666 with the 3 fingers, But the W, the three fingers is a W, which is 23, and your arm in the circle is a P, which is white power, is 16. And 23 and 60 is 39. Now you, if you look at your hand, you look at your arm in the circle, that's a 9, and you're looking at three fingers, which is the mirror reflection of 39. And 93 is red shoes. The Pope wears red shoes. Sun's 93 million miles away, especially today on 9/21, which is uranium 1. 92 on the periodic table is uranium, and then 1's 93. Junior's anniversary, his wedding anniversary today. Not true. Not true. Carolyn had a ring on her finger when she was modeling way before. So that's not true. Now, we heard the other day that CBK said, happy anniversary to Jack and Jackie. 68th wedding anniversary. 9/12. 1 and 2 is 3. 90. We're back to 93. 9 days in between. 9, which is 42. You just said 42, and I said days, which is 49. We're back to 91. God wins 91. And 39 and 93 make 132. JFK, JR is alive, 132, which is in the plane crash. And the mirror reflection of 231, the calm before the storm, 231. So, I mean, this can go on all day, you know, of these things and what they mean and the numbers. And it's on the license plate of the Lincoln. It said GG300. G is 7. G is 7, that's 77. And you got to max it times 3, right? Christ is 77 times 3 is 231, the calm before the storm, 231. But the license plate says GG77, the Holy Blood and the Holy Grail, 300. I'm going to die, but I will be avenged, 300. 3, spelt out, 3 times 3 times 3 equals 300. But 3 times 3 times 3 is 27 JFK. So it says Christ, JFK on the license plate of the Lincoln. GG is 77, Christ 77, then 3 times 3 times 3 comes to 27. And those two numbers come to 104. He's 104 years old. And JFK is alive, 104. JFK, JR, alive, 104.
For real.
It says 4 dark days. G is 7. G is 7. That's 14. Add 3, got 17Q, but 14 and 3 is 143. Ground zero, 143. 4 dark days, 143. When I had Hollywood Defector send a picture of the magazine I have, the booklet that says 4 dark days in history, it showed President Kennedy on it. He retweeted it back. Trump ran on law and order. Law and order is 115, Trump JFK 115, art of the deal 115, key code of God 115, the anointed 115. But law and order with an and sign is 96. And that's a 4. And these guys think they're kings. They think they're kings. And the game of kings is golf. It's a gentleman's game. It kind of stands for gentlemen only, ladies forbidden. Well, too bad. Now it's women over men here in the storm coming to kick your ass. So in that game, you have to yell 4. Well, JFK did that with Executive Order 11110. But see, 11110 is 1111, which is 22, which is MAGA. But 4 and 22 is God, because it's 26. God is 26. G-O-D is 26. And 11 times 11 is 121, second coming. But 4 plus 22 plus 121 is 147, the New World 147. It's like he always knew, you know? I know he knew. And if we go back, and back is 17, which is Q. If we go Q, if we go back, God, what was I going to say? Oh, yeah. 4 dark days. That's what the license plate says. I sent it to Trump. He sent it back. Oh, he retweeted it. 4 dark days. If you do the gematria, JFK came back on 11261963. You have 124, a new beginning, 124. If you add the time, 129, which is the mere reflection of 921, uranium 1, because on the Osiris dick clock penis, it's 129 because you got shot at 1229. So that clock's 55 and a half feet wide, 666 inches, 111 feet in the ground, vaccination 111. These guys are sick, right? So it's 129. So if you, with just the date, it's 124, a new beginning, 124. Trump's favorite Bible verse, eye for an eye, 124. But if you add JFK came back on 11261963 it comes to 136, Great Awakening 136. If you add the PM, it's 165, Resurrection 165. If you add the EST, it's 209. Now 20 times 9 is 180. That's definitely a serious 180. 29 spelled out, comes to 149, the anointed one, his birthday. 149th day of the year, 14 and 9 is 23. 23 is I am, 2 and 3 is 5, 5 is grace, just like the red tie says that Trump wears around his neck. And so for the listeners that are new, red tie, red 27, tie 34, JFK 27, grace 34. And it's not a lock. If you take it off and lay it on the bed without untying it, it looks like a keyhole lock. But we're told to think mirror. The key that unlocks all doors, key 41, king 41. Turn it sideways, it is a key. But the key says JFK grace. Red tie, red 27, tie 34, JFK 27, grace 34. And grace is the key. The king is the key. King 41, grace 34, same thing. One number leads to 7, which is God's perfect number. And God's perfect number is 191. All roads lead to Q191. And the other one, king, is 41. 4 and 1 is 5. 5 is grace. Grace comes to 34. 34 spells out O-N-E, 1. And O and N is 29, JFK's birthday. And E is 5, his birthday. The way 90% of the world writes the birthday. 29-5. And so to tie it all up and wrap it all up and finish up here, the 209, JFK came back on 11261963 PM EST is 209. 20 times 9 is 180. That's a serious 180. You have a 2 and 11. You have a 2 and 11. You can either add it or times it. You have 180. 2 and 9 is 11. Now you got 191. All roads to lead to Q191. Junior's known as R. That means he follows Q, his dad. And then you have 2 times 9 is 18. So you got 209. 20 times 9 is 180. 2 times 9 is 18. 180 and 18, 198. Here comes your man, 198. Greatest comeback ever, 198. The anointed winner, 198. The resurrection, 198. President J. Kennedy, 198. Elephant in the room, 198. I love you, Jesus, 198. You can't even make it up.
That's the point. You can't make it up because it's written right there. It cannot be distorted, which is why it's God's language.
You know, that 124, the very first one with just the date, JFK came back on 11261963 124. You can take the 1 and the 2 and make it a 3. Now you got 34, which is grace. 3 and 4 is 7. 7 is God's perfect number. God's perfect number comes to 191. All roads to lead to Q191. But 124 is Donald Trump's favorite Bible verse. Eye for an eye, 124. A new beginning, 124. Fireworks, 124. So you have to think mirror. Now you have to think 421. And before I, knew a picture that came into my life here in the last week that had a 421 in it. 421 is the mere reflection of 124, and I trademarked a phrase, and it's "Did you know ... question mark. Did you know 141 ... 117 question mark 163." Now let's just say what it says. Mr. President 141, Jackie Kennedy 117, Make America Great Again 163, which comes to 421, the mere reflection of 124. JFK came back on 11261963 124. I mean, what do you say to that, right?
Exactly. So what you would, if you're not simply accepting that the genius, the brilliance of all of this creation and us being made in God's image, if that doesn't tell you something, then that is your ego that's in control of you, and this is all that they do. This is why they force you into schools. That's why television is broadcast right into your living room. It's why movies are made such a big deal of, and it because
it's not even just the television. It's called the tell a lie vision. That means they're telling you lies through your vision. You can read the side of the bus. You can read in Washington D.C. It says no mask as they drive. Oh, really? You're a doctor? The bus is a doctor. Wear your mask. Not no mask, but it says wear a mask. Don't you have to be like a licensed physician to restrict someone's oxygen flow? Don't you have to check to see if they're healthy enough to where you can do that? Because by law, you do. I worked with masks for 31 years. And I'm telling you, by law, OSHA law, you as an employer, you have to give a doctor's physical to anyone that you're going to require to wear a mask to work in your area. Not only that, you have to teach them the hazards that are in your area and what the piece of safety equipment, the PPE they're going to give you, what it's good for. Now, they don't give you the N95 mask. The land is green, the sea is blue, and green and blue make Tiffany blue, the most heavenly color in the sky, the color of Air Force One, the color of Junior's coat on his dad's 3rd birthday, and his sister's coat. The color of Melania's, screaming 60s style cut Tiffany blue coat and gloves, because that's all the code. And you think Mother Earth is that's the mask they're going to hand out to you to choke you to death? That's how sick these freaks are. No problem, freaks. I mean, Colleen and Charlie freaks. The freaks. Remember, freaks is kings. Same gematria. King 41, freak 41.
Very true, though. Could you imagine a world where we were taught God's language at a very young age? Could you imagine what that's going to be like? It is going to happen.
And it is going to happen. It's going to happen.
Yeah, we would be dancing with numbers like -48 here. We would be dancing with sacred geometry. So it's fantastic. And I wanted to add a cherry on top of what Charlie said earlier. 360, 720, 1260 is all comes to 9. It's most high. It's divine. It's feminine. So it's just fantastic. And earlier he was talking about the full circle. Well, Jesus and the 12 disciples, that's 13. That's M. That's the mother. Only the mother is the circle, is the sphere, whereas the father is the penetrative force. So, I mean, it's just amazing what you guys are doing here. You guys bouncing back and forth, I love it.
I mean, you want to go there, just to show you how divine the plan is. Just to show you how divine the plan is. Trump won the election on 11/8, 118, the storm 118. Trump 88. J. Kennedy 88, 11 times 8 is 88. He comes out on 11/9, Foundation 119, Mary Magdalene 119, MAGA, Magic, Magnificent, Magdalene, interesting, which is 140, which is POTUS, yes. Anyway, so you have Trump win the election. He comes out on 11/9. And he says his first 6 words. He says, thank you, 115. Thank you, 115. Very much, 115. 345. A 345 is 3 squared plus 4 squared equals 5 squared. It's what you have to start to start perfect. Okay? So not only did he say, do you have your popcorn ready, 345? Not only did he say the predators will become the prey, 345, which is basically get your popcorn ready because I'm going to kick some predator ass. But he said, in the beginning, God created heaven and earth, 345. Now, he did it in 6 days. He did it in 6 words. Very first thing he did. Who'd God do it for? Everybody. What was Donald Trump's 7th word? Everybody. Everybody comes to 121 second coming. But see, his first 2 words were thank you, 115. The anointed 115. Thank you very much, everybody, 351. The manifestation of Jesus Christ, 351, which is A through Z. Then he said the truth. Words 8 through 15. And 8 times 15 is 120. The truth is 120. And he said, sorry to keep you waiting. Complicated business. Complicated. Which came to 621, which the mere reflection is 126. Weren't you saying 1260 a little while ago? 0 means nothing. So we're back to, gold and silver, nasty John. Nobody messed with big nasty John, right? And 79 is 47. And comes to AU, AG, second coming Q, which is 138. Donald Trump 138. And Donald Trump's first day on the job, it wasn't 120 because he signed in afternoon. You have to go to 121.17, which 121 is second coming and 17 is Q. 117, I mean, you're back to 138, second coming Q. And on that day, Donald Trump, according to the pin, which is not true, according to the pin, Donald Trump was born on Flag Day, June 14th, 1946. He'd be 70 years, 7 months, and 7 days old, which is 21, because zeros mean nothing. And 21 spelled out because 141, Mr. President 141, I am the storm 141. But 70 plus 7 plus 7 is 84, which is fake news. But it's also Tower 1, Tower 2, Building 7, because 12 times 7 is 84. And George Bush said it was our new Pearl Harbor, which is December 7th. Or should I say 127, like 12 times 7 is 84. Fake news. And since 12, Tower 1, Tower 2, Building 7, December 7th, 127, and 12 times 7 is 84, which is fake news. But see, 84 could be 8-4 or August 4th. August 4th? You mean Barack Obama's birthday? The 216th day of the year, 6 times 6 times 6, 216, which leaves 149 days left in the year. 149, the anointed one? Come on, give me a break. So Pearl Harbor was in 41, which is USA, 41, which is MAGA plus KAG, is all MAGA 22, KAG 19, 41, and King 41. But Pearl Harbor's in 41. Barack Obama was born in 61, which is red tie, red 27 tie, 34. JFK 27, TJT 34. I'm finished when he started. Think mirror. JFK is finished when DJT started. You'll find out 174. Trust the plan 174. When you know 174, give it up to God 174. Who says so? Michael Prosper 174. So anyway, you have 61, which is Barack Obama's birthday. You have 41, Pearl Harbor, that's 102. World Peace 102, Art of War 102. Not interested in world peace, not interested in the art of war. That's winning without throwing a punch. And they just had to throw a couple punches at a couple buildings. And so they got, 9/11, Tower 1, Tower 2, Building 7. So that happened in 01. So 01 plus 61 plus 41 is 103. Coincidence is 103. Politics 103. Bullshit 103. All three of those things are bullshit. Can't work at 103%, only can work at 100%. It's all bullshit. Attitude's 100. Hardworking, 98. Knowledge, 96. Could be smart but lazy. Could be hardworking but not very smart, but if you have the right attitude, 100, you will, which excellence 100, you will seek the knowledge, and you will work hard, and you will operate at 100% if you have the right attitude. It's crazy. What it's is 48, so 48 crazy. Anyway, it really is insane, going through these numbers and listening to you. I mean, you said 720, right? Well, let's just do it. I mean, let's do it. I mean, Tower 1's 115, right? If you use ONE, Tower 1's 115. We already said, Trump, JFK 115. So we are at war 115. Resolute death, Resolute 115. John held up a sign right out of the gate, Ruby Cute 115. And so let's take the assassination date of JFK. We're going to take 1963, and then the next time we're just going to use 63. So we're going to take the whole date. 11 plus 22 plus 19 plus 63 is 115. Tower 1, 115. Just Junior's birthday, 11 plus 25 plus 19 plus 60, 115. But we're going to times the dates here. So 1 times 1 times 2 times 2 times 1 times 9 times 6 times 3 is 648. The mirror reflection of 846 when Tower 1 got hit. And mirror reflection is 198. President J. Kennedy's 198. So then you take the year without the 19. And we can do this one a little slower so you can see it. 1 times 1 is 1. Times 2 is 2. Times 2 is 4, which is a warning. 4 times, now we just have 63 to go. 4 times 6 is 24. 24 times 3 is 72. I am alive, 72, the mirror reflection of 27 JFK. 27 and 72 is 99 most high. But see, our first answer was 648, and yet it was 72, and you have 720. 72, I am alive. 7 times 20 is 140, POTUS, yes. I am alive, 72 plus 140 is 212. Abraham Lincoln's birthday, February 12th. And not only is 2 times 12, 24, and 24 spelled out, it comes to 167, enjoy the show. Becoming Michelle Obama, 167, enjoy that show. Because the world, and obviously Baphomet has a package down below and a couple lovely lady lumps up above. And that's what Tower 1 is. They took down the man and the woman. They built the syringe needle, the Freedom Tower, Baphomet. And so if we get back on track here, somehow, I got to figure out where I'm at here. We came to 720. Yeah, we came to Abraham Lincoln's birthday, 212. And TWO, TWO comes to 150, Trump train 150. Because JFK being alive and being the POTUS is the Trump train.
Can I interrupt you guys for 1 second?
Please.
I'm so sorry.
I don't know why you'd want to interrupt. We've been taking a whole show.
I have to actually jump off because we run a traditional yoga shala. And so my boyfriend has to get up super early in the morning to open up the yoga shala. So I have to shut everything down now so he can get his beauty sleep. But I wanted to thank you guys so much for having us on. And I wanted to mention to you, Charlie, if you haven't had a chance to look at the Gospel of the Holy 12, or the Gospel of the Nazarene Way. It's one of the missing banned books in the Bible, and it talks all about Jesus being a vegetarian. He commanded people not to eat meat if they were a follower of him. And he said that the animals, I know you guys work with dogs. I work with dogs too. I rescue dogs in India. Where we go to study yoga, our dog is a rescue from India. We bring them back, the street dogs back. But Jesus talks a lot about the animals are our brothers and sisters. Do they not breathe the same air that we breathe? And so I thought that was super interesting and wanted to share that. But thank you guys so much. It was an honor to be here. I'm so happy to be here. So lots of love, you guys.
Promise us that that we can do a show with you, please, and whenever is the right time for you, and that'll make us so happy. So
sure, just message me. I think you can grab all my contact from everybody else. They all have it. So Perfect. Thank you so much, guys. I appreciate it. Have a wonderful evening.
We love
Good night,
you, Brice.
Brice.
Thanks,
Bye,
Bryce.
guys.
Love you.
Bye-bye.
Thanks, Brice.
Hi, Brice.
So we had to wait for Brice to leave for me to say this part. Just make sure you don't have that loudmouth -48 on when you have Brice on, so she can talk. So now when she watches the video, she'll hear that part.
Well, it's one of those things. Like, I never thought I'd find someone who was more long-winded than Charlie, but at -48, you might have taken the cake.
Well,
Yeah, I think poor Charlie's waiting to play his video.
yeah.
No? Okay.
Well, he just dropped a crap load of numbers in my face. When he went on that run of his, that it just needed. We have to do it again and go over it slower, and so people can see it. And we'll put up some graphics so they can really see it, and it sinks in. Because the first time it doesn't sink in. This guy's just spitting off. I don't know what the hell he's saying. So
A whiteboard.
yeah, it's just incredible what you said, Charlie.
Well, it's just that one story. It's
I get that, yeah, but the numbers are just screaming.
because it's the one story, and everything starts from that monadic point, that monadic circle, that center point of the one, and then everything plays itself out through there. So, the wisest people in whatever we know of our history, but the wisest people always told us the same thing in all shapes and sizes and forms. They told us the same thing, which is to get in alignment with what is. Don't fight. Don't try to swim upstream against what is. Simply put yourself into a perfect alignment of what God created, and then float forevermore in eternal grace. And everything that they do is to teach us to swim upstream, is to fight against the natural flow, and the natural flow of knowledge, gnosis, is this numerology, is this symbology, is this gematria, is this simple gematria where A is 1 and Z is 26 and A to Z is 351, and it's just the most divine creation, and that is the genius. That is God, not these fake fucks. Sorry for the language, but it's true. Brings it out in me because Michael is just so correct. Where they literally, and that's where Michael always says they literally can't conceive of themselves losing, because they literally, we're not kidding, they literally see themselves as God, and they're not. They are the fallen form. They are that 10% that Michael was talking about. We are the 90%. Get off your knees. There's that incredible scene in the movie Network, which won the Academy Award for the best movie in '76, I believe.
We play it all the time on our show with clips of it.
Because it's just pure truth, and it all starts by, and of course the game is over. Monopoly is over as soon as you get off of your knees. George Carlin, and the game is rigged, and all you have to do is get up. And these are good people. White collar, blue collar, doesn't matter what color you're on. These are all good people, and nobody seems to notice. Nobody seems to care. But you're sitting on all fours, and I won't follow up with the analogy that follows afterwards. But it's brutal and it's ugly. Get off your bloody knees, and like he says in the movie, I don't know the price of rice. I don't know what to tell your congressman. I just know you have to get mad.
Yeah.
You have to get mad. I'm a human being. God damn it! Am I?
We've played.
Yeah,
that
we've played that.
We play it all the time.
And you know what else we've played is If I Were the Devil. Paul Harvey, If I Were the Devil. I mean, that was 1965. And if that is not setting a precedence for what was to come and what was the game plan, I don't know what is. If that's something you haven't heard, totally recommend that, If I Were the Devil, because it talks, I'll get in your schools, I'll get in your churches, I'll get in your libraries, I will get in education. It's everything that Rabbi Finkelstein underscores with what their plan was. And it was right in our faces. And that's so important, to not be afraid to research and listen to what these truths are, because it was right in our faces, along with the Georgia Guidestones and everything else. If I Were the Devil, Paul Harvey, 1965.
Exactly. And I want to get your take on this. One of the great things that 107 shared with us in that brilliant movie, The Called, when he was in when the scenes were taking him through Dallas, and he was talking about in ancient cultures how when a great injustice occurred and the people became indifferent to the injustice and allowed the injustice to breathe and gain oxygen and therefore rise and gain force and power, that pestilence set upon the land, and that nothing was right, and that disease and plague and everything else came. And I know intuitively that's specifically what he's saying. And this is what we must address, regardless of what actually did happen on 11/22/63. We as an entire populace of this world, because this is another thing. It's just every year they push the truth further, and nobody remembers, nobody knows. But John F. Kennedy was the most popular president in the entire world. He was the president of the world. Donald, that's what we've been saying for 4 years now. Donald Trump has been the president of Earth. He is this one man that stood forward, and that's what John Kennedy was. Everywhere that John Kennedy went, he had the biggest crowds. In Rome, they dwarfed the size of audience for the Pope when they came flooding to see John F. Kennedy. They flooded to see this man everywhere. He brought hope, he brought strength, he brought grace, he brought wisdom, every single...
And he did not bow to the Pope. I think that's important to know. He did not bow. He slowly shook his hand.
Yes.
Just like Trump.
Just like Trump.
Just like Trump did to the Queen, too.
Walked in front of her, too.
They walked in front of her.
I know. I said, that's awesome.
And Prince Charles went and inspected his troops.
I love with the Prince Charles thing because he purposefully, you could see Trump, big man, he started to put a little effort into his stride, and he pulled away from Charles, and so he's chatting it up with Charles' private guard, and
left him in the dust.
You can only imagine what he was saying. Change of the guard, a new wind.
Well, he already owned him before they ever got on the grass.
For sure.
Yeah, those weren't real, but wow.
Well, speaking of getting off your knees, Capricorn rules the knees, and it's the goat. It's the goat spell. It's the bottom of the zodiac. And again, like Charlie was saying, we were born to rise. Aries is arise, and it becomes, and this is when you become one with the element. So you realize you are the stream. There is no difference. And in the word stream is Ria. So it's Ave Maria, it's Aria, it's Mary Magdalene again. And magnetism gives birth to electricity. This brings us back to El, the Psych El, the Cirque El, which is the zodiac again. And Israel, as Charlie says, because again, we're raising electricity. We're going from electric to magnetic. We're going from the effect to the cause, to the source.
Yeah.
And I know
when I
with
was doing the MAGA, I don't think I put the magnets in there. I usually do. I don't think I did, but you must have loved that MAGA, magnificent, magic, magnets, Magdalene, what was that?
I was just going to add, I know that they're in Mexico, so there you must be very familiar with Our Lady of Guadalupe, or the Virgin of Guadalupe, and the story of Juan Diego. And if folks aren't familiar with it, that Our Lady of Guadalupe appeared in what is now Mexico City, and Juan Diego, who was a gentleman walking in this area, saw her, and she wanted a church to be built in the area where she appeared. And he said, well, they'll never believe me. The bishop will never believe me. And so she said, get those roses and put it in your mantel and your tilma. And he did, and he took that tilma back to the bishop, the cardinals, and when he opened it up, it's the vision of Our Lady of Guadalupe that we see. But going back to the astrology of it, she had 12 stars, and everything was in the proper order of the day that she appeared, the astronomy that was in that day that she appeared. When you see in her eye, it's the reflection of the cardinal in Juan Diego. It hasn't just been destroyed in 500 or 600 years. And the fabric, the paints, it's not of this earth. So it's all those amazing manifestations of Mother, of our Lady Mother, Our Lady of Guadalupe. That is just so beautiful, that we can, correlate with elevating the feminine, which is just so important at this time.
We got off track a little bit. We need to go back to where it all started, and Toronto can talk about the maps and stuff in a minute. When in our recent history with the election, we were talking about 11/8, the storm 118. Trump comes out on 11/9, Mary Magdalene 119, Foundation 119. But Foundation is 119 equals Foundation, the word Foundation, and when you add up all the letters. But see, T is 20, but in full reduction it's 2. N is 14, it's 5. So if you fully reduce Foundation to the lowest possible number, it comes to 47, which is John. And the only day we say backwards in this country, 4th of July, when it should be July 4th, which is 74, which is Jesus. So Jesus, John, is 121 second coming. And it's just beyond stupid. So Trump did it in 6 days. First thing he did, God did it in 6 days. First thing he did. Trump did it in 6 words. Very first thing he did. If you look outside, it's perfect because he started with a 3, 4, 5. In the beginning, God created heaven and earth, 3:45. Trump did it with thank you 115, thank you 115, very much 115, kind of like Elvis. Thank you very much, because they're related, and that'll be a shock to a lot of people. And we like dropping, Negative48 drops bombs 218, John F. Kennedy Jr. 218, Michael Bryan Prosper 218. So anyway, Benghazi ain't going away 218, and Toronto, trust me, Toronto can talk about that area in the maps here in a second, but Donald Trump, his first job for his dad's construction company was carpenter. You know anything about that, Justin? Carpenter? Carpenter equals 100, which is excellent. And America fight 100. Donald fight 100. Donald America 100. But see, Trump's building his greatest construction project ever. Because they stole our country. You know that because the flag isn't red, white, and blue. It's red, white, blue with gold trim on it. And anytime somebody changes the color of your flag, it's not your flag anymore. So Trump's building his greatest construction project ever, the foundation on which this country is going to sit. And in order to do that, you have to build the whole thing. Well, he's number 45, and he's going to do 8 years, and 45 times 8 is 360. There's the whole thing. And you were talking about 360, Charlie, and what you didn't realize is that the 36 prime number is 151, drain the swamp, 151, Jesus Christ, 151. And obviously 3 and 6 is 9, which 9 is most high, and 1 plus 5 plus 1 is 7, and 7 is God's perfect number is 191, in code, and 191 is all roads lead to Q191. And so that's Donald Trump's doing. He said he was going to bring power back to people. Power 77, Christ 77. Now, he's going to use the Insurrection Act of 1807 because they stormed our capital, which really isn't even our capital. But people think it's our capital. And since these guys are criminals, we can pretty much do whatever we want since they just own a bankrupted little sandbox business called the USA Inc. And we have international laws on our side. And so they stormed our capital. And then the same day, he called for a nationwide stand down and told everybody to go home. And that's exactly what you have to do to invoke the insurrection of 1807. Now, 1807 is 187 because 0 means nothing. Because he stole your country in 1871, and 187 times 1 is 187. Now, he won the election on 11/8, which is 88, and he came out on 11/9, which is 99, and 99 and 88 is 187. His first 15 words came to 1,087, 0 means nothing, 187. He changed his Punisher face, or his face on Twitter to Punisher Punisher 110, American Badass 110, President 110. But it means death. And the best is yet to come, 228. Death is yet to come, 187. But see, death is 38, which is gold. And gold is 38, but it's AU, second coming is yet to come. But since gold is 38, and in 1871, our new president and our new vice president would be number 19 and number 19, that's 38. And so 19 and 19 is yet to come, 187. Now Trump said he was going to bring power back to the people. Power 77, Christ 77. And he brought JFK to us on June 6th, 2019. And 6 times 6 times 2 times 1 times 9 is 648, the mirror reflection of 846, which is the amount of time that George Floyd had a knee on his neck. Which was just a mechanical dummy. Everybody knows it's a mechanical dummy that has their head out of their, you know what, keister. And that's a 60s term for the old folks. So anyway, so he brought President 110, Christ 77, 187. You just can't even make it up.
And speaking of July 4th or the 4th of July, that's apohelion, when the sun is the furthest from the earth. So it makes sense. It's when the sun comes back. So there's a Christ consciousness rising.
Yeah. So, you know, all this, you know, Benghazi ain't going away, 218. More stuff happened in Benghazi and in Libya than people realize. And hey, Toronto, can you talk to us about the maps and Armenia and the Levant and that whole area?
Yeah, absolutely. In terms of the map, I think what the biggest kind of secret is here, or the elephant in the room, or what people don't understand, is Khazaria. That's where this all started. And every human being, no matter if left, right, you know, Biden or Trump or whatever, we all have the same common enemy. This goes back to Genesis. And that the same fight that is being fought today is from those times. It's about the bloodline. And that's where meeting you and Sabrinagal, and of course, Patrick Bouvier Kennedy on Twitter, when he mentioned to me about the bloodline, and then I started connecting the dots with the Gematria, pulled out the old maps, and you see Khazaria is no longer even on the maps. So we don't even know who the enemy is because it's been erased. And I'm thinking, my goodness, you know, since the genocide of 1915, when it was a massacre of the Christians, of not just Armenians, but also the Greeks and the Assyrians, I don't think the majority of our Armenian people realize who the true enemy is. It's not just Turkey, and it's not just about being Muslim. It's so much deeper than that. It's the bloodline. And you could see the map. It's just getting smaller and smaller and smaller of Armenia. And I shared that video on your page, on your channel the other day, Negative. I don't know if you had a chance to watch it. It's just a 4 or 5 minute video of how they're coming after Armenia, where they're the only Christian country left in that area because what their objective is. And that's where hopefully we'll get to talk about Gladio one day soon. It's about Pan-Turkism, which is Khazaria, which is a Khazarian mafia. And it's not just about taking out Armenia. Yes, they're the only Christian one standing there going, hey, crying out for help. Of course, fake news media, the prostitutes for the 1% global pimps, as we call them, are not going to put that out there in the news. And it's just, you know, one country at a time, they're going to take over. So we need to come together, know who the common enemy is.
Well,
Yeah.
you mentioned.
Yeah. Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Go. No, you go
Well,
ahead.
just wanted to add something. I was in San Francisco and I bumped into a very interesting woman. Thought maybe she was Russian because she was speaking Russian, but looked Mongolian. She told me she was the UN ambassador from Kazakhstan to, of course, the UN. So then, of course, this is when things happen in your life that's serendipitous and you start connecting dots of this random meeting. So I looked up Kazakhstan. which led me to Atsana, which is Satan. And it is the Illuminati capital of the world. And I encourage everyone to look up Atsana, Kazakhstan, because it was their plan to create the Illuminati Freemasonry capital of the world there in Kazakhstan. And meeting this woman out of the blue propelled me into going down the rabbit hole. What is it they have? 40% of all uranium?
44,
Michael? 44%.
44%, yeah.
Yes, and I wonder if that in turn has become the Khazarian homeland, which makes sense because Atsana means Satan, the Illuminati capital of the world. So it's just amazing when you start
There's
connecting the dots.
symbolism everywhere there. Sabrinagal, isn't there? When
Yes.
you look at it, it's
Oh,
like a little bit of DC, and yeah.
It's quite frightening. It's a very cold feeling. What I saw of it, just very, just no worth, just a brand new world city that they had plans to run the world, I guess, from Atsana.
Well, that was the whole idea with the coronavirus, or the crowning, was to emerge. You know, they've had to exist behind the shadows, these rats, because they can't come out of the darkness. They can't exist within the light, within the truth. So they've had to continually change their names and shift where they have been. And I mean, they're wandering pirates, you know, they go around.
They're
and they
wandering
just
pirates. I mean, we were just sharing, Toronto and I, with Brice today, of the blood libel. I'm sure you're familiar with the blood libel stories, which was they called it anti-Semitic stories that the Jews would get together and sacrifice a Christian child. The famous one happened in the 12th century in Norwich, William of Norwich. But, you know, you would hear these stories and they would be condemned and they would be called anti-Semitic. But then you realize that it were Khazars under the guise of being Jews. They were crypto Jews. They were fake Jews. And I read further and discovered that the expulsion of the Jews from Spain, the actual Inquisition, was propelled because of blood libel, because the sacrificing was still happening just as it happened in the 8th century when the Khazars were said, you guys have to take a religion because this Moloch thing isn't working for us, and they chose Judaism. And so the rituals that we're seeing today existed and continue to exist from when they went into Eastern Europe and they went into the Mediterranean, into the Levant, and they went to Spain, and now, to my surprise, into the New World, into Latin America, with the expulsion of the Sephardic Jews. Not all, of course, because we certainly can't say that, but a huge portion of the Sephardic Jews and the Ashkenazis were of Khazar descent and were practicing blood libel, which again, Rabbi Finkelstein confirmed. So it just, the dots are being connected. It's making sense.
Yeah, and speaking of dots being connected, Toronto said we have a common enemy. Justin mentioned coronavirus. It's an anagram for carnivorous. Our common enemy is cannibals. Our common enemy is Cain. Cain ate
Yes.
Abel, cannibal, and
Yeah.
the left ate the right. And please keep going.
That's right. Yeah, that's what they would
Yeah.
do. And with Charlie, with that video that he made, so now the world, whoever's seen it, is familiar with the Venetian family. But who are the Venetians? These are the Edomites that descended from Esau, right? According to the Hebrew Bible. Esau is the ancestor of the Edomites and the grandson of Abraham and Sarah. So Venetians, yes, but let's dig further back. These are exactly what you said. They're the Canaanites from that bloodline. And they're a mixture of, I believe, Turks, and they also have Mongol in them, which, you know, a lot of the people haven't heard of it. Where's Khazaria? Where are the Mongols? All they know is it's Turkey, the Venetians. But if you look deeper, these are the grandson of Abraham and Sarah, Esau.
It's biblical, and symbolism will be their downfall because. And I think what I've always understood by that expression is that there's a group that are godly and are Christ-like, and therefore they understand this completely. So they are of this sacred creation of the Father. So they know this perfect symbolism. So Remember, the Canaanites, the left brain doesn't create anything. It steals everything. The wandering pirates, as Sabrinagal.
Destroys. Yes. Mm-hmm.
And they pervert, and then they turn upside down. And that's the world we live in right now, is completely upside down, which is what they said in Network, the movie Network as well. And this is precisely what you're seeing. And so every time they do their symbology, this is what you see with Michael. Every time that he goes through all these numbers, it's just because I know this history fairly well. And every time he goes through these numbers, you just go, oh my God, that's exactly why they say symbology will be their downfall, because they are perverting God's natural, beautiful creation, his perfect, lawful, just right creation, and they're turning it upside down. And so everything they do can be backtracked directly to them. Everything that can be taken right back to their doorstep. So nothing that they have done will escape justice. It'll all come right back to them, because there's a group like Michael that absolutely knows this story, this language of God, and
so
it leads back.
These people, these white hats, these Q, how far back do we go? Like, we're talking, this plan has been in place for a very long time to take back our world, right?
Cain killed Abel, Cain ate Abel.
Yeah, it goes all the way to the beginning, and you can't. I mean, all these languages speak to one another. It's just, this is the one that's on Q drop 40, is A is 1, Z is 26, that we had to use to solve the problem. You can't solve the problem using the other ciphers. You had to use A is 1, Z is 26, because it says so much. It says everything. And but the other ones, just, they all confirm it. It's just a lot of the stuff you can't get to without using it. But I mean, I've done Indian languages with my friends, different Indian languages, and I go, okay, I want you to tell me what it means first before I do it. So I know that, what are your words? What's your descriptive words? Boom, I do it. Boom, this is what it says. They're just like, holy crap. They're just like, this is insane. I go, I know. It really is. We did a Hopi prophecy with Hammer Girl, did the Hopi prophecy, and of course Il Donaldo Trump was tweeting the Hopi prophecy before we're even done with the show, because he's watching us, and which is Donald Trump. And Charlie, wait till you find out why it's Il Donaldo Trumpo instead of El Donaldo Trumpo.
IL, Divine Feminine.
Why is it Italian and not Mexican or Spanish, or
That's where I encourage everyone to visit Patrick Bouvier Kennedy, because he's just a wealth of information. I mean, after we did the Jesus Strand, you look over some of your screenshots, and I love to mention this, because after the Jesus Strand, this just again underscores it was from Vincent Fusca, who we know is Junior. And he tweeted this on July 3rd, 2020. And I just had it in my archive. And he wrote, queenly queries quelled as quest quickens, ordination of power relents, yet do they repent? And this is the key phrase, grail restored. And while in for much more, trust controls money and claim of the land, old treaties dissolved for new ones resolved. What will it mean for us and Uncle Sam? But when he wrote Grail Restored, the first time I read that, I thought, is he speaking of the Holy Grail? Is this about the Holy Grail? Oh my God. And then you're led down, and then I do Jesus Strand. So it's just beautiful. It's incredible.
And then she slides in on this magic carpet onto my channel and starts telling this story we call the $5 Benghazi story, because we're talking code, because it's Abraham Lincoln on the $5 bill. And she tells this story, and I keep telling her, hey, let's do the $5 Benghazi story again, And we just do it a bunch of times. And of course, her story and my numbers, they're the same story. And then we run into Toronto, and then we run into Brice, and we just have this 4-person team that tells this magnificent story. But
and I think Toronto can add to this. Yeah, I mean, it's shocking at first, when you're Catholic and you're told this woman was a prostitute and it's all blasphemy, and you're just like, no, I've heard differently. Toronto will tell you the Armenian side of Jesus, where, go ahead, Toronto, with where Mother Mary's from.
Yeah, that was another shock to me. That was something else that Patrick Bouvier Kennedy had tweeted, that they would, besides saying that they're after the bloodline of Jesus, he said Mother Mary's, which is Jesus's grandmother, Saint Anne, who was Armenian. Again, nothing I could find in the books. I've pulled all our Armenian history books, looked online, DuckDuckGo. So I'm hoping Patrick comes around sooner or later and we can ask him some more questions, because Sabrinagal, if you want to just touch on his background and the education he's had on that.
Yes, I mean, I know all of us thought that Patrick did not live, that he died 39 hours later after his birth. So it was quite revealing to find him and read, his truths. One of them being that he did live. Oh, go ahead.
Yeah, we got to do that 39. There's
I know. I was waiting again. For you.
And of course,
okay.
It's 105 days before JFK's death, and of course 105 is Trump JFK 105, or no, Trump 88Q17 105, Savior, the biblical English version of Savior 105, Triumph 105, American Dream 105. They tax on the 105th day of the year. They tax when we make it. They tax when we spend it, because they're trying to kill the American Dream. American Dream 105. God's Word 105. They know exactly what they're doing, and it's just, when you add the 39 and the 105, you're back to 144, which is 6 days. 6 times 24 is 144. And that's why drop 1440 is so important. We'll have to go over that another day on another show, but with a bunch of other stuff. But everything's just mind-blowingly incredible.
Yeah, to find out that Patrick's alive in and of itself. Mm-hmm.
Well, it's in Trump's statement. When they said maybe what you're looking at is a calm before the storm, they said, "What storm, Mr. President?" 3 times, because you had to maximize the power. And he said, "You'll find out." 174, yes, Patrick and John 174. And so when I said that on my channel months and months ago, it rocked people to the core that he was still alive. He's still alive. Because people didn't know, everybody was copying everybody's name, so nobody knew nobody knew who anybody was on Twitter or Facebook or what, because everybody's cheating, But yeah, that's John's little brother.
Yeah, and he is back on Twitter. It's archived information, but every time I speak, I encourage folks to visit him on Twitter, because it's just a plethora of information, and that's really where I've gotten a lot of the details I needed to do further work.
His education?
Yeah, well, his education is, I believe he has a PhD in Middle Eastern Studies and a master's in engineering, which just adds so much credibility to what he's doing. Plus, being raised in Libya, in Benghazi, I'm sure Arabic being his primary language. And so being exposed to truths at such a young age, as well as hiding, because he did live there with Arabella in Benghazi, and he has another sister, Fatima. So, what has their life been like, which is something that I know we're all going to be fascinated learning what it was like to have to hide, to have to know that your bloodline is being targeted. And there was a post of Patrick in 2020 that he said they are after the bloodline and that all world leaders know about it. They keep the American people in the dark. The Lincolns are Druze. That is why they banned me from Facebook and deleted all my posts. Jesus had Druze ancestry. And that was from November 15th, 2020. So it's just these amazing dots that we're connecting, as you said, the 2 bloodlines that have been at war for forever. And we're finally winning.
And then,
go ahead.
You just start piecing things together. So we're mentioning so many different places, like even just going all the way back to Kazakhstan and Astana.
Yes.
that video, I don't know, almost 2 years ago now, I guess. It was sort of the follow-up to the takedown of the cabal from A to Z, and it was right here, right now, the takedown of the cabal. And what we focused upon was that new Silk Road and how it led from Wuhan to Astana, which is this new capital, which is the Illuminati headquarters. And then, so what is being enshrined there, and what is being hidden, which was that the Khazarians were erased off of the map, because you got to hide the breadcrumb trail back to their doorstep. Can't hide, because symbolism will be your downfall. So this is why they resurrected Astana in that location, to champion their roots, but to hide it behind this false mask. And then of course the new Silk Road always leads to Venice, the ship at sea. So but you start piecing all of this together, and then you start bringing in Armenia, and then Libya, and then of course now you start bringing Gaddafi into the question. And this is a gentleman who with his own dime out of the reservoirs of the Great Sahara created the River of Africa, and created it free of charge for anyone, any community, any nation, any individual that wanted to create a tributary and to draw water from this well of life. This is the man who created all of these things, and this is Libya. And then you begin to piece things together, and you go, what is this incredible hatred for Gaddafi? What is this incredible hatred for Libya? Why constantly? Why is the Sahara Desert a desert when everywhere water pops up from underneath the ground? It is paradise on earth. And you start to ask these questions. That's why I said, early in the show, with the cabal, every time you gain a point against them, you put a pin on the map, and then you have to map it the 360 degrees, because that's how they think, that's how they work. They maximize, because they're limited, because they're left brainers, they're the dying brain, 10%. So whatever they have, they maximize it. So whatever that point is, if you want to take them down, you have to then follow that one nugget that you've discovered about them, and then you have to go around in that spiraling fashion, the outward flow of magnetism, and then you lay down their entire plan. You see it in plain sight, because they're so predictable. Once you know, this is why know thyself, know thy enemy, keep your friends close, keep your enemies closer, Sun Tzu. Because once you know them and how their mind works, it's the left brain, it's the dying brain, then you can begin to predict them. And then all roads lead back to Rome, because no matter what they tried to do to obfuscate their breadcrumbs, they always lead right back to their doorstep. Rabbi Finkelstein, it always leads back to their doorstep. Symbolism.
So when they say all roads to lead to Q, people think it's RQ, but Osiris, the death god's number 17.
Right.
And apprentice is 107. So apprentice, you're fired, is 228. The best is yet to come, 228, because we're going to fire the apprentice. The apprentice isn't the real thing,
Who's been teaching this for 4 years, Justin? Who's been teaching the Lost Star and the apprentice?
That's so awesome.
A little nut here in Mexico.
Yeah. Well, we've been saying the same stuff on our channel. We've been talking about Muammar Gaddafi and the largest construction project in the history of the world, and nobody knows about it. And it's the largest humanitarian project known to man, and nobody knows about it. And just so you know, Muammar Gaddafi isn't dead.
Thank you. Oh, Michael.
Oh my. I'm gonna cry.
It's pretty amazing.
Well, what's more amazing that he walks around with his uniform. If you've seen those photos, and he's got William Wallace.
Tell him that part. That's
there was a famous photo. He's with the president of Italy. His name escapes me. It begins with a B. Help me here. And Bertolessi. Oh no, I'm sorry. The one that was just deposed. And he visited him in Libya at the time, and he's wearing this huge, it looked like an 8
This
by 10
5 by
photo.
7 photo on his chest.
On his chest of the execution of William Wallace, Omar Mukhtar, Lion of the Desert, on his chest to show the William Wallace Jr., the child of Abraham Lincoln. Omar Mukhtar.
Son, yeah.
Yeah, to show him, because the Italians were the ones killing the Druze and killing the Libyans and destroying Cyrene, which is really part of the original homeland, the Holy Land. And he was just showing him right in your face. Yeah, this is who you killed. You killed Abraham Lincoln's son, Omar Mukhtar, the Lion of the Desert. It's just incredible.
That would be John's,
great-great-grandfather.
Yeah, John's great-great-grandfather.
Are they making a movie about this? Because I want to go to that movie.
Oh, trust me, I tried to talk to Sean Stone a little bit about it because, his dad made the movie JFK, and is 3 hours and 9 minutes long. There's that 3-9 again, but in this case, it's 189 minutes. Abraham Lincoln was born in 1809. Donald Trump's real birthday is 189 days before June 14th on December 7th, 1945. And 18 times 9 is 162. Trump had a rally last year on 9/18 in Bemidji, Minnesota. Bemidji, Minnesota, 162. The Invisible Man, 162. The Mere Reflection, 261. John Fitzgerald Kennedy, Jr., 261. And the Invisible Man, 162, is 162. JFK. J is 10. There's your 1. F is 6. There's your 6.
Now, he's going to make movies, I bet, right?
And K is 11. There's your 1. There's your 2. The Invisible Man, 162. And so there's a whole lot more going on. 18 and 9 is 27 JFK. But that movie is 3 hours and 9 minutes. It's 30 and then a 9. And 30 times 9 is 270. 27 is JFK, and 2 times 70 is 140 POTUS, which comes to 167. And Trump came down the escalator on the 167th day of the year, which left 198 days in the future. On June 16th, 15th. 16, June 16th, 15th. 6 and 16 is 22. 22 and 15 is 37. They sent $3.7 million to Wuhan. 3 and 7 is 121. Shit show, 121. I see dead people, 121. But see, 37 is 3 and 7. 3 and 7 is 121, second coming. And then you have 167th day of the year that Trump comes down the escalator, which leaves 198 days in the future. The future is 198. So 167 is JFK POTUS, yes. And 198 is elephant in the room. Because he's the elephant in the room. He's your president right now. JFK is the president of the United States of America. It says, I am the perfect leader, 174. You'll find out, 174. Trust the plan, 174. I am victorious, 174. Yes, John Kennedy, 174. Yes, I am QAnon King, 174. Yes, John Kennedy, 174. Yes, I am coming home, 174. Yes, John Kennedy, 174. I am USA President, 174. I caught the swamp, 174. Yes, John Kennedy, 174. So if I is 9, and 9 is most high, and I am the beginning and the end, A is 1, Z is 26, and 1 and 26 is 27, JFK, 2 and 7 is 9, 9 is most high. He told you in 1962. See if this sounds familiar. Colleen and Charlie, CC, 33, the 33rd prime number is 137, President JFK, 137. He said, Noble Office, I'm going to expose that plot. Well, number one, not only do you have to be alive, you have to be in office. Welcome to the Q Age, 174, a new world view, 174, the new JFK world, 174. Give it up to God, 174, when you know, 174. Trust the plan, 174, 1 times 74, Jesus, 74.
And weren't Gaddafi's pipes 4 by 7, like 4 meters in diameter by 7 in length or something?
I don't know. I'm telling you that that it was 6,000 kilometers, 4,000 miles, and 64 is American. JFK signed Executive Order 11110 on June 4th, 64. But 46 is I am the beginning and the end. I am is 23, end is 23. That's 46. Best is 46. The best is yet to come. 228. The best Kennedy to come. 228. I'm on a mission from God. 228. Well, who do you think God would send? His second son? Well, John is a second son because his older brother's Joe. You see, Junior came out on his 103rd birthday, July 25th, 2018. But see, Charlie here, he told us all that the freaks, not you two, think mirror, the pirates, the Khazarians, the Phoenicians, the ones that live on the water in Venice, they were taken down on the 103rd anniversary of the Federal Reserve, which is on 12/24. There's your 36. And 24 spelled out. Could be like 240, like Tiffany blue coat, 160, gloves, 80, 240. Melania wore Tiffany blue coat and gloves down the street. Yeah. Telling George Bush, hey, George Bush, I know all about the $240 billion worth of bonds you took out on that day you gave the 1,000 points of light speech when you talked about the new world, Nazi world order speech. Yeah. You know, the Euro brokers, computer server room that got impacted by nothing, where the bomb went off, sold their portion of the $240 billion of the bonds. Or how about Marsh McLennan, who were having a meeting on the 104th floor at 8:30 in the morning? 104? JFK's alive, 104? 8:30, 83, winter 83? The Donald 83? So they had the most people that died. Of course, they were looking into the $240 billion of the bonds. And of course, their computer server room was the other point of impact, who sold the $240 billion of the bonds. And Operation El Dorado, Office of Navy Intelligence, they were looking into the $240 billion of the bonds. And where did they get moved 3 weeks prior to 9/11? Oh, you mean the only side of the Pentagon that's ever been reinforced still to this day, the point of impact, where window blinds that are just like super tough. They're like these little aluminum things with white strings are still intact. And just 100 feet away on the other side of the impact where no plane hit, you got a stack of papers on a filing cabinet because, all the planes left on the East Coast to the West Coast, they all had the same amount of fuel. So, the fuel that, drained, liquidated an acre of steel sprayed in fireproofing. It's 2.5 inches thick, 2 feet down, box beam. That melted, but these window blinds, they're kind of a special kind of strong. They did just fine. And where was all the paper records from Operation El Dorado and Marsh McLennan and Euro brokers? Oh, that's right. Where the white collar crimes from Enron and the FBI and the CIA, Building 7, poof, just gone like that. I mean, it's just so stupid. It's insane. And Charlie, I would really like to do, we want to do this Operation Gladio A, Operation Gladio B, the fake Russian Cold War and the fake Middle Eastern War and
Condor. Don't forget Condor.
Toronto's doing it. Yeah, well, I was going to let you speak on that. Toronto, you want to we have this show coming up that we're going to do on our channel. We're going to perfect it. We're going to go over to Scott McKay's show, do it first. We want to come back over with you and do it. We want your input on Operation Gladio A and Operation Gladio B. These fake wars that they wrote up on August 15th, 1871, 100 years before the closing of the gold window, August 15, 1971, in Washington, D.C., there in New York. Yeah, it's all connected. It's quite interesting. Toronto, you'd like to speak on that a little bit? What we're going to do?
Yeah, of course. Like one researcher best titled it The Unholy Alliance Between the Vatican, the CIA, and the Mafia. And what people are going to be surprised about is that the original funding of $200 million came from the Rockefellers and the Mellon Foundations, who kicked this all off. And, since it's just been war after war. And like we said, we'll get into it, but it's a lot of rabbit holes. It covers the planet. And like Michael always says, we are the Nazis, we as Americans, because the United States has played such a primary, coordinating and leadership role among these Western nations and intersecting institutions since the end of really World War II, right? It's very frightening.
America 50, Nazis 50, Chiefs 50. What, the Chiefs lost the Super Bowl to the Pirates? No, I never would have thought that. I mean, Tom Brady goes from the Patriots, where his coach at 66 years old won his 6th championship, and Tom Brady won his 7th, God's perfect number, God's perfect number 191, all roads to lead to Q191, Osiris, in this case, number 17, the death god. And the Pirates beat the Chiefs, America 50, Chiefs 50. Go figure. I never thought it was ever going to happen before it started. Please.
Well, no one knew the Nazis were coming here either. I mean, I don't think people are aware the Vatican was involved with the rat lines and the Red Cross and had all these plans, passports, fake documents to help the Nazis go to Latin America, Mengele in Brazil.
You're freaking out, Charlie. He's freaking out.
Am I? He knows. And
everything we're saying is freaking him out.
I know, but it's, I was raised hearing about this, and the theory was that Hitler went to Argentina, a town named Bariloche. I have friends in Argentina who talk about Bariloche is a German town basically now, and they hit Hitler. Perón was in on it, and then you get the Nazis that went to Operation Paperclip. But it's so important for people to realize that the Nazi regime never died, and it continued with their experiments and the horrors that they started in Nazi Germany, and it came here to Latin America and to the Americas, down to Antarctica. It's fascinating and horrific at the same time, but Hitler lived, as did Mengele and Eichmann and all these other folks that really were not punished through the Nuremberg trials.
They hung, 6 or was it 17? 17
minimum.
People.
It was a minimal amount.
Yeah. And basically they have an agreement that all the generals don't have any problems, and everybody below that, they just feed to the wolves. Here you have all these guys. We don't need them, but all the generals, they're their top level. So if one side catches the general on the other side, they know to treat them like they're generals. It's all a big boys club. They're all on the same team.
Yeah.
But we'd like to have Justin and Eugene look into, Operation Gladio A, B, and the BS wars down in South America, where the most degraded general in U.S. history, General Smedley Butler, blew the whistle, on the fact that he realized he was just a hitman for the bankers, and he decided to, play the role for a little while studying it, stockpiling everything. And then when they wanted him to hire 500,000 men to overthrow the country, he went to the House and the Senate, told them, the president, and nothing happened. Nothing happened. Because they're all freaks on both sides of the aisle. It's not a left-right problem. This is an evil, good problem. And good is 41, which is king. So we're the king, they're evil. And the end won't be for everyone. I am the beginning and the end. Jesus Christ won't be for the end, for everyone. So they said 46% weren't going to make it. You mean the 1% psychopaths and the 3 to 5% devil worshippers? I'm okay with that. I'm okay with those guys not making it. And it's amazing what you learn when you study what Eugene is, studying the words and the numbers like I do, what they're saying. When are we going to realize when they realize we're telling real lies, And you said it was a one-way street, Charlie, but that's not true. It's a two-way street. We're going upstream. And remember, the water, which is life. We found water on Mars. We found life on Mars. It's water. And Aquarius, the only man symbol, the only one with a Q in it, pours the truth, the life, and the word, And of course, I'm Aquarius, February 8th, 28, which is Junior 28. And February 8th comes out to 153, John F. Kennedy Jr. 153. Born in 63, 63 spelled out 153, John Kennedy Jr. 153, stupid coded. And so you have this life being poured out, and every raindrop's unique. Every last one of them is unique. And it falls to the earth, and it falls down the streams, and it goes into the river, and it goes out to the sea. Well, our life is really money. There goes fuck Biden signs. Oh, this guy's flying 2 flags on the back of his car. Each side it says fuck Biden. I'm sorry, I just had to say it. It live. It just went by. Those flags were sun damaged. He's had those all year. Those weren't new flags. Those things were faint as heck. So anyway, well, I had a call come in. So anyway, get back on track here. Got thrown off there. What the heck am I talking about here? I'm talking about
the raindrops that were all
the
raindrops.
Yeah. So life is energy. We're 70%, 60 to 70% water. So we're life, we're energy, and we have to go out there and spend all this time to get all this money. Now the water, it flows by the bank. There's banks on the side of the river, and the current, it flows out to the sea. You can already hear it. So you spend your time 47, force 47, and you go out there and you make this money, and of course it gets directly deposited into your bank to just be sent out ASAP. So your currency goes right by the bank as fast as possible, just like the current flows out to the sea, right past the bank on the river. They tell you your life, water, is gonna flow. The current's gonna flow right out to the sea. Currency is gonna go right by the bank to never see that bank again. And when you put that money in the bank, it goes out in those direct deposits. Never see that bank again. That money never comes back. You have to go spend more time and more energy, which is your life, to get more money, or should I say currency, because money is silver and gold. And you got to get more currency so it can flow past that bank as fast as possible out to see where, I don't see where it goes. It's just crazy how the words are and what they tell us, what they don't tell us. Like government, govern to control mentality, control mentality. That's government. I wonder who picked that word. The people that picked the word library, or television, or network of programmers. We're in the programming business. We have lots of channels to get the program. Tune in next week so we can tune your ass up some more on the television. It's just ridiculous that people can't see what's going on.
That's how their dark spells have to work so effectively. Is they have to tell us. They have to put it in our face so that we agree to it. There's no way to actually enact these acts on a sovereign being. We agree to it. So by telling us, by us not doing anything, we're tacitly agreeing to all of these dark spells being committed onto us. And that's the only way that they work. So they have to put it right there in front of us. And it's also a way for them to sort of dilute their karmic repercussions, because they can get away with, oh, well, we told them about it. We said we were going to do this, and they didn't do anything to stop us. So
yeah, they spelled it out for us. That's why they call it spelling. And I wanted to add to you talking about currency. Current is also electricity. So it's like those matrix holding cells with the babies. They're just sucking your electricity since birth, since you're birthed, not born, but birthed. So, yeah.
By a doctor.
My dad's a doc.
Yeah, it's where they have a practice. Yeah, where they're practicing, because in 1986, when the doctors went on strike in California, the death rate went down because they're practicing. third leading cause of death before they started spraying us with barium and aluminum, Ba and Al on the periodic table. Bale or ball, which I don't care which way you say it. It's just ridiculous, you know?
Yeah. There's a lot of things that are ridiculous about the ball. A lot of things that are ridiculous about the ball.
So med beds are real, and they're coming.
Yeah, if you spell ball with an L, you got 27 JFK. And remember, they put a dick and balls out there in the water, which Dick, D-I-C-K. Now, isn't that 27? And then balls would be 46, which is best. The best is yet to come. And then, of course, he had a sex act. And, of course, Space Force, turned all the QRS-11, 14, or 17 ships off. So all the ships are out there. They're all anchored out of the way. So the Ever Given, 107, Superman 107, Evergreen 99, Most High 99, 107, 206, God 26, 20 times 6, 120, the truth, and 26 and 120 is 146. Most High John could sail his ship in dick and balls, and then they could berth it. They could beach it. They could beach it for 6 days, 144 hours, and then unberth it and go from land to water, where we go from water to land. Oh, Mama's water broke. So they're redoing. They're backing out all the spells. They're redoing everything, and it's quite amazing. How all this works and how we've been lied to just on everything, everything, and we're just trying to. We don't have all the answers. We just know that they've lied enough. Coincidence theorist 198. We are the news now 198. Social media influencers 198. The tree of knowledge 198. So Michael Thomas Flynn 198 is the son of Joe Kennedy, John John's cousin. 48, negative 48 drops bombs 218. When we go all 218. Michael Brian Protzman 218. John F. Kennedy Jr. 218. Benghazi ain't going away 218. And 21 times 8 is 168. Second coming of God 168. Trust me, it's coming.
Michael, Sabrinagal, Toronto, everyone just jump in with this. But from our perspective, really everything, you can look at this in many different ways, obviously, but a really key point with all of this, if you look at 1901, Tesla set up the tower at Wardenclyffe.
Wardenclyffe, yeah.
Yeah, and 1901 is 191.
Just like the Federal Reserve, the first meeting down there at Jekyll Island, Georgia, 1910, 191. Just a coincidence. Last night I stayed in the Tesla residence at the New Yorker.
Wow.
And the night before,
Nice.
3 nights. Got to do everything in threes. It's on the 33rd floor, room 3327. Got to do a left, a right, and a left to get there out of the elevator.
Now, did you say you slept up there?
Yeah, I stayed there in the Tesla residence, room 3327 at the New Yorker.
How was your sleep?
Pretty good. I mean, I slept until 10:59, which is a week to remember. A week to remember 159. John F. Kennedy Jr., JR 159, Puppy Show 159. It was pretty good. Of course, I didn't go to bed till 5:01 or 5:15 or whatever time in the morning because I was up, talking to people around the world, telling them, the stuff I tell them.
Thank you.
Yeah, it is. It's remarkable. It's selfless beyond description, all of you. And so just getting back for a second with Tesla. So what you sort of see is you have Wardenclyffe, 1901, which is 191, and then 1907, you have the Jesuits slide out Einstein, and that was the theory of special relativity. And then I think they came back because they forgot motion. They forgot to account for motion. And they never did account for motion. They just came up with this.
They have all those mathematical formulas that they shove down everybody's throat. And as long as you want to, investigate anything that's in the dead end cul-de-sac, they'll fund you. As long as you want to go down a dead end cul-de-sac, here's some government money. But whatever, if you want to go somewhere that just goes out into everywhere, no, we don't have any money for you.
Yeah, that's right. So this is the obfuscation, the removal of Nikola Tesla from our history, from everything. Because I look again to Tesla because in doing all of my research, it was very hard to do because they give nothing but lies about Tesla. So I had to learn a way to sort of backdoor the roadblocks that are built into your Google searches or your searches on the internet to be able to just find truthful information about Tesla, because virtually every door in a conventional sense that you knock on about Tesla leads you to the cul-de-sac that Michael just talked about, and then they're happy to let you go there because those cul-de-sacs about Tesla lead you nowhere. But if you learn to get around and through the cul-de-sac, then there's actually some truth there. And you you see this because Tesla's a real scientist, because he was a devout man of God. And he didn't have an ego because he attributed all of his personal genius to just tapping into the well of consciousness that he described that was within him. And that for him to take credit for this would be utter foolishness. And
because he said he just saw things in thin air. He didn't invent them like trial and error like a man would do. He just saw them, built them, and then even if you saw them and you were able to describe it to somebody, you still have to turn around and build the dang thing. So he was smart and talented in ways that we can't even comprehend, especially back in those days.
And Michael, Q said that none of this would have been possible without Tesla or Tesla's technology. Can you comment on that?
Yeah, there's no way you have a quantum, quantum financial system. You don't have the Starlink satellites. You don't have the Ledger technology. You don't have Telegram. You don't have a lot of things. It's unreal that we were able to rally up enough energy, stuff, tools to take these guys down, because they never give you enough truth to take them down. They would never do that. That's why they sell the Bible on Amazon. It's not the whole truth. I didn't say it's not the truth. I said it's not the whole truth. There's only 66 books, and 66 spelled out is 149, the anointed one. But they keep 711 from you, and every pyramid in the Middle East, 7 feet tall for every 11 feet wide. And every person that runs a 7-Eleven in America is from the Middle East. What's going on? Backwards is 117. Jackie Kennedy, 117. You get to stack the ones. Now you're at 27 JFK. You're at 9 Most High. They kept 711 books from us. Maybe 888 if you count the books of giants. And there's 111 of those. New York, 111. Vaccination, 111. Melinda A. Gates, 111. Bill IBM Gates, 111. Here it is right here. Humanity, 111. God creation, 111. Perfection, 111. You are the 21st letter of the alphabet, 777, jackpot. You were created in his image, you're perfect. You 61, miracle 61. Told you. So QAnon 61, red tie 61, JFK Grace 61. Told you. And so perfection 111, God creation 111, humanity 111, man, woman, Q 111. See, at the start, point of conception, kind of like political correctness, like plane crash. All PC, P16, C3, 163, make America great again, 163. At the point of conception, when the sperm is halfway in the egg, That's a Q. That's you. Every Q in the English language is followed by a U. Queen, quit, quiver, require. It doesn't matter where it's at. It's always followed by a U. You should be following Q. You are. You're following your mom and your dad. 17 and 17 is 34, which is grace, which is on the red tie. And it's saying that he's great. But see, 17 and 17 is actually 8 and 8. And Jay Kennedy's 88. But 8 and 8, 16 and 1 and 6 is 7 and 7 is God's perfect number. And God's perfect number comes to 191. All roads lead to Q, 191. You're Q. We are Q 69, people 69. He's Q, we're Q. Wait a minute. I is 9, I is most high, but see, I am 9. I'm as high as him. Why did Trump say anonymous, 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 anonymous? He's got a problem with an N and an M. Of course, N and M is 27 JFK, just like any two letters. A and Z, 27. B and Y, 27. C and X, 27. They all, just pair them up. They come to 27. Just like love. The beginning and the end. LO is 27. VE is 27. I am the beginning and the end. And so we got this beginning and this end. And I am is 23, end is 23. Now, that can be 5 and 5, which is boss 55. He's the boss. Still comes back to 10, which is 1. But who is 46? I am the beginning and the end. W is 23. H and O is 23. Best is 46. Who is 46? And Q said, wait till you learn who you've been talking to here. Interesting. But if we go back to, we got kind of sidetracked. There's so many different directions to go. Just like hope, right? Hope is 44. H is 8. O is 15. Now, 8 times 15 is 120. The truth is 120, but it's 23. And I am is 23. And then you have P16, E5, 165, resurrection, 165. I am resurrection is right there in the word hope. The 16 and 5 is 21. So 21 and 23 is 44. 4 and 4 is 8. 8 is infinite. See, in the Bible, number 35 is represented by the word hope. Hope is represented by the number 35. 3 and 5 is 8. 8 is infinite because number 35 is infinite. And JFK is the 35th president. If you can't figure it out, it's because the MK Ultra mind control is kicking your ass.
Yeah, and more than anything else, what the MK Ultra mind control kicking your ass is forcing you like lemmings into the left brain, and then the ego works. The ego is the jailer, the warden of the cliff that you've been chained to, and the ego doesn't let anybody out. So this is the journey of Jesus and the journey of all of us, which is to have the courage to go down into the dungeon, into the root, and face that dragon face to face the beast, the Hydra face to face.
Drain our own swamp.
And drain our own swamp. And we...
Oh, yeah. I remember what I was going to say now. Thank you. Anytime two or more gather, I am there. Anytime two minds come together in an invisible, intangible force likened to a third mind is present. I got the 2 and the 3 there. Anytime two minds come together in an invisible, intangible force likened to a third mind is present, Napoleon Hill, Think and Grow Rich. So the power, the spark, was sparked by Charlie to me. And I said, no, see, I've gone off and I've forgotten about it. Hold on a second, I'll get it. This is where everybody can laugh at me. Trust me, it's in the red tie. Let's do that real quick while I think about it. Now there was something else, dang it. So red tie, red 27, tie 34. 27th letter of the alphabet is A. You got to start over. And the 34th letter of the alphabet is H. A is 1, H is 8, that's 18. United States of America or United States for America. Got to put an R in there. R is 18. Let's see, we're supposed to think mirror. H-A. Ha. He who laughs last, laughs loudest. And again, you got to be alive to laugh. That red tie. Red tie. Red 27, tie 34. JFK 27, tie. T20. 20 spelled out because of 107. Superman 107. IE, I9, E5. Clark Kent 95. Red tie. One's into truth. Negative 48 comes to 95. Negative 48, if you count it as 48, comes to 131. John F. Kennedy, 131. Negative is 83, the dollar 83. It's just crazy coded. I was following Donald Trump when I figured it out. Barely figured it out. And then I found all this stuff out later. 4 and 8 is 12. 12 spelled out comes to 87, which is truth, which is junior, justice. And 12 can be 1 and 2, can be AB. So we got negative AB. Think mirror. AB negative. It's just stupid. Negative 48, N plus 4 plus 8, because negative really isn't capitalized. Just look at, on this logo it is, but on my handle, it's just the N. And then the 4 and the 8, which comes to 26, which is God. And then negative 472, N plus 4 plus 7 plus 2 is 27 JFK. Just like the weekend of the Super Bowl. Super Bowl 131, CBS Sports 131. The Weeknd was the performer, and he was minus an E, W-E-E-K-N-D. He was minus an E, which is 5, which is grace, because he did a satanic ritual. He did a Michael Jackson tribute. MJ, M13, J10, 1310, 131. So CBS Sports 131, MJ 131, Super Bowl 131. That's 393. You get to pull it apart. Now you got the 39 and the 93 of the OK sign. What? Which comes to 132. JFK Jr. is alive 132, which is in the plane crash. All I got to do is 7 plus 1 plus 6 plus 99 plus P plus C, 132. JFK Jr. is alive 132. The mirror reflection of 231. The calm before the storm 231, which is on the license plate of Lincoln on 11/22/1963. GG 300. G is 7. G is 7. That's 77 times 3. 231. The calm before the storm 231. Just crazy.
Negative evil. I would like to talk about what Charlie said about facing the dragon. You were saying how MK Ultra is kicking most of our asses, and it seems like the biggest enemy oftentimes is in our own minds. And I was wondering.
Fear?
You
mean fear?
Yeah.
Fear?
Exactly.
Yeah.
And I was,
so can I tell you what fear is before you go any further?
Yes, sir.
I had a lot of help. I mean, just about all of it from Gentry, admin, and of course Trump figured out a way to fit Gentry into one of his speeches. We showed 3 iguana videos. The same day he puts iguana for the word of the day. I mean, he's following us. He is watching us. It's just crazy. So Gentry would always remind me what it was, and I would always forget that fear, F-E-A-R, false evidence appearing real, but false evidence appearing real is 233. John Fitzgerald Kennedy, 233. Wow, I didn't know that, 233. Follow the White Rabbit, 233. It's beyond stupid coded, 233. Today I said, hey, how far is it from this New York place I'm at? I don't want to tell you exactly where I was at. To Dallas, how far is it? Oh, it's 2 hours, what was it? It was 23 hours, 30 minutes, 233. It's just stupid code. My whole life is stupid coded. How much was the Uber ride from the train to where I was going? Oh, just $27. And I didn't even figure it all out. First it was $11, but they gave the wrong description, so they didn't show up. Then the next one came and it was $11, and the other person put it on their card and said, well, how much should I tip? I said, tip whatever you want. She goes, okay, $5. Well, 11 and 11 is 22, and 5, well, that's 27 JFK. I mean, it's just, my life is just beyond stupid coded. Just crazy. So that's what fear is. False evidence appearing real, which is 233, John Fitzgerald Kennedy 233. So sorry to cut you off, Eugene, but this stuff is just crazy. 73, perfect 73. Go ahead.
You can cut me off anytime, sir. But anyway, speaking of false evidence appearing real, I hope you know what I'm hinting at here, Charlie. I want to know if there's any reason that disinformation is necessary. Also because since people are still MK Ultra, if they were told the whole truth.
Oh, yeah.
And so,
that's a fact. I mean, yeah, I know what you're saying there. I know you wanted to talk to Charlie. Charlie, what do you say on that? And then I'll tell you what I've been telling everybody on our channel and Prime Minister's channel. And by the way, Prime spells his name with a Y, which is 77, which is, Christ. But if you spell it the other way, Prime is 61, which is red tie, which is JFK Grace. I mean, it's just ridiculous.
Yeah, I think Colleen and I have found ourselves so much on an island in many regards, because what we discovered through this journey to know John F. Kennedy and Robert Francis Kennedy and then John F. Kennedy Jr. was that we just didn't know anything, and that we had to strip everything down to the nuts and bolts, the brass tacks of who we were. And it was wonderful. It was the smartest thing that we ever did, just having the courage to disavow all of these letters behind our names and all of that time and effort and money spent on absolutely nothing, and have the courage to say, you know what, we're good people, but we're a couple of idiots because we really didn't know anything. But it allowed us to begin to flow in the right direction. And so to that end, Colleen and I have just sort of been truth no matter what. It's damn the torpedoes, full steam ahead. And that's kind of been and we don't do anything to offend anyone per se, although people need to grow a ball sack. But the whole idea that somebody out there has to be the ones that are giving the wholeness, no matter how ugly that looks, and no matter how much some will disavow Colleen and I for doing it, somebody has to do that. And I kind of see us as sort of necessary in a way, because at one end there has to be that full spectrum. And of course, just listening to Toronto and her gnosis and what she's revealing, and Sabrinagal, and of course Michael and Brice, is that what I'm learning is that I'm only scratching at the surface. At least I see the bigger picture, and I can attach the wholeness of this figure. I can see the shape that is being revealed. But in terms of the infinite details, I'm still just an absolute novice, and Michael and others can help point me in the right direction. But I do see it as there has to be someone who is willing to risk saying it all, and in between that, there's a reveal, an awakening that has to come in waves, because people have lost their magnetic pulse, and they've just simply become a downward causation, Tesla described, which is electricity. We got to get off our knees. Electricity puts you on your knees. What did Tesla say? That all this theory of gravity, which he said is utter nonsense. He said it's the equivalent of taking a vagrant off of the street and dressing him up in purple robes, and the ignorant man welcoming this as royalty when it's off of the street. Electricity is the downward causation. This is what they attribute gravity to. This, you just need to study Tesla. Tesla told all of this. And that when you get off your knees, this is the raising of that sacred feminine, which is what we're seeing, as Michael so beautifully and accurately described, how women are outpacing the egoic male structure, 3-4 to 1 as we begin to rise. But to rise is magnetism. This is sort of the core of what Colleen and I teach, which is a scalar wave. And a scalar wave is the number 8. And the number 8 is what Colleen and I attributed to. It's the letter O unified with the letter Q. And this is where, again, for why Q ultimately is God, because and why I think that Michael has the Q with the O to make the 8 is that until we infuse this truth and this message of life, God is the God of the living, not of the dead, until we infuse this swiggle of the Q into the Ouroboros, we're going to go round and around and around the wheel, and we're going to repeat the same mistakes again and again and again. We're not going to learn anything until we get off our knees and begin to rise. And this is magnetism, this is Mother, this is Mary, this is the letter M, 13 of 26, the middle path, the middle way. The Buddha taught the middle way. We must be in flow with the Mother. She is. And then when you look at some of the Gospels attributed to Jesus, like the Gospel of the Essene, what does Jesus say? That upon the duality of the materialistic plane, she rules as God, and she must be seen as God, as the creator of all life on this materialistic plane. And you begin to see this, then you begin to really sort of understand why the letter Q was chosen, why the letter Q had to be the calling card of this godly divine plan, because nothing changes until you infuse the Q into all of this. And then it makes perfect sense why the Baal worshipers, why they chose 17, and why for them it has to be repeated 3 times, 6 feet apart, 666, and it's 3 17s is 51, and everything to them is 51, area 51. What are they? Who are the Greys? The R post. So yeah, I'll toss it over to you, but that's.
Yeah, I just wanted to add to that. I mean, we want to do a deep dive, if we do Jesus Strand 2, and do a deep dive into what is the Druze religion. If Christ was of the Druze, who were the Druze? What did they study? I know in our research, and Toronto will participate in that along with Brice, is that their wisdom incorporated ancient Hermeticism, ancient Greek philosophy, Hinduism, Buddhism, Gnostic Judaism, Christianity, and Sufi Islam. So to me, the Druze religion incorporated humanity. And it was this nasty group of satanic people who just came and separated it. We know that Muhammad was really born Ahmed. He was of Isaac and Ishmael, just like Jesus. And they just keep putting these divisions. And so we would be honored to talk more, to visit you again and talk more about the Druze religion, and for Toronto to give her insight, and Brice and Michael, because I think it's very, very important, because I think that is going to be the unification of all of us, to know that we are all the same, that our religions all teach the same thing, and it was they who separated us.
Well, that's the grand conspiracy of them all, is this: everything is designed to disconnect us.
Denominations.
Completely.
You can boil down every single plot of these Canaanites, and it's how can we disconnect us from ourselves? How can we disconnect us from each other? How can we disconnect us from God? And so everything can be boiled down to this one sinister plot. And so the reversal of that spell is to reconnect.
Completely. And I think, just in the Jesus Strand, when we talked about AB negative, and I also tapped into the X haplogroups, I didn't go as deep as I would have liked, but that there are group of X haplogroups in the American Indians. They are in North Africans. They are in the Levant. They are in the Basque. So that takes you even deeper into the fact that we are all one peoples that migrated to different areas. I mean, the theory is that maybe they all came from Atlantis. We don't know, but there's so many different theories that, to me, it's just so incredibly exciting to learn where we derive from. How is it that
wait till you show them that ancient map of the United States.
Yeah, I mean, that's, who came
hundreds
first?
Who came
first? Right. I mean, there is, they talk about the ancient Americans actually being the holy people was here in ancient America. It was actually Mesopotamia. So it's just so fascinating. And for me, it's just been what I like and what I'm learning is that we're going to start honoring the ancient. We're going to honor those people that the Jesuits destroyed, that colonization destroyed, that imperialism destroyed, and made them third-class citizens. That, for me, it has been so sad over the years. And I know for Toronto to see our media degraded and the Mexican culture degraded, or the culture of the Mayans, the culture of the Incas, the culture of, the Middle East degraded by these people.
Yeah, everybody that's not in the NATO alliance, all those people, and the only body in the NATO alliance that they might have, ran over, they needed it because of oil. Other than that, every disease starts in a colored country. SARS, Zika, Ebola, AIDS. I mean, all of it. These guys hate color.
All by design.
They come here and they conquer the red people, right? Then they blame black people and slave on their back, move out west, shove the brown people down into Mexico and build a bomb, go bomb the yellow man. I mean, these guys hate color. Just psychos.
This is the ruse. The ruse is the big lie that's been going on. If we separate the D from Druze, then it's the Druze. So again, when you look at the divinity of the word Druze, knowing this bloodline and that this is completely divine, every single joining of every single letter. So it's D-R-U-Z-E. So the D and the R, 4 and the 18 is 22. So it gets you the mass star number of the sacred feminine. And then D-R-U, U is the eucatastrophe 21, 2 and 1. Father, Mother created the child, 2 and 1 is 3. And that's 43, and 4 and 3 is 7, which is God's perfect number. And then Z is the completion itself, which is 26, and 26 and the 43 is 69, which is Cancer at the top of the astrological clock, at the top of the hour, which is completion, the unification of two worlds, which is the diamond, which is, Justin and Michael were both conjoining earlier and agreeing about this meeting of the two minds. Well, if you look at the shape of a diamond, that is the mind of the Father above and the mind of the Mother below, and they create the diamond, which is the hardest substance known to man. And where do we build our home? We build our home on solid rock. And we build our homes where on this hardest substance known to man, so that no matter what tempest is thrown at us, no storm will ever knock or shake the foundations. We are not the Tower of Babel, blah 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 blah. We are children of God in perfect unity and alignment, which is what the diamond signifies. Which, if you look at every single pyramid, I don't know this, but I know this. When you know, and I know this inside. If you look at every single pyramid, above the ground, it's a diamond. So above the ground, you see the meeting of the mind of the Father, but below the ground, you have to have the meeting of the mind of the Mother, which is how you create the magic. How did they build the pyramids? How is that possible? You have to have a meeting of the mind between the masculine and the feminine, the 6 and the 9, 69. And then if you have the E to the 69 of Druze, that takes you to 74, and 74 is Jesus. And the reverse of 74 is 47, which is John.
And and 74 is Druze.
And 74.
Gematria 74, Cross 74, Muhammad 74, Messiah. Unfortunately, Lucifer is 74 because he was the right. So anyway, you have Druze 74, Jesus 74. You got Jews 57, human 57. Human Jesus, 131. Alpha and the Omega, 131. John F. Kennedy, 131. Human Druze, human Jesus. Go figure. So you were talking about the foundation is four sides, 360. 36 prime numbers, 151. Jesus Christ, 151. My emblem, 48. You have Q on the bottom, that's you, that's me, that's God, that's all of us. But on the bottom, or on the top, you have an O, which is 15. And zero means nothing. You got 150, Trump train 150, and you got Savior 105. So you got foundation, Savior, Q, 48. 48 is just beyond special, and I got it from following Trump. He was following 47 at first, and the Masons compassed it 47 degrees. I knew he wasn't with them. I knew he was on their ass. So I was negative 47 also. So I just said negative 47, 472. And then he went up to 48, and 48 is evil. And the 48th prime number is 223. These people are crazy, 223. And Q said it all the time. And so 223, you get to make 43, kind of like DC, 43, DC. And the 43rd prime number is, well, you guessed it, 191, all roads to lead to Q191. and 4 and 3, 7. 7 is God's perfect number. God's perfect number is 191, all roads to lead to Q191. And negative 48 and negative 472 come to 191, all roads to lead to Q191. So, Trump helped me get it. The universe helped me get my other account chucked so I could start this account. Hot Shoe 640 wasn't going to cut it. That was my last account. And this one kind of worked out well, but everything's just lined up at the right time. And I knew a bunch, on D-Day, when he put JFK in our face right there. I didn't really watch it that day. I figured out the next day on June 7th, which is 6-7, and 67 spelled out as 162, the invisible man. And the guy sitting next to JFK had an orange diamond 5 on his hat. And of course, orange diamond 5 comes to 162, the invisible man. And it was just incredible how it all came together. And Jacob and I, Michael first, because it took 11 years to wake up Jacob. And then I showed him Gematria, and he went away for a month, came back and blew my mind. And then we were working on it a little bit. And of course, Michael and Jacob, kind of like MJ, Michael Jackson, manufacturing jobs. M13, J10, 131. It's just stupid. It's stupid coded. So both biblical names. And I called him up one day and I said, Jacob, I said, I know this sounds crazy, but this dude right here, this is JFK right here. This is him. And we saw the scars on his head. And it's right there in the red tie, folks. Red tie, red 27, tie 34. JFK, 162, the invisible man. J is 10, there's your 1. F is 6, there's your 6. K is 11, 1, 1, there's your 2, 162, the invisible man. Tie, T is 20. 20 spelled out comes 107, Superman. But see, I is 9 and E is 5 and head wound is 95. Superman head wound? Wow. Wow, is 61, red tie 61. But see, you got red tie, red 27, tie 34. JFK 27, tie, T is 20. 20 spelled out comes 107. Zero means nothing, throw it to the right. You got 17 is Q. But you got I9, E5, that's 14, add the 0, and you got 140 POTUS yes. JFK, Q, POTUS yes. Right there in the red tie. That means he's POTUS. Yes. It's just incredible.
You guys are muted. Yeah.
Yeah, I would like
I don't know if people are muted or speechless, but I mean, there's more in that red tie. I mean, it's just unreal. It's unreal.
Yeah, if I could, I would like to comment on what Sabrina was talking about how all of the stories actually converge. And I would call that story syncretism. I would call it, you were talking about Jacob just now. Abraham, Isaac, Jacob aligns with Brahma, Vishnu, Shiva, which is cardinal, fixed, mutable, creator, preserver, destroyer. It brings us back to the zodiac, to the stars. And with these three comes the four, which is the four elements, which Charlie was describing earlier, the fourfold nature of man. And Tesla, why did we need Tesla? Because he brought the quintessence. He brought the finest element. He brought the aether. That's why he was seeing things in thin air, because he was connected to the spirit. And I submit that this is the knowledge of the sine wave. This is the knowledge of the sun wave. This is the ecliptic. It is the sun's path, the light of the world. And this is the journey of Hercules going through his 12 labors, Arthur with his 12 knights, the 12 tribes of Judah, the 12 cranial nerves, the 12 bodily systems. And this is the knowledge that the gatekeepers, the Pharisees, the scribes, the lawyers wanted to stop. because
Yes.
again, this is the wilderness John the Baptist went out to. This is the heavens. So this is the starry knowledge.
Yeah, and when we speak, I spoke of Atlantis. I did some gematria a while ago. Ancient. It was the ancient at Mumra dynasty, 261. John Fitzgerald Kennedy Jr., 261.
No,
the
JR.
United States. Excuse me,
you
JR. The United
Yeah.
States of America, 261. You have the seed of Christ, 261. Number of a man, Donald Trump, 261. He who created the universe, 261. So it goes back to that whole sort of sapmic, which I think that's where we're being led, folks. Yes, I think when you mention King Arthur and you mention Atlantis and you mention the seed of Christ, the beginning, the Alpha, the Omega, it is just, I've been in tears so many times when you start connecting these dots. It's just so beautiful when it goes back to the sapmic.
And if I can just interject here, and thank you, and I agree with you 100%, and Colleen and I both do, and you know, this is the thing about Michael was touching on this earlier about wearing the armor of God, and you know, and this is what holds us back inside is fear. And fear is just false evidence appearing real. People live in fear because people live in their left brain. God has no presence in your left brain. That's how much he loves us, that we have that, you know, his children are able to be completely free. This is freedom. This is the gift of freedom. William Wallace saying that if we don't have freedom, that doesn't matter whatever else we have in our life. We have nothing if we don't have freedom, because that is God's creation. We possess free will. And if you don't exercise your free will, someone will exercise it for you, and then they're exercising you. And this is the whole point of all of this, is that when you begin to do the work, when you become active in your life, when you get off your ass, when you start to actually do some research on your own, it all leads to God. It all leads to God. God is behind everything, and that Christ is that Christed energy within us that leads us home to God. And this is wearing the armor of God. This is Ephesians, 6:11. The armor of God is you partaking in the tree of life, not the tree of knowledge between good and evil. That is the duality. That's the materialistic plane. That's the brilliance of Michael talking about the currency and the river and the banks and that you're going to just flow past. You'll never see that bank again. You'll never see your money again. DE is to take away. Deposit your money to a bank. To deposit to a bank. Just to give your money away. You'll never see it again. So around the wheel you go to make more and more and more, and about a little bit, and around you go. The other path is to the right. Cast thy net to the right. Everything is about going to the right. That's the 90%. That is the tree of life. The tree of knowledge of good and evil is the duality. Is dime brain. That's the dime brain. That's where Cain can justify murdering his own brother and eating his own brother, and then that justifies all of these sick fucks that have come ever after, because they're just stuck in that left brain, the dime brain, which is no entrance. There's no entrance to the third ventricle, which is everything, which is the heart and soul. The essence of you is the third ventricle of the brain. Nobody knows about the third ventricle. It's the innermost part of you. And it is the entire essence of you. It's this journey. And the only way you can get there is cast thy net to the right. This is what Jesus taught us. This is the journey through the Holy Land. This is what the Bible teaches in every single allegory of the New Testament, through the life story and the path and the way and the light in the New Testament. Is just showing everything in every single moment is casting that right. That's wearing the armor of God. And then guess what? Here is the thing, because Colleen and I did this, and we're not special or unique or better or greater than anyone else. We were two kids from Canada that just said we got everything wrong, and we wanted to start getting everything right. We owed it to John F. Kennedy. We owed it to Robert Kennedy. We owed it to John F. Kennedy Jr. And we needed to get these things right. And the first thing it gave us was surety is God. And then God strapped the armor of God onto us. And I can't even believe, I'm sure we haven't got everything right, but I cannot believe the role that he has asked Colleen and I to play through all of this in our little humble way. But it is miraculous. And what Sabrinagal was talking about is that this is how you live your life moving forward. It is purple rain. This is the purple rain that Prince is talking about. This is raising to the third eye chakra, the sixth chakra, the journey of man, six within you, the six in-body chakras. You illuminate the pineal gland. The pineal gland which is this electrical impulse. It lights the optic thalamus. The optic thalamus is known in every single culture as one thing: the light of the world. The light of the world, Jesus Christ, the light of the world. The optic thalamus, illuminated through the pineal gland, is the light of the world. And then when you illuminate the pineal gland, it sends an electrical impulse via something called the stria pinealis. Stria straight, pinealis is from the pineal. And it then, this little ganglion of nerves goes straight across the roof of the third ventricle of the brain, which is known as velum interpositum, which is the gray rain curtain. This is the gray rain curtain of the cabal of this world. We have to open our minds up to rid ourselves of the cabal. And this ganglion of nerves runs all the way to the fornix. What's the fornix? The fornix is the furnace, and it's the stone in front of the chamber of Jesus Christ. It is the stone that sealed the chamber for 72 hours, 3 days and 3 nights. The miracle, 72, 2-7, and dark to light is 2-7 to 72, which is 9, which is the divinity, which is this perfectness by going within for 3 days and 3 nights. And then the rock rolled back and Christ rose to heaven. When you do this work, when you wear the armor of God, when you go to God completely in humility, the penitent man, only the penitent man may enter into the eastern gate of Jerusalem on hands and knees, because that's the only way you can get through that low gate, is to be penitent before God, humble before God. And when
those thorns of life that we speak of, we all go through those thorns of life that bring you closer to God, how horrific they are, but the reward afterwards is glorious, as they say.
Well, and
you never lose faith, you never lose hope. I attribute that to my mom, who always says, you never lose hope and faith.
Yeah.
And she's 100% right. And this is how we live our life, is basking in the glory of God's creation. And then it leads you to Nikola Tesla, and it leads you to Michael and Sabrinagal in Toronto, and Eugene, and it helps me to find the love of my life, Colleen and Justin. And this is what it's all about, is that when you cast thy net to the right, when you are all in with God, fear evaporates from you. We were attacked last year. We were attacked 10 times at gunpoint in our little homestead here in Mexico. And I'm so proud of Colt, because she wore the armor of God. It was it was a little scary, that the one time at 3 a.m, right outside our bedroom window, 5 meters away, but you wear the armor of God, and it gives you the strength to do these things. And then it reveals. I don't mince words about this. If I know things, I've done my research, I've studied as best I can, but it's very hard to find what is truth, and what is a lie. I find mostly what is truth by going within, and in stillness and silence, just humbly taking no thought for my life, allowing God to provide whatever. And I never ask God for anything. I never ask him, tell me about JFK, tell me about JFK Jr. When is this all going to, never, ever, ever. I would never do that before God, ask God for anything. I only accept what he provides. This is taking manna from heaven. This is the true manna from heaven. And so I just wanted to share that, because this is how we're going to live moving forward, is through the glory of God. And you never learn it all. You'll never complete your journey. You'll never grow bored. You'll never grow tired, because there's always more to learn. With God's creation, you'll never, ever, ever, ever get to the wholeness of it, but you'll connect to it, and you'll feel connected to it, and you'll feel whole and alive again, because you are connected to this stream, this flow of life.
Resonance.
Yeah, and how beautiful of an experience that God gave us an opportunity to choose any of infinite paths in whatever direction, but we speak of this convergence where it all comes back to that center point, to that space of centrality, to where we can reunite and take a step back from a space of a higher perspective and look at this beautiful tapestry that we've woven, and see how incredibly vibrant it is that we've all chosen our each unique and individual path, and no one could have chosen that path in our particular way. And then we come back together and celebrate that.
It is.
How
It's just
beautiful.
phenomenal. I have to say, I have to add this. I grew up, my father taught me Rudyard Kipling's If, when I was a little girl. And it sits on my windowsill, and I can't even make this up. It sits on my windowsill and ever has. And he passed. But when I saw that video of President Trump and If being narrated in the background, I mean, I was in tears. I was like, if I am not being called to stand up, as you say, to rise up, I don't know what is. It was just serendipity. It was synchronicity. It was blessed miracle manifestations, and you have to see those things in your life and know that you are being called in whatever capacity is. You may not even know, but that path opens up to you. And If was my calling card and still is.
And Sabrina, girl, Charlie always says everyone is called, but only a few pick up the call. And 111 is the call, by the way. But anyway, it all boils down to the Lord, which is the oil. I am the way, the truth, and the light. The reason why Colleen and Charlie have led this life, the reason why Michael, Sabrina, Toronto, Justin have led this life, is to raise up the Son of Man, to raise Jesus Christ within us. And Christ, if you look at the esoteric meaning, means oil, anointed. So to take no thought. Buddha said, you suffer. He meant that you take apart from the fruit of knowledge of good and evil, which is pain and pleasure, which is the duality, and that you will positively die, because electricity is the positive side. The other side is magnetism. It's funny enough that Negative48 said it's a two-way street, because one goes up, one goes down. And and so we must negate thought. That is the negative path. Someone take it from me.
Well, negative, positive 198. Greatest comeback ever 198. The resurrection 198. Here comes your man 198. The anointed winner 198. Elephant in the room 198. President J. Kennedy 198. The tree of knowledge and the tree of life 351. The manifestation of Jesus Christ 351. Jesus Christ is the English alphabet 351. 35 times 1 is 35.
Eternity.
So we said a few things. I had to hold back. Of course, if there's a little bit of ether between somebody stopped talking, I guarantee you Sabrinagal is going to be talking, because she is a master at timing it just perfect. So I was never going to get in. Plus, she doesn't have very good reception where she's at. So, her mom's name is Sturdy. Sturdy comes to 107, Superman 107. And not a real name or nickname. And she voted for JFK and Trump twice. And so we call Sabrinagal Sturdy's kid. So basically we call her Skid. So Skid has a tinfoil room, 218. Where we go one, we go all, 218. Pinkazi ain't going away, 218. So,
some crazy stuff going on over here, yeah.
Negative 48 drops bombs, 218. Michael Bryan drops from 218. So it's just, it's crazy. But some things were said, lean to the right, 162. The invisible man, 162. Q times 3 is 51. Like you said, area 51. A, 51. Jesus Christ, 151. See? They think they're Jesus Christ. But 51 is Michael. Michael's the defender of the kingdom. He's the one that wields the flaming sword, truth, God's word. He's the defender of the kingdom. He is, in the old book of Hebrew, Michael stands for godlike. So Michael's 51, but 51 times 3 is, 153. John Kennedy Jr., 153. The mere reflection is 351. And mere reflection is 198. President J. Kennedy, 198. Of course, you have to think mirror from 351 to get to 153, and think mirror is 153. John Kennedy Jr., 153, and 153 and 198 make 351. So just have a little fun there with my tongue twister that I never seem to screw up with. And so when Jesus started walking the earth after, he came across the 7 disciples. And he asked, how was the fishing? Fishing. I had that G in there, which is 7. And they said, not good. He said, throw the net to the right side of the boat. Of course, net comes to 39, opposite of 10, which Washington, D.C. is on 10 square miles. And Hamilton's on the $10 bill. And we have Hamilton playing on Broadway for 8 years. Why? Because he's the one that started the first bank of the United States and then the second bank of the United States, which were basically just creatures from Jekyll Island, miniaturized. That's a whole other show. But so they threw the net to the right side of the boat. Does anybody know how many fish they caught?
153.
Do you know how they were described?
Yes, of all different sizes.
No, they said 153 large fish.
Large fish, yeah.
L12, F6, 126, gold and silver, second coming Q. I mean, it's just insanity. I mean, it's so brilliant that it's insanity to us how brilliant, how insanely brilliant everything's laid out. And
the net,
what's that?
The net didn't break. They were large fish, but the net didn't break. It perfect.
Oh, and it gets better because there were 7, and 7 is God's perfect number. God's perfect number is 191. All roads to lead to Q191, but they couldn't pull it into the boat. One of them had to go to shore. Now you got 6 in the boat and 1 on shore, 61. Red tie, 61. JFK Grace, 61. Miracle, 61. U, 61. QAnon, 61. Church, 61. Grandpa, 61. Thor, 61. Hammering God, 114. Trump card, 114. You better go look at that Q on drop 1440 because that's an upside down gun. You turn it upside right. Q is going to drop the hammer. And the bullet, 72, I am alive, 72, is dark to light. Dark to light, 125. John Kennedy, 125. Which John Kennedy? It tells you right there. It says 125, 12 and 5 is 17Q. Yeah, but Q's the 17th triangular number, which is 153, and John Kennedy Jr. is 153. Yeah, they said Q was 70% military, 30% civilian, less than 10. Backwards, that's 137, because we're told to think mirror, 137, Vincent Fushka, 137. And Vincent Fushka is John Kennedy Jr., which is 153, which is 17th triangular number, which is Q. We're told to think mirror, 153. So it must be him. Well, less than 10 is 137, Vincent Fushka, 137. What storm, Mr. President? What storm is 137, Vincent Fushka, 137. But we're told to think mirror. Think mirror. Mirror 91, POTUS 91. Junior was never a POTUS. President JFK, 137. He's Q. See how it all works out?
Then if JFK 2735 is Q, then can we attribute the R post to Junior?
Yeah, because R follows Q.
Yeah.
So you have Q 17, Q17, R18. You got 35. 3 and 5 is 8. 8's infinite. You got the Invisible Man, and then you got Russia, 261, John Kennedy Jr., 261. Or you have, we can do more later. It's just, I mean, we can't drop all the bombs here. And,
why not?
Because we don't have enough time. There's a ton of bombs. Just trust me, that little magic carpet rider down there, she's got some bombs she can drop on you, but it's not going to happen today. I can guarantee you that. But see, there's other things that came up to rise up. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Two, rise up. Well, 2 is 35. 35 rise up. And 2 rise up, or 35 rise up, comes to 173, which is most high. 173. And we had talked about the 153, and then we talked about throw the net to the right side of the boat, lean to the right, 162, because the right side of the brain. And then we had Donald Trump in a little movie called Home Alone. He runs into Colleen McCulkin runs into him.
Yeah.
And asks where the bathroom is. You remember?
No.
Oh, yeah. Colleen McCoken runs into Donald Trump in the movie Home Alone, and he asks where the bathroom is. And Donald Trump says, down the hall and to the left. Not to the right, to the left. Well, see, down the hall and comes to 141, Mr. President 141. And to the left comes to 111, which is Father, Son, Holy Ghost. So if anybody tells you that Donald Trump was asked by the military a couple of years ago before he ran to run for president, they're a normie, okay? They don't understand what's going on here because Oprah asked Donald Trump if he was ever going to run for president. And Donald said, probably not 91-49. Hey, Oprah, ask him again and see what he really said. hey, Donald, you think you're ever going to run for president? POTUS, yes, 91-49. Go figure. That was 33 years ago. In the 33rd prime, there was 137. Washington, D.C., 137. Vincent Fusca, 137. Richard Nixon, 137. President JFK, 137. Motocross, 137. The little avatar there on my old Twitter page. And by the way, it was Richard Nixon that was there to appoint all the Russian or the Nazis, to the Food and Drug Administration, where most of them went, because natural flavors and spices is really code words for drugs and chemicals. Because just call up that 800 number and ask them someday, well, if it's natural flavors and spices and you list all the other spices, how come, what are these natural spices? What are they? They'll never tell you because they're never told.
Incredible. Michael, is there any chance that two things here? First, are we right to make the leap to Ayn Rand, Atlas Shrugged, and using the term John Galt and being John Galted, and the connection there? And is there a chance, is there a hope that Tesla was John Galted? Is Tesla still with us?
Well, there's been a lot of talk about that. I don't know, because I know the word impossible is I'm possible, or MAGA possible, because I'm is 22 and MAGA is 22. So, what we're learning now is beyond craziness. And down the hall and to the left is 252, and you get to separate. It makes it 25 and 52, and 25 and 52, 77, Christ 77. So Trump knew. He knew. He was telling us, down the hall and is 141, Mr. President 141. I am the storm 141. Anytime two or more gather, I am there. I am the storm. And to the left is 111, which is the star at 111. There's 111 days left to go after 9/11. It's the foundation of the Osiris Dick clocks, 111 feet. Vaccination 111. It's total insanity what we're finding out. And how things were right in our face, and they were talking to you subliminally, because 90% of your brain knows A, B, C, 1, 2, 3. See, because Michael Jackson 124, A New Beginning 124. Interesting. Junior's plane crash is 7/16/99. 7 plus 1 is 8. 8 plus 6 is 14. 14 and 99 is 113. Our election was on 11/3. That's interesting. Michael Jackson's last concert called This Is It. This Is It comes to 113. George Bush died on 11/30, 113. Kobe Bryant died in a helicopter crash. Helicopter 111, vaccination 111, buried in Corona, California. Wait a minute. Vaccination 111, buried in Corona, California. What the hell's going on here? Let's go look at this helicopter crash. Oh, you mean the yard sale and the ugly grass called the field with lots of crap all over, but no helicopter motor? Yeah. Kobe Bryant, Kobe 33, Bryant 80, 113. 113? You mean like not true 113? Kobe Bryant didn't die in that helicopter? That's not Michael Jackson's last concert? Junior didn't die in that plane crash? Our election's not true? Go figure. It's just amazing what it'll tell you, And George H.W. Bush, not in that casket. See, Trump Trump would never, I mean, never, ever, ever, ever go to that funeral. When you look straight down on it, the tiles were circular and there was a dark tile right there. It said Q. He's surrounded by Q. And of course, he's not in there. Of course, the flag's all wrinkled and upside down, you know, saying that America's under distress and he's a piece of crap like McStain. We don't say his name, who died at 81 because he was never going to be 82 because he went by Maverick and Maverick's 82 and he was a problem. So he died at 81 because problem's 81. Amazing how this stuff works. And so Trump goes to a funeral, hands out some golden tickets. That's what we like to call them. Hillary reads hers she holds it up like she's instructed to hold it up. Kind of like the mayor of New York, Cuomo or whatever his name, the governor, whatever he is, de Blasio's the mayor, whatever. He's wearing those nipple rings, you know, in his white shirt because Trump told him, you know, you're so proud of those nipple rings in those movies you wear, you know, with the kids. Why don't you wear those nipple rings? Kind of like the Pope had to wear his red shoes when he had to, you know it all. And Charlie, I just want to let, you know, Toronto and Brice, who's going to listen here closer, because they've heard me say this one word, same with Sabrinagal. They've heard me say the word womb man. Charlie, you know anywhere I could have heard that maybe 2 years ago, maybe on a channel called Freak or something Charlie Freak. Did I hear that from you? Is that where I learned it? Just go ahead and nod your head and say yes. Just say yes, because that's where I learned it. I learned it from you. So I just want to let those guys know where, you know, credit's due. Like prostitutes, I got that from Dr. Craig Paul Roberts, who was the economist for Reagan, this first, you know. But vertical meat suits 198, that's mine, okay?
I like that one.
But I like to give credit where credit's due, and so I just want to make sure I got that fit in. But right.
Can I interject here just for a sec? So,
absolutely, because I was lost anyway.
okay, Trump's inauguration. Hillary Clinton is trying to find her seat, and as she's climbing.
Are you talking about she's walking up the stairs and Lou's there on the left, which is Onassis's kid?
Yes.
And she sees maybe Waldo with the red and white hat?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
Where's Waldo? I don't know, the bald guy that walked right down Constitution Avenue behind, maybe by the looks of those legs, maybe Princess Diana? In a Tiffany blue coat?
No way.
Maybe Way, because Way is 49, which is yes.
Wow.
Wait, this is a Trump movie. You haven't seen nothing yet.
We got to tell him a little bit about. So yeah, we did that research. I was looking at some photos and I thought, could it be? Could it be? And we found the Princess Diana Memorial Walk. It's this beautiful plaque there in England along where her walk is. And above the plaque, where it says Princess Diana of Wales, is a blue rose, the Order of the Blue Rose. And you just start connecting the dots. Toronto, tell us about Princess Diana.
Yeah, so when I was researching, let me just give you a little bit of history of when I came across Patrick Bouvier Kennedy on Twitter. It was actually I had seen him on Facebook before, but because of the war that broke out last fall in Armenia with Azerbaijan, I started getting more active on Twitter, and there he was. And George Papadopoulos, who is a member of the President Trump advisory at the time, had tweeted about ending the war and to for the United States of America to admit and to acknowledge the genocide of the Armenians. And Patrick retweeted it and had typed out that if they just declassed the JFK files, this current genocide would never have happened. Oh. And I kind of went, what? What does Armenia have to do with JFK? What's he talking about? And then down the rabbit hole I went. I'm searching our Armenian connection to JFK. There I found that Lady Di was actually part Armenian as well from her grandmother's side. There's so much research out there about it, and that she just decided to keep it, in the down low because of obvious reasons. But yeah, that's kind of how I made that connection of Lady Di having Armenian roots. And then meeting Michael and Sabrinagal on Telegram shortly after. Obviously, with the connection with the Armenian and JFK was that his grandmother was Armenian. So William Wallace married an Armenian lady named Mary, who was actually the grandmother of JFK. So there's a connection there too.
Wow.
Fantastic.
Wow, thanks for all of that.
I'm watching the bearded one back there with the big old smile, Eugene. By the way, the bearded one, 114, trump card 114, hammering God 114, frequency 114. Let me see, JFK truth 114, JFK Junior 114. Truth obviously is dad. JFK Truth 114, trump card 114. Man, I'll tell you what, hammering God 114, the bearded one back there, the bearded one 114, laughing with that red hat, just smiling. I mean, Eugene wants more bombs. It's a joy to watch his face.
Well, I will say this. I'm so glad.
I got one for you. Now, this is one I don't have. This is Sabrinagal. So, Sabrinagal, can we touch around this a little bit? Why the Vatican is in one, that little fenced area, why it's there? That's like letting the cat out of the bag a little too much, isn't it?
I wish I had my notes in front of me, but I think, if we
Charlie,
go back.
do you know why? Do you know why the church was shoved into this little circle and not all over the place? Or who's responsible for that? Who kept it from being spread out all over, heaven's creation? Do you know, Charlie? Oh, are you in for a surprise?
Oh, goodness. Well, I don't know how much you're going to tell, but.
Well,
no, but I think it's
Il Donaldo Trumpo instead of El Donaldo Trumpo, because we're talking about Italy versus, El Donaldo Trumpo, EL. We're talking about IL. You're going to be blown away, I can tell you that much.
Yeah, it's interesting when you start reading more about Patrick and you start learning who's who. I think you know who Donald Trump's father is in actuality. We know that it's General Patton.
He's in the plane crash, 716. 7 is G, 16 is P, General Patton, George Patton.
Yeah, so in 1929, the Lateran Treaty was a component of the Lateran Pacts of 1929, and those were agreements between the Kingdom of Italy under King Victor Emmanuel III and the Holy See under Pope Pius.
Wait, are you actually going to go all the way there?
I'm not going to go all the way. I'm just going to say that
I was just checking.
Mussolini Il Duce, was responsible for having this treaty signed. And it was basically to establish the Vatican, to hold them in place, essentially. They knew that these guys needed a spot of their own, right? Or they were going to take over the world. That's what the Holy Roman Empire has been. So Mussolini himself paid money, his own money, to kind of create the Vatican as we know it. Because I think it was an attempt to hold it back. It's quite interesting what we've been taught about these players, especially in World War II. And if you dig deep, what you find out, some of the things that they have done were not what we were taught. So that's like a whole nother subject. And I know it's a very touchy thing to discuss, right? I see Eugene. Yeah, it's like,
The cul-de-sac of cul-de-sacs.
Yeah, it's like, I've got an uncle who's 87 who's fascinated with World War II. And I'm like, you're going to have to throw all your books away. And he would die to throw all of his history books away, especially for World War II.
Because
But
he's
if you're-
married, he's married to that stuff. He has no idea what reality is.
He'll be
can't believe you
devastated.
went- I can't believe you went as far as you went so far already.
I know. Well, that's enough. But, it's just fascinating, guys. I just encourage everyone to read Patrick's stuff. I mean,
Trust me, you're going to be blown away when
he is
she
giving
unleashes
us
the
an
truth.
education. He's just been phenomenal to do this. And it's right in front of our eyes. Who's partaking? There's no excuse. It's right there. So that'll be another show, guys. I'm here with you. I'm happy to talk more about it.
Oh, any time. Thank you so much. And then Michael dropped earlier a connection between Il Donaldo and Elvis.
Oh yeah, we got. We say on our channel, it's in your face, and of course, it's is 48, which is evil, evil in your face. But nobody can see it. That's why I'm negative 48, negative evil. And it's just amazing how it's all coded with the these people are crazy. 223 and 2 and 2 is 4, and then 43 is DC, and the 43rd prime is 191, and it's just amazing. It's like Trump. I was following Trump. I was watching him. To give you the truth. Here's the truth. Okay, I started waking myself up back in 2002. Well, before that, Art Bell and all that stuff, but really was studying stuff, reading some stuff in 2002. Of course, 22 is MAGA, and 22 spelled out as 165, resurrection 165. Just go figure, right? And of course, 22 and 165 is 187, and we President Christ. It's just stupid. Whole life stupid coded. And so I started doing all this reading, and now I'm trying to remember what I was going to say. Dang it! Shoot.
We were tying it in with Trump and Elvis and evil in plain sight. So they
Yeah.
put
So I had the 40,000 foot view on the swamp, and I predicted the housing crash in 2005. 3 years before it happened, because it was just obvious. The day it was a Friday. I'm driving down Tacoma Avenue, going east in Tacoma, Washington. I look over under the awning. There's a Washington Mutual Bank machine there. Going, how in the hell do they have any money in that thing? And on Monday, it was Chase Bank. I had my finger on the pulse pretty good, right? And so when Trump gets elected, I'm pretty awake, and I'm thinking, not when he got elected, but when he won the nomination, I'm thinking, okay, now we get to pick a convict and a clown. That's where I was. That's where I started. Now I know he's a 5D chess master genius that's just a shark in a goldfish tank, and the more orange men bad you throw at him, the stronger he gets. It's just insanity, how he just enjoys the living crap out of it. It's not, oh my God, how can he take it? Are you kidding me? He's loving it. He's eating food. Orange man bad at food. And so it's just unreal where we can come from a point A and get to a point B on any subject if we would just study it. And so I just watched him and studied him because he was on Twitter. I'd never had a social media account. My first app ever in my life was this year. It's called Telegram. No kidding. That's how unconnected to the world I was in that form, in that way. And so I had no digital footprint. So everybody's trying to look up who I am because of this voice, and everybody thinks I'm junior, and it's just insanity. And nobody can find me, and I know way too much. And it all just is crazy. And then, of course, everything's coded. The codes are just unreal. So that's where you can come from. And I remember what I was saying earlier about the anonymous, or he said anonymous. He said it 4 times. And he's got to switch the N and the M in anonymous. He said it the day before perfectly. This is Trump speak. This is Trumpology as Tom numbers, and Tom is 48. So Tom 48 and negative 48 get together, we're zeroed out. And he's switching the N and the M, like in Christian, as in Christ I am. See, man is 28, 2 and 8 is 10, 0 means nothing. 1 is who again? I is 9. Wait, you're talking blasphemy now. You're talking about you being high. Trump said he's going to bring power back to the people. Just add it up, folks. Something's going on. People are going to realize how powerful they are. Human coil, Tesla coil, human 57, Tesla 57. Interesting. We're way more powerful than we realize. And Charlie, you might get ready. You might start getting ready to asking for stuff. The only time I asked is when I was really sick. I was really sick. I couldn't eat, couldn't sleep for days. And I finally asked for help. I'd never asked either. I'd always asked for everybody else, just like you. But I got really sick, and so I asked for help for the first time ever from the man above. And as far as ether goes, we're going to have a show on Great Falls, Montana. The falls doesn't exist anymore. The water's not there. So is it great? Because right after that, he went to Great Britain Falls? He went and walked in front of the Queen after he was at Great Falls, Montana. What's he saying? What's Trump saying when he was at that rally? That whole rally is stupid coded. We'll talk about it next time because there's a lot of information in there. I don't know where the conversation is going to go today, but that's a whole nother deal, where he, goes and raises, yeah, just leave it. I'll just let it sit and wait for a while because it's good. Yeah.
Well, it's going to marinate.
I'll just say when he was done raising money from NATO, he had $530 billion. And COVID's 53, the weekend of the Super Bowl, February 6th, February 7th, God 26, JFK 27. Yeah, 53. Yeah, it's pretty interesting what you find out when you start matching some stuff up.
Miracle. Yeah, it's a
Yeah, it's a miracle. Yeah, 48 a miracle because it's is 48. I'm telling you, there's something about that 48, because I got it from following Trump. I was watching him, I was studying him. I was like, what's he doing hiring these swamp monsters? But I didn't, really realize how bad it was. I mean, I knew the left, right, and bad. And I knew that he didn't get to pick who he wanted. He was surrounded by swamp monsters because the RNC surrounded him with swamp monsters. This isn't about the DNC being bad. Trump said left, bad for 5 years because your perception of reality is left, right. And he can't tell you the truth. You can't handle the truth. Eugene wanted to know a question earlier about, how come, we don't know this or that, or what's Trump doing, or power, or how come it hasn't stopped, whatever. Well, our advantage, even you were saying it, Charlie, about how these guys are psychopaths and they just always go forward. They only got one plan. Well, we know what plan they have. They're predictable. And that's why in the art of war, as long as you know your enemy and you know yourself, you know exactly when you can pull the trigger, when you got all the tools. And we'll go over some of those tools later on another show on what Trump used to kick their butt with financially, why the unemployment rate went lower. And remember what he said. The women's unemployment rate was the only one that wasn't at a record low. I mean, black youth, non-high school diploma, month after month after month, lower. Everything was lower. And he said Rosie the Riveter, he didn't say Rosie the Riveter, but the unemployment rate was really low for women because during World War II, Rosie the Riveter was working and the unemployment rate was really low. Trump said, we'll break that one too. Will promises made, will promises be kept, because in the future, we're going to break that. He knows exactly what he's doing. And he's beyond a shark and goldfish tank. He's just a damn genius. Of course, he's got some help. He's the right-hand man of who again? Because who is the beginning and the end, 23 and 23? I mean, it is unreal. where we're at, what we find. And people go, are we there yet? Are we there yet? And I tell them, you're in my car. I tell you, get the hell out of my car. You know, if you don't understand what's going on, you're just a big giant kid. Are we there yet? When's it going to end? When's it going to get the hell out of my car? I don't even want to hear that crap. Because just do some research, find your little area, your little niche that you're good at, and then talk to other people about what they're good at and share information. You'll find out what's going on. But a lot of people haven't, and there's just so many that found out fascinating information. You know, obviously Toronto was called because she's Armenian, and she knew plenty. And then all of a sudden, she knew what? All this? And then it was just dive city. It was once she started learning, it was just dive city. Isn't that right, Toronto?
Well, yeah, and also too, Michael, like you always say, nothing happens until people are either excited or pissed. And for me, it was this fire in my stomach. I tell Sabrinagal all the time, I'm like, since I was born, I've never even been to Armenia. But there was this like pain in the pit of your stomach, like just hearing the history, and nobody cares, nobody's looking, they're all alone. And now when that tweet happened, it was like, it's go time for me. Just like it was, you know, for Sabrinagal, it was like, okay, I literally shut down my business. See you later. I want to know more. You have to be thirsty for the knowledge to do the research. And I think there was a Q post that says like, God woke you up for a reason. So until these people get pissed, I don't think they're going to get excited so much, but then they're going to want to know, okay, what's happening? What's going on? Like, this isn't about Corona. This isn't about Biden, Trudeau, or whoever else. And then it's like, where do you start? You know, the world has been stolen from humanity since Genesis. This is literally the battle of which bloodline is going to inherit the earth, right? That's what it goes down to. And how do you tell that to the average person? I leave my house sometimes and I have all this information in my head, and you see a neighbor and it's just like, are we living in the same world? Do you know what I know? And it's like, how do we even start telling these people? And I think that's where they shut down. And of course, like you said earlier, fear kicks in, and average person wants reasoning. Well, there's no reasoning. There's no reasoning in hell. That's what that is, right? And I think God allowed evil for a season, but hey, it's end time, it's harvest time, it's coming, and the storm is about to make landfall. So these people are going to have to wake up to all of it. Yeah.
Trump said he did that video where he's holding in the picture of the video, he's holding that little kid in the suit that says Trump, you know, with the red tie and the white shirt and the blue coat. And that's just the picture. But it's a 5-minute, 49-second video, and he made it the night before the election, and said, this video will get Donald Trump elected. Now, he could have played that every day and blown, you know, the vision that people had out. Trump won the election 75-25 over Hillary. The military let Hillary win the popular vote because they needed them to think they were strong, and we needed to let them think their computers were stronger than our computers, and that's not the case. And he won this election 80-20. Because a guy that does a couple circle jerk events with, you know, a couple circles and 20 people at each one, and can't say 10 words without screwing up 58 times in his basement, heals up Harris for, you know, can't get 2% of the vote. And this is what took down Trump. World record boat rallies, one after the other, with, you know, 100-mile car rallies, you know, hats, T-shirts, flags, 5 rallies a day sometimes, and Biden doesn't even, you know, I mean, really? People, well, you want to try again in 2024. Like, what does he got to do to win over this, you know, let's face it, Joe Shot guy, this 1% Joe guy, this sleepy Joe guy, this creepy Joe guy, this low energy Joe guy. Every name's got 2 E's, 5 loud. But can't you hear him talking to you? Let's face it, Joe's shot. So, you know, if you don't understand how Trump talks, maybe you ought to maybe start listening a little closer or something. But I'll tell you, the only time I ever saw him got emotional was on his initials, 41020, DJT, on Resurrection Weekend last year. Now he said unforeseen problem when he was first asked about coronavirus, unforeseen problem 203, and we all know zero means nothing, fake's 23. How do we know fake's 23? Well, it's in the plane crash. 71699. 7 could be 6 and 1, FA in the alphabet. 16 could be 11.5 KE. It's fake. I mean, it's right there in the plane crash. Junior didn't die in a plane crash. So anyway, I mean, the election's in there. I told you, JFK Jr. lives in there. JFK Jr. is alive, 132. 7 plus 1 plus 6 plus 99 plus P plus C, 132. JFK Jr. is alive, 132. And so Trump, I got to get back on pace here. Oh, shoot. I hate it when I do that.
We were going over the election results, and you were just saying,
yeah.
Hillary.
Yeah, I mean, what do we got to do here? When you win 80-20 over Biden with the non-radioactive isotope watermarks, we know exactly what it is, but he can't come out and tell the people the truth right now. They're not ready for the truth. They got to have the cabal has to lose every day just a little bit, and every day they're psychopaths. They think they can win. At the end of the day, he has to leave them thinking they can win every day until he gets them down to the right size to where he can take them down once and for all. Because if they're at full strength day one, can't wake people up day one. They just start killing people. They would just start killing people everywhere. Can't have that. So he has to wait till they're as weak as possible. He has to get all of us educated and trained. We are the news now one day. Who do you think's going to tell the story? The prostitutes, the horse for 1% globalist pimps? Not a chance in hell. They're going to be Gitmo Garden fertilizer before it's all over. And you have Trump literally telling you on election night, sorry to keep you waiting. Complicated business. Complicated. Of course, it's all coded like crazy, like you've heard earlier, and it's just insane how smart he is and how good all these guys and how flawless he is. But I saw him get emotional that Friday. That day. It was Good Friday. It was 4/10/20. DJT, his initials. It was Resurrection. Do you hear that? Oh shoot! I'm not trying to go anywhere. I'm not even moving. My route has been updated. So anyway, Trump gets emotional on that day. He's talking about open up the country for coronavirus, right? Nonsense. He just called it fake with unforeseen problem 203. I can't wait to tell you, Charlie, what he's really saying there. But behind closed doors where nobody else can hear, Colleen and Justin and Eugene can hear, but just not the audience because it's just not time for that kind of a bomb yet. But he's talking about opening up the country. It's Resurrection Weekend. He's taking the kids out of the ground. He got emotional. If you look at him really close on 4/10/20, when he talks about opening up the country, that's what he's talking about. This is how Trump talks. That's the only time and you've got to look close because he's kind of like the Man of Steel 107, but he's not Superman. There's another Superman. His name is JFK. Man, I'm telling you what, this is one crazy story, isn't it?
The craziest.
So there's no such thing as gravity in Tesla's world. And the kids are off planet, but they're not on another planet. They're on like a 20-mile wide spaceship. And they've been in med beds, and we have med beds. They've kept them from us forever. They're not 1980 technology, 2001 technology. They're from a different place, people. People have been around for 100,000 years more than us. What kind of technology were we going to have in 100,000 years? Q said, well, first somebody on the board said, are we alone? And Q said, Consider the vastness of space, Q, which means no, hell no, we're not alone. So we have help. The bad guys have help. They can't do anything. Our good guys can't do anything. It's up to us. Christ within me. Christ I am. Go figure. That's going to turn some heads, isn't it? That's what the Gematria says. Man 28, anointed 82. 9 most high, I is 9. Me, myself, and I. Trump says he's going to bring power back to the people. Power 77, Christ 77. We have the power 174. Trust the plan 174. We have the glory 174. Trust the plan 174. Yes, John Kennedy 174. Now here's one that might throw you a little bit, because this is a Trump movie. And you don't know who's an asset and who's a liability, but here we go. You'll find out 174. Stormy Daniels 174. Trust the plan 174. You'll find out 174. Holy crap, what's that one all about? Who knows? I mean, who knows what people are going to find out on that one? I mean, this is one, and then her name's Stormy. I mean, come on, people. Where we go when we go all 218? WWG1, WGA 85, Storm 85. Mr. President 141, I am the storm 141. Start shoring up that I and that Christ within me theory, doesn't it? We are the storm.
Well,
WWG1, WGA worldwide 198. We are the news now 198. Get it?
yeah. And what did Nikola Tesla, how did Tesla describe the Earth? He said that the Earth is a Tesla coil. And he said that,
absolutely.
Therefore, we are a Tesla coil. And that is the power of the power, and that is the raising of this eternal life force within. So then, the power and the truest sense of the word is therefore within us, and this is why in the Bible Jesus teaches that you will do greater things than I, and that's why He is the light of this world. He is the way, because He was the truth. And that truth leads you within, and that truth leads you to the light within. And once you generate that light within, then this is the Tesla coil rising. And Sabrinagal was talking about it earlier. I can't remember if Toronto did as well, and Michael touched on it as well. And you talk about the plains natives of the Americas being talked about as the chosen one, and there's
Yes.
and a lot of people talking about the America being the Holy Land. Well, again, if you look at it, the Holy Land is in America. All you have to do is look at the Mississippi, and when you compare it to the Holy Land, and you see the Sea of Galilee, which of course is a circuit skull, and the Jordan River, which is a spine, to the Dead Sea, which is the sacrum, that is human physiology. That is the essence of us from the root Muladhara chakra to the third eye chakra, creating the crown. And if you look, just take your time and observe it, and it'll blow you away. But if you look at the Mississippi River, as it rises back up into Minnesota, and it goes into those granite hills, it curves back over to the left, and it creates basically the Sea of Galilee. And
Would it be like a question mark?
Like a question mark.
No, I mean, this is a serious answer, because question marks 163 make America great again 163.
For sure it does. And then the dot at the base is in the Gulf of Mexico is the sacrum, and that is where New Orleans sits in Louisiana. And if you look at it, there is human physiology 101.
It's the Kundalini ascension. And it's just phenomenal. I mean, I started being a fan of ancient aliens. You know, I'm such a dork, but you know, when you start looking at Peru and the Nazca lines and the pyramids, the Mayan pyramids, and I know you're all exposed to that, go all the way down South America, from Mexico through Central America down, and they found remnants of artifacts that look Sumerian in Latin America. You know, like, what is that doing there? I have friends from Peru who we were discussing the Incas, yet there was a civilization pre-Inca that were Homo capensis. When you see artifacts or artwork of the Mayans, you see the elongated skulls like the Homo capensis. So it's also fascinating to think of, you know, who came first? Is the ancient world really the Americas? Is the Mississippi River really Mesopotamia? You know, and they changed our histories. They took everything away and against denouncing these cultures because they thought they were superior to them.
You can't leave truth. If you leave a thread for them, if they left a thread of truth for us, then we can climb out of hell. So when Batman in the trilogy of movies that was Christopher Nolan did, which in my opinion is encoding many things, one of which are the Kennedys and Junior, but you can't, you know, all you can do is give them false hope with this, you know, one particular rope, but it's false hope because there's no truth. You can't leave a sliver of truth for us because we are ingenious. And in time, when as the Bible teaches that if we are ever our sovereignty is ever taken away from us and we're thrown into prison, the first thing that will happen is that God will come to us. God will come to us that is free, powerfully. So never fear incarceration. Never fear fear. Fear is false evidence appearing real. Be strong within you, in you. Everything.
Well, it's the mind that surpasses. If you remember Dumas's The Count of Monte Cristo. I think he found God when he was incarcerated. You know, I that's another one. I know it's an old one and people don't think it's relevant, but it's more than relevant. And Jim Caviezel's portrayal of the Count of Monte Cristo was just phenomenal. You know, that's a whole nother subject matter. He found God, he found Christ through that priest that was living incarcerated with him and showed him that your mind is more powerful than your body. And that can survive anything, any atrocity that you're going through.
Mind over matter, they say, right? And yeah,
Completely.
Monte Cristo is one of my favorites. And let's talk about the Kundalini a little bit more. Let's talk about snakes. Let's talk about G. G is the 7th letter, right? You go around twice, it's 33. It's the vertebrae. It's your spine when you're inducted. And I love that you said, 48, that Mamba was still alive, like Kobe Bryant was still alive, because Mamba is the snake. It's the serpent.
Yes.
Which is the septenary knowledge. And this is perfection, as 48 says. God intervention, as Charlie says. I like to say God interception. I like that sept word. But anyway, this is the 7 disciples you were talking about. This is the 7 chakras. This is the 7 planets, Michael being the sun, the light of the world. This is the subtle body. So in the zodiac, the first 7 represent the subtle body, and the 5, the minor. That's why we have 7 major keys and then 5 minor. And even just the word S-even, 7, it's such a great word.
Well, you said 7 and 5, magic wand 75.
Yes, sir.
Trump said, you know, Barack Obama said we're going to need a magic wand to create manufacturing jobs. 75, magic wand. Tax day 75. 150th of the year, American Dream 105. Yeah. So, I mean, there's a lot going on in Snake 50, America 50, Nazi 50, Chiefs 50, 200. 200 spelled out comes 132. Princess Diana 132. JFK Jr's alive 132. 132, 132, 264. The freaks come out at night 264. Not you two. Not freaks. Carpenters. 200, 100, 100 Carpenters. Ain't it great?
It's amazing. And I would like to add that the Nag Hammadi texts are often called the snake texts. And I would like to read from that Gospel of Thomas. The last two sevens I'll drop is verse 77. Jesus said, because Charlie was saying God is everywhere, he is. Jesus said, I am the light over all things. I am all. From all came forth, and to me all attained. Split a piece of wood, I am there. Lift up a stone, and you will find me there. That's all I have to say.
Yeah, we were talking earlier about, pyramids in a different location in the Middle East. They're steeper. Aren't they steeper? That means they're not 7-Eleven. Are they 8-11? Trump 88? Purple 88? J. Kennedy 88? Are they 9 feet tall for every 11 feet wide? 99 most high, 99. I don't know that ratio on those pyramids in South America, but they're steeper. They're not the same as the 7-Elevens.
And in Armenia and in Bosnia, we're finding pyramids. I know Toronto can tell you about the pyramids in Armenia, Antarctica. Were they on the ley lines? Were they a source of energy? I recently saw that the pyramid could have been a source for water, for electricity. There's so many theories, which makes it even more exciting.
There was electricity before there were wires.
Oh, absolutely. They reverse engineer everything, because remember, they don't create, they steal and they pervert. So what they've always done is take the miracle creation by those who've gone within, and no one takes credit for it, because it just comes through the Father. And then they steal it, they put their stamp on it. What they do is they reverse. They're reavers. These are the reavers that feed upon us, and they reverse engineer everything, and that is precisely how they do. So they put up wires so that then you can put up meters and gauges, and then it's just a shit show.
They're the gatekeeper.
Yes.
It's funny how the Chinese Olympics run 8808. 24 spelled out, 167, enjoy the show. Up until just recently, you'd say, Surrey, how far is it from Shanksville, where Flight 93 flies? How far is it from Shanksville, Washington, D.C.? Oh, approximately 167 miles by car, 167, enjoy the show. Plane crashed at, 10:03? 0 means nothing? Bullshit, 103? Trust me, there's no plane there, because they couldn't find two 6-inch round, 12-foot long titanium rods wrapped in steel. Tennis shoes don't disappear and vaporize. Seat cushions don't vaporize. It vaporizes. We just got to leave everybody there. The coroner gets there after 20 minutes. Well, there's no blood here. I'm out. Go look at the divot, the natural divot. It's got the 3-foot weed in it. They right there in front of your face. There's a 3-foot weed in the divot, freaks. Not you two. I'm just having fun with you.
But it's so perfect, Michael. And then again, this goes to the heart of what Michael says when get out of my car. If you continue to say, are we there yet?
Get the F out of my car.
It's just insanity, the stuff that they put out there. But because somebody on Channel 3 or Channel 4 or Channel 7 or Channel 8 or whatever says it, then you just believe it. And
wait, you mean on ABC always bull crap?
Yeah.
Or NBC nothing but crap? Or maybe it's on MSLSD. British bull crap, BBC. Yeah, all of them are the same thing.
Communist News Network?
Yeah, CNN. N is 14 and 14, which is 5. C is 3 times 55. Resurrection 165. N is 28, and then you have C is 331. The 31st prime number is 127. Tower 1, Tower 2, Building 7. You don't think they put any thought into this crap? It's unreal what these guys think of and what they do.
So Michael, a question again. Answer it to the degree that you feel you're comfortable in doing so. But when we take a look at such a polarizing event as 9/11, and we look at the time frame from then till now, how active were the White Hats on 9/11, and what kind of role do you think that they were playing on 9/11 in terms of?
Well, yeah, what they really wanted to do, what they didn't get away with.
Yeah.
So you have Flight 77. 7 and 7 is 14. 1 and 4 is 5. Then you have Flight. One. 75. 175. 1 plus 7 is 8. 8 and 5 is 13. 1 and 3 is 4. Then you have Flight 93. 9 and 3 is 12. But 1 and 2 is 3. Then you have Flight 11, which now you got 15, 14, 13, 12. But over here you got 5, 3, 2, 1. Or 5, 3, 2. 5, 4, 3, 2. What was number 1 going to be? Did we stop it? Damn right we did. So yeah, we had a role. They won't tell you the truth. And none of those planes hit shit.
Yeah.
Aluminum doesn't cut through steel like that. I'm in demolition, okay? And give me an airplane wing. I got some demolition to do. I got some stuff to tear down. That won't do crap. It's just a little skin around the frame so it'll displace air. A bird hits it, screws it up, just screws it up. You think you're gonna go through 2.5 inch wide, and 2.5 inch wide over here, box beam steel with an airplane wing? That thing would have glued itself to the side of the building and fell to the ground, the wing.
And how about Trump's comments on the day, right? Trump went out of his way to make himself heard on 9/11, and then what did he say? He said, "I know the blueprints for that building. I know the people that designed that building. I know what that building was designed to withstand." And so what they're telling us can't possibly be the way, because it was designed to handle multiple strikes. That's Trump on 9/11.
Yeah, well, he went there after the bombing in 93. Remember, there's your 93, and 9 and 3 is 12, and 1 and 9 is 10. You got 22, MAGA 22, and then they seeded your consciousness with Osama bin Laden, who was a CIA asset, who was running the Mujahideen for Mika Brzezinski's dad, Agnew Brzezinski, the Secretary of State. They're funding it with the poppy fields in Afghanistan that the Taliban didn't like, because their religions don't like their people growing drugs. And so we should be walking around there with flamethrowers, but no, we got 8,000 guys protecting that crap. And then they bring the crap to, they did before they had the Erdogan, failed, assassination in Turkey. They would take it to Inslik Bay, Turkey, and divide it all up. Here, Britain, here's your share of the drugs, the heroin. Here, Italy, here, Spain, here, everybody. And then we would take ours to Guantanamo Bay, Cuba. But we'd have, not just the stuff for the citizenry, so they can steal everything from their family and turn, their families into a shithole, and, in the cities that they operate into a shithole. But Big Pharma's got to get their cut. Of course, they just take a little boat ride over to Belize, Mexico, and then the CIA protects the cartel so they can run the stuff through at those fake little stops, where they check for fruit and crap 50 miles from the border. That's to catch the normies from running drugs, not to see this. The dogs are out on break when the CIA trucks come through. They run all the drugs and the kids and the money and the weapons and the black market products and the 43 different countries of people coming through the MS-13 and all that crap. They bring it all in and allow it all to come through. And catch and release. Oh my God. Okay, we'll take this kid from you, but you can go and come to court in 6 months. You and the other 900,000 people that haven't shown up yet. It was a revolving door of build a shithole. That's what it was. And Trump put a stop to it. Like I like to say, there's only one way to say it, Charlie. You know how you just have, every now and then, you just have to go for it, right? There's a new sheriff in town, and his name is Donald fucking Trump. But he ain't taking this shit no more. So you got a guy saying he's going to drain the swamp, and he's got his best friend saying, I don't care if I got to tear down the whole damn government. And they got power and money, and you think Junior's dead? Well, remember, after 24 hours, George Floyd gets 3 funerals in a week. Junior gets 24 hours, and 24 spelled out comes 167. Enjoy the show. And there's only 17 people on the boat, and they pour him out of Tiffany blue boxes into the sea, even though no Kennedy had ever been cremated. You don't cremate Catholics, and the wife and the daughter, or the sister of the wife, are Catholics, and he wasn't in the military. And you actually think this took place? People, wake the hell up. Junior's dead. There's only Q. Let me see. It was a 5-minute Q&A, right? Like 9 days after Junior hit the boards on drop 1082 on 4/8. God, I've seen that number somewhere before. 2018, 2 times 8. Let me see. 218, like Michael Bryan Prossman 218, John F. Kennedy Jr. 218. I've seen that number somewhere. So anyway, on 4/8/2018, Junior hits the boards, and of course that's just hot news, and of course it travels like wildfire. So they got to put a stop to it for the normies, but not for me, not for people who can think, and a little bit basic thinking. And they have a little 5-minute Q&A. Let me see. 5, little m, little I, little n. Don't count those in gematria. Q&A. Q17, A118, 523. What? Fake 23? F-A-K-E, fake? Yeah, it's a fake Q&A, people, because every question was a yes or no question, and Q answered it yes, no, yes, no, yes, no. Then the question is JFK Jr. alive, yes or no? There's only a Q. They don't pick the yes or the no. And it's a 5-minute Q&A. There's only a Q. And what is there's only a Q? I can't remember, but trust me, it's coded and it says bullshit on Junior being dead. And accuse him. I mean, these guys are geniuses. It's just once you get started, once you figure out something, you just keep going, and then at least I just kept going and figured it out.
Which makes you the genius that you are, Michael. And
my brain works a certain way, I guess, and I love simple numbers. I love simple math.
God's
my
great.
life is stupid code. I mean, these guys, these guys know. I mean, everything's stupid coded.
Jesus is simple.
Yeah, the truth is simple.
Yeah, and me, like you said, I hate bullies. And when I found out the who, the what, the where, the when, the why, and how, when I found out all that stuff about my president being killed by these jackasses, I knew I had to do something, because like Junior said, well, actually it was somebody else. I think it was Martin Luther King. The only thing for evil to exist is for good men to do nothing. And then I know I'm a good man, so I had to do something. And Junior said, he said, someday you could be a great man. He said, I'd rather be a good man. See, a good man is a great man. A great man's not necessarily a good man.
Nope.
And a good man, good 41, 141, I am the storm 141. 41 king, a king man, a king junior, JR 28, man 28. No, he doesn't talk in code. His mom doesn't either. You should hear what she said when she didn't want to change her clothes. I want him to see what they did to Jack. You code that out, and look at that up, and it'll blow your mind. Yeah, Jackie knew.
Michael,
I just don't know how you know, and then just let it happen. But Trump, put out a video. You got to go to my channel and watch it. And it's on there 3 or 4 times. It's not hard to find. Just look under the media. Look all through all the pictures. And you'll see Trump sitting at the Resolute desk with Ivanka on his left, NASA scientist gal on the right. And he starts it off with, He's sitting at the Resolute desk in the Oval Office. And he says, Mr. President, can you hear me? 270, 27 JFK, 2 times 70, 140 POTUS, yes. 167, King of the World, 167. That's what he told you. And then the song I Did It My Way by Frank Sinatra. Now, if you did it your way, you might be a Maverick 82, Anointed 82. And the lyrics are, I took the blow and did it my way. I did it my way. Way is yes. My is 38. Death, 38. Gold is 38, which is AU, is second coming. It, 29. 29 spelled out 149, the anointed one, his birthday. Did, 17, IQ. Her I is 9. So yes, second coming, the anointed one, Q, most high. Or I and Q, 9 and 17 is 26, God. God, the anointed one, second coming, yes. Doesn't matter which way you do it. Go watch that video. When I get to the part where it says, I took the blow and did it my way, just notice the guy tipping his hat. He's the guy right in the middle that Trump shakes his hand at D-Day, wearing the red tie. JFK Grace. Sunglasses, 136. Great Awakening, 136. There are 2 numbers, 13 and 6. I want you 6 feet away, 6 feet under. Convince your whole life your body temperature is 66.6 degrees above freezing, which is fake, but that's another day. So 13 times 6, 78. Kennedy, 78. Wearing a D-Day survivor hat. D-Day survivor, 178. Sexiest man alive, 178. The 1 times 78 is Kennedy, 78. And it's a DDS. D is 4, D is 4, that's 8. And S is 19. And 8 and 19 is 27 JFK. So that guy tips his hat right when they say, I took the blow and did it my way. Yeah. JFK D-Day hat tipper, 174. Yes, John Kennedy, 174. You'll find out 174 when you know 174. Give it up to God, 174. We shall remain free, 174. Can you dig it, 125? Dark to light, 125. John Kennedy, 125. Golden ticket, 125. Not for sale, 125. Neither one of my presidents have ever been for sale, never will be for sale. Donald Trump and JFK. Wait till you see who's going to run with Junior after he's vice president in 2028. The best is yet to come, 228. The best Kennedy to come, 228. I'm on a mission from God, 228. Blow your mind. It's a lot of fun, Charlie, trust me.
Yeah, Michael,
go ahead, sir.
You've talked about like the transition from POTUS to POTUS and how that POTUS is JFK. Yeah. I was wondering if you could elaborate on that.
Yeah, I'm glad you brought that up. Yeah, so Colleen, did they say, that's my mom's name, by the way, Colleen. Yeah, it's Colleen Protzman, CP. You know, kind of the mere reflection of plane crash. 316. Nothing can stop what is coming equals 316. What name do you think of when you hear the numbers 316? John.
I always think of the book of John.
John 3:16, the most famous Bible verse in the world. Nothing can stop what is coming, 3:16. Yeah. C3, Protzman, P16, 3 times 16, 48. Yeah. So anyway, do you remember, Colleen, when they said there was going to be a smooth transition.
Yes.
A smooth transition. A smooth 91, POTUS 91. POTUS transition? Can't have a POTUS transition from Trump to Trump. Can't have a POTUS transition from the military to Trump. Can't have a POTUS transition from, let's face it, Joe Schott to Trump. But you can have a POTUS transition from a POTUS to a POTUS. Like JFK to Trump. Wow, a 61 miracle, 61. Get ready for a miracle, Colleen.
I'm excited.
Because we're going to church 61. Thank you, Justin.
Yeah, of course.
JC, Jesus Christ.
Jay the Carpenter.
Hey, Jim Caviezel. Jim Caviezel, JC, Jesus Christ, played Jesus Christ when he was 33 years old. But see, that's not correct. His birthday is actually September 11th, 03 BC. Not on this calendar. They didn't tear down his birthday. This is the Gregorian calendar. Trump said we're going to do something we've never done before. We've gone to the Gregorian calendar, but we've never gone back to the Julian calendar. If we go back to the Julian calendar, September 11th isn't September 11th.
24th.
It'd be September 24th. And 2 and 4 is 6, 96. Trump ran on Law and Order 96. 4. Gotta give him a warning.
Your warning.
Yeah. So 96. Negative 472 is 96. And negative 48 is 95. Clark Kent 95. Clark Kent Law and Order 191. All roads to lead to Q 191. Let me see. It's a Friday, right?
24th is a Friday.
C before D. Cat before dog. Ruby cute cat. Dog Friday. CD 34, Grace 34. Interesting. Circle back. Circle 50. Back 17. 50 and 17 and 67. 67 spells out 162, the invisible man. $191. All roads to lead to Q 191. Back to the start. The beginning of the I am 191. The beginning of the end 191. The end is going to be at the beginning. The end was in Dallas. The beginning is in Dallas. 924. Where am I going? I'm going to Dallas. Let me see. 9 times 24 is 216. Negative 48, 216. If you spell it out. See, JFK was born on the 149th day of the year. 149, the anointed one. 14 and 9 is 23. 23 is I am. 2 and 3 is 5. 5 is grace. Just like the red tie says. Just like 529. 5 and 29 is 34. Just like his whole birthday. 5 plus 2 plus 9 plus 1 plus 9 plus 1 plus 7 is 34. 34 is grace. 3 and 4 is 7. 7 is God's perfect number. God's perfect number, 191. All roads to lead to Q 191. The anointed one man, because 216 is how many days are left in the year after his birthday. 6 times 6 times 6 is 216, the number of man. The anointed one man, think mirror. Man than the anointed one. Wait, his birthday was May 29th, 1917. 1917. 1 and 9 is 10. 1 and 7 is 8. 10 and 8 is 18. 666, the number of man. 529 is 34, grace. Grace, man. Think mirror. Man, grace. I mean, it was 529. 5 times 29, 145. Children first, 145. Amazing Jesus, 145. 1 and 4 is 5, 55. Boss, 55. 5 and 5 is 10. 0 means nothing, back to 1. O-N-E. O is 15, N's 14, that's 29. That's how 90% of the world writes his birthday. 29-5, and E is 5. It's in your face, and you can't unsee it once you see it. And you can only see it if the MK Ultra mind control is not kicking your ass. So cat before dog, nobody solved that problem yet. Cat, 24. 24 is 167, enjoy the show. Or it's JFK POTUS, yes. And dog,
26.
Man's best friend is dog. Think mirror. God is man's best friend. C before D, cat before dog. D-O-G, or the name of my dog, D-O-G. D-O-G. Dog, God, doesn't matter, it's 26. Cat's 24. 24 is one, spelled out as 167, enjoy the show. God, enjoy the show, God. The 24 and 26 is 30, baby's 30. A plus U plus A plus G is 30. A-U, A-G, second coming Q. 138, keep America great, 138. A-U is 22. A-G is 1 and 7, 8. 228. The best yet to come, 228. The best Kennedy to come, 228. I'm on a mission from God, 228. You get to stack the twos. Now you got 48. I don't know what day it's going to happen. No man will know the day or the time because I've already blown my guess because that's what it was, because no man will know. But 924 is quite interesting. And that's why I'm going to Dallas, because I'm on the hunt for Q.
And as you say that, it's 11:11 here in Mexico. That precise moment that you said that, 11:11. So I would agree with you.
Well, you know, 11:11. You got 11 plus 11 is 22. 11 times 11 is 121. That's 143. 4 dark days. 143. It's on the license plate.
Yeah.
The Lincoln. Ground zero. 143. 9/11 was ground zero. 9/11 is 20. 20 spelled out as 107 Superman. 19 guys with box cutters. 19th ancient first surrender. Box cutters B2C3 fake 23 or I am 23. 9/11. 9 times 11 is 99 most high. 111 days left to go in the year. 111. 19 guys with box cutters, my ass. I mean, all you got to do is look at the Pentagon, right? Flight 77 took a 77-minute flight, hit a billion on the 77th parallel. Did I just say 377s? GG 300 on the license plate of the Lincoln. 231, the calm before the storm, 231. Let me see, it hit the billion at 9:37:46. Is 3 and 7 10? Is 4 and 6 10? So basically 911. And 937.46 is 343. 343, like the fire department down there at ground zero, 343. 7 times 7 times 7 is 343. And 7 plus 7 plus 7 is 21. And 21 spelled out as 141, Mr. President, 141. I am the storm, 141. 343, you mean like President John Fitzgerald Kennedy, 343? He came in at 270 degrees, 27. Is JFK, and 2 times 70 is 140, POTUS, yes. 27 and 140 is 167. Enjoy the show, 167. But it was 19 guys with box cutters, remember? Are you awake yet, normies?
Yeah. And never forget the dancing Israelis.
Oh, well, yeah, you got to have a box fan with a couple twin towers with fire on them and a plane hitting them. And of course, they get arrested, hauled down to the police station, released and sent back to Israel, even though planes can fly. The FBI can't go from the West Coast to the East Coast because the good guys are out there at a conference. The bad guys are at the sites doing all the bullshit because FBI comes 17, Osiris 17. So they go to back home. They go on a TV show. We were just there to document the event. That's because 9/11 was a pay-per-view event, people. They bet how many firefighters would die. They bet how many cops would die. They bet how tall the pile would be. They bet how long the buildings would stand. They bet what the total death rate would be.
A ritual sacrifice.
People have no idea how sick these people are.
Well, and welcome to the world of your birthing certificate as well. When the wholeness of that story comes out, when people find out essentially why certain things happen in your life, you're going to get mad. But again, we need to take a look at ourselves inside first before we attempt to inflict any violence out there. We need to go within first and take ownership over what we've allowed to occur over.
Absolutely. And that was never going to happen on 9/11. You got problem, reaction, solution. You know what that is. They create the problem. You give them the reaction. Let's go kick some ass. They give you the solution they had written up a long time ago. I mean, you know about the Project for a New American Century, where they had written in there, you know, what they were going to do in the Middle East. But they said, well, we're never going to do this minus a catalyzing type of event like a new Pearl Harbor. December 7th, 12/7/127, Tower 1, Tower 2, Building 7.
The same plan, same story played out again and again and again. They're predictable because that's what the left brain is.
And that's what allows Trump to put them down, because they can only go one direction. Yeah. Hey, Nancy Pelosi, I'm sitting here at the Capitol waiting to do a deal on DACA. Can you come see me and let's do a deal? She's never going to show up. There's no way in hell they do a deal on the wall. And then they razzed him. She goes to Puerto Rico and parties while they don't hand out any supplies to the storm victims. They got tons of stuff in warehouses, and they razzed him about not going to seeing the troops, remember?
Yeah.
That's because Air Force One left without him. He wasn't on it. There was just no way he was going to make it there, but yet he showed up. And he said, oh, my God, it was really kind of, strange coming into this area with the windows all blacked out. Well, of course the windows are shut on Air Force One when you come in. They're never open. But there aren't any windows on the TR-3B. And that's how he got there.
Triangle.
They don't know who they're messing with.
They do now.
Well, some of them do, because they've already had their Gitmo Garden fertilizer ceremony. Big Mike, if you think Barack Obama and George Bush and Clinton and the other Clinton were at 9/11, you don't understand what's going on in this movie, because Hillary wasn't even up to Bill's jaw, and she stands at the top of his ear. These people, they're not real. This is they called it CGI, right? Clinton Global Initiative. They call it fake. It's fake as hell.
What
They
makes
do
a good,
fakery, we do fakery.
yeah. What makes a good movie? Good actors.
Great actors. Great is QQQ 51.
Yeah, you had us fooled.
Batman 51. Can you tell me about the Batman, the whole, dad son theory again? Run us through that. I've touched on it, did a little here and there, but I don't think Toronto and Sabrinagal have heard this, and just so you know, Junior did a cameo in that movie, The Dark Knight. The Dark Knight, yeah, just a little bit. He played Batman for a little bit in that movie, and Heath Ledger ain't dead. Go ahead.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, it's when you look at the Batman story. So this is the Wayne family. That they're America's first family. The Kennedys are America's first family. So it's an easy first step to see that. Then of course it's father and the son. And why do we fall? We fall to learn from our mistakes, to see the blood on our knees, and to realize this is not what we want to repeat and do again and again and again. So we learn to get up. We learn to pick ourselves up off the ground. Where did he fall? He fell to the bottom of the well, and it was an empty well. So if you fall into a well that's full, you don't fall very far, and you come gushing back out. So the well has to be full. You have to have oil in your lamp. And and this is why in the third movie, when he gets thrown into the pit of hell, which, by the way, looks in the Middle East from the filmmaker's perspective, when you get thrown into the pit of hell, the only way you can get out, you can't do it through the rope because that's cheating, and you can't take heaven by force. So the only way to to cross the fiction, to get out of the lie, to get out of the hell, is to take the leap of faith. And as what we, Colleen and I, teach, you can't get to this point fast enough in your life where you have this leap of faith, where everything in your life has worked against you, and you've skinned your knees so many times that the only thing left to do is to take this leap of faith. And it's an allegory, of course, but what you're doing is you're trusting all in God. And when you do, when you make this leap, when you take no thought for your life, when you cleanse the ego, when you take the dying brain, the left brain, the Canaanite brain out of you, all that's left is that heaven comes rushing in to you like a raging torrent for forever. And of course, that is the truth of the mother, because she is the water. Watch the water. And so in the movie,
safety harness.
yeah. So in the movie, what do we see? We see this senseless murder of the mother and the father, and then we see the child filled with anger. But then he realizes that his anger is only going to lead to his own destruction. So then, what does he do? What did Jesus Christ do? What did Jesus Christ do? He walked. He walked a while. He went on a walkabout. And what did he learn? He learned from those that did the work and stayed, the bodhisattvas of this world, and he became the wise man himself, and then he returned. And so this is what JFK Jr. did. He went and walked the world. He had to learn the wicked ways of the webs we deceive with, and that is the world. And when he was finished, then he came back home. And then you have to be something bigger than just a man, because if you're just a man, they can destroy you. They can tear you down. They can tear you apart. But if you're a symbol, if you're something more than a man, if you're a symbol, if you're an idea, they can't tear down. They can't break an idea once it's placed in someone's head. Q. So the parallels are simply undeniable. And then of course the Dark Knight movie speaks for itself. Battling against the upside down insanity of the Joker and trying to turn the world right side up. And then the completion. And you know, the poignancy in that last movie, which is The Dark Knight Rises, which is the Kundalini rising within you, is dark night, because we're down in the root Muladhara chakra where there is no light, and we have to rise through the sacral plexus, the solar plexus chakra, to the throat chakra, heart chakra, through the throat chakra, which is the crucifixion, crossing out over the fiction into heaven upon earth. And the only way you can get in there is fourth ventricle, which is to the right, cast thy net to the right, and then that leads to the third ventricle. It's the only way. There's no other way. There's no other way. You can only get to heaven by casting thy net to the right. And if you do, you catch 153 large fish, and your net won't break, but you'll have to take it to shore because it's too big to put in the boat. And that symbolizes why did Jesus walk on the water? Why did Jesus? Because he's a sovereign man, which is the S over, and that is the rain. You want to have purple rain, then you must reign supreme over them. They are the maritime admiralty law waters. You must walk upon the water to then get to God's laws upon the level stationary land. The earth has never moved. It can't, because God is in stillness and silence. That is your sacred journey, is to go within yourself. Everything is in your favor. The trees are in your favor. The ether, the air, the wind, the sun, the moon, the rain. Everything wants you to find God. Everything wants you to get off your knees and to rise. Every time that we rise, there will be roots that project themselves out of a cliff face, and you'll be able to latch onto them and give you just enough of a grab to then find your footing, find your foothold on those pebbles that suddenly appear out of the side of the rock, and then you begin to climb out of the precipice. That's what the precipice is, and that's the genius earlier. Sabrinagal and Michael talking earlier about, you have to be pushed to the precipice, because then Sabrinagal said repeating what Michael had said, you either have to get passionate or pissed off. That's the precipice. You have to get pissed off. You have to learn to fight for yourself. You have to learn to get.
That's what the bats did for them.
Exactly. So in that final movie, in the pit of hell, he said, "I'm not trying to take heaven by force. I'm not cheating. I don't want the rope. I'm going to make the climb myself. Make the climb as the child did," said the blind man. And who is the child? Jesus Christ. Jesus Christ made the climb without the rope. And that's the leap of faith. You have to make the leap of faith. And you can only make the leap of faith if you know. You must know. You know when you know. You know when you know. You'll make the leap when you know. And that's what he did. He took blind faith and made the leap, which is hope, to know the truth, which is gnosis. Faith through hope to truth, which is the light, which is Jesus Christ, which is the way. And out he climbed of the pit of hell. Because he was no longer going to be stay stuck in the precipice. He got out. Don't piss down my back and tell me that it's raining. This is where we need to get to in this reality. When 9/11 occurred, what did they do? It's CGI. It's just complete fakery. It's fuckery and fakery, and then they piss down your back with the bullshit that followed. If you listen to the reports, 9/11 and the hours following, what do people say? I didn't see a plane. If I saw a plane, it might have been like a Cessna or something. No, I saw what appeared to be missiles. I saw cruise missiles. I didn't see anything. I didn't see anything at all. That's what you were hearing. JFK assassination. If you listened in the first few hours, there's an incredible documentary that just takes you over the 3 days of bullshit. And I can't remember the name of the documentary, but it's brilliant. And it's silent. Nobody says anything in the entire documentary. They're just giving you the bullshit of the mainstream media. And in the first hours, you heard some elements of the truth of what was generally seen, who knows, on that day. And then everything began to change. So the German-made Mauser suddenly became an Italian Mannlicher Carcano, and the gauge of the bullet shifted and changed, and everything shifted. And then people just buy the narrative. If you tell the lie long enough and hard enough, then people just capitulate to the lie. They just go, oh, well, that must be the truth. So they're pissing down your back and you don't care. Every time they lie to you, Las Vegas and the shooting, nobody wants to know what the guy's name was, what floor was he on, what room was he in, what's the gematria of his first and last name, what were they trying to tell you? I don't care. I don't care. When's the next baseball game on? When's the next basketball game on? This is you are the pinnacle of God's creation. We are the shepherds of this earth. This is what Jesus Christ was there to show us. We are either the cowherder Krishna or the shepherd Jesus Christ, and we're supposed to usher in a new era. We are supposed to be the righteous ones that show the way, not destroy this earth, not tear animals apart. We don't have time to go into any of this, but you have to do better. And to do better, you have to know better. When you know better, you must do better. Everything is about you rising. There is nothing more to this story than the word rise. And then if you add God into it, rise becomes raise. And you must raise yourself off of your knees. The game is rigged. The table is tilted. And it only works when you stay on your knees and allow them to play Monopoly, where the banker wins at the end of the game. All the money, all the pieces go back into the box at the end of the game. They make the box.
Yeah, the second graders know. I mean, if you ask them who's going to win, and there's 10 of them around the table, they're all going to raise their hand. They know that one of the players wins, but all these countries, who's the winner of all these countries? Nobody. The banker has 90% of the world's wealth. You tell the second graders the banker's going to win, they're going to tell you you're crazy. The second grade, smarter than a fifth grader. Hell, you get down to second grade, you guys are dumb as posts, you vertical meat suits,
Yeah.
Talking points. This is bullshit. This is devil work, right? Talking points. T20, 0 means nothing. She got a 2. P16, 216, 6 times 6 times 6, 216. You know it's right there. I mean, these guys, they tell you. It's just nonsense. It's enough to piss you off,
Yeah, and
it was Lee Iacocca that said it. Lee Iacocca said nothing happens till people get pissed off or excited. That's who said the quote.
And I would like to submit that World War II was just a war against the banks, but that's for later. But anyway, speaking of precipices, what's rock bottom? What's bedrock? How do you rock and roll? How do you roll the rock? First, you have to, before all that, you have to go into the tomb. And in the tomb, your T is in the shape of a body. So you are in the tomb right now. You come from a womb and you go to the tomb, which is what Plato said. And you have to go into the tomb and find light. And funny enough, you guys mentioned learn. There is no learning if there is no earning. You have to earn to learn. And funny enough, L is in front of the word earn in learn, right? Which is 12. So you earn the 12. Doesn't that sound like the 12 disciples to you guys?
Then 12 spelled out comes 87 truth.
And L is significant of the light. And if you don't have light, you don't have truth. So
L is 12, which is 3, which is 111, Father, Son, Holy Ghost. 235, President John Kennedy, 235. But hey, nothing's happening. Check this out. So you got, might as well just throw some more stuff in there, right? So you got Junior's plane crash, 7/16/99. 7/16 is 23, I am, and 99 is most high. So Junior's plane crash is I am most high. And the eternal flame, March 15th. That's when the country shut down for COVID, March 15th. The Ides of March. So March 15th, 1967. 1967. 19 is 10. 1 and 9 is 10. 0 means nothing. 6 and 7 is 13. 113, not true 113. 10 and 13, 23, I am. March 15th, 3 plus 1 is 4 plus 5 is 9. 9 is most high. 9 and 9 is 18. 1 and 8 is 9. 9 is most high. So JFK's eternal flame, EF, E5, F6, light 56, is most high I am, and Junior's plane crashes, I am most high, but nothing's happening. And the longitude and latitude of that location. The longitude and latitude of Mar-a-Lago. I'll let everybody else look it up and do the gematria and have some fun. Have fun, people, because that's how you need to do it. It's not about opening your mouth to the sky and say, Mommy and Poppy, drop some throw up in my mouth and spoon feed me. I just want some regurgitated throw up. No, not going to spoon feed you little birdie. Little birdie told me not to do that. And go out and figure it out yourself. Look up the longitude and latitude of the eternal flame and Mar-a-Lago and do some gematria. Have fun. See what you find out. It's interesting. It's 48. Interesting as POTUS, yes. 48 POTUS, yes. That gets me in trouble all the time. Think mirror, not POTUS Junior. No, that's gets me in trouble all the time too.
Michael, I don't know how much you keep up with much in the way of movies or of shows, but and Colleen and I we haven't watched TV in ages, decades, but and what we do read is very limited, and what we do watch in terms of movies is very it has to pass the test, and then those things we rewatch, and then we keep decoding further, and we keep finding more and more and more. But and I don't know if you can or want to, but there's a series. Again, this is very important because Arthur Conan Doyle created Sherlock Holmes, which is what we're supposed to do. Like you said earlier, Michael, the 10% and the 90%. And we need to rush forward. We need to rush to that frontal lobe, which is independent of the lazy middle brain or the fearful reptilian lower brain, and you become free when you do that. And that's kind of what he created with the character of Sherlock Holmes. And there's a series created BBC, and it was BBC Sherlock, and started in 2010, and it was co-created by Mark Gatiss and Stephen Moffat.
You mean British bullcrap? And then 2010 is 21. 21 spelled out as 141. I Am the Storm. Keep going.
Well, because everything about that series is Q. The Q drops. Everything about the series is the cabal, the takedown of the cabal. Everything about that series is encoding Trump, but also JFK Jr. Perhaps I never looked at it from the perspective of JFK, but it's I mean, it is stunning. It is absolutely stunning. The gematria of it, the storyline of everything. If you just know how to piece things together, you know what the cipher is, and you can add things together. It all really adds up. And when you get into season four of Sherlock, which is the last, and it was 4 seasons of 3 shows, 4 and 3 is 12, 4 seasons, 3 months, 12 months of the year. But they had the bonus episode, which was about the abominable bride, which she was always in white, and so that is the a reference to the mother moon, 13 moons instead of 12 months. That's the bonus episode you get. You get the mother as a bonus in this world. But when you get into season 4, oh my God, did they just lay out the cabal just to pieces. And then the last episode basically showing that we are the child alone on the airplane. The airplane never lands, and so we're just in terror, in fear, high above, going around and around and around and around until somebody comes. Somebody shows us love. Somebody reaches out a helping hand, where we go one, we go all, and then we can take that hand and come down off of these precipices. And so it was incredible. And in episode 4-2, the bad guy, which was his name was Culverton Culverton Smith, Mr. Smith, and he's a culvert, which is passes sewage beneath the ground. and so he's a serial killer, and so Sherlock tweets publicly that he's a serial killer. So he then, of course, becomes a serial killer, but you know, their version of a serial killer, and of course, cereal is killing you. You might want to know that processed food is not real food. I call it food unless it's living. So if you're eating something that comes from a supermarket, you might want to take a step back and reevaluate your choices as to where you're getting your food from, because a process.
You mean when Safeway asks for $1 to cure cancer, and I tell them that, well, if you stop selling 90% of the stuff in the middle of the grocery store that starts cancer, I'll give you some money? You mean that kind of program?
That's exactly it.
Yeah.
That's exactly
I mean, it's a dead-end cul-de-sac anyway when you give them $1. So, I mean, it's just a joke.
Totally is.
BBC, is that 223? These people are crazy, 223? And 2 and 2 is 4, and 43 is DC, and then the 43rd prime number is 191, all roads to lead to Q191? Osiris, the death god? Yeah, I mean, it's just everywhere. The coding is everywhere in your face. I know I go over to a friend's house, and they have kids, and they're watching Netflix. Net is 39, and Barack Obama has a deal there because it's 666 flicks, and of course, he's dead, so I don't know what they're doing now. And so is Musho, Rock's boyfriend. And they would show these movies, and I'd just sit there and they're just jumping out at me. I mean, the coding's just jumping out. All the good guys are the bad guys. All the bad guys are the good guys. Everything's backwards, forward and backwards. 167, enjoy the show, 167. I mean, it's unreal. It's unreal what you see on the TV. As far as all these guys know the story. They all know JFK's alive. They all know they have to kill him, and they can't do it. That's why, we were given Gematria A is 1, Z is 26 on drop 40. And they did it with 4, 10, 20, which is DJT. And they had A, B, C, D, E, ... which those 6 dots are 234, the mirror reflection 432, the natural hertz of the earth, and 234 is Kennedy, 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 and 23 and 4 is 27 JFK. But we could see that 4 and D went together, and so that was D. And then we knew there was more dots. We had to continue it. And then we found out that 4, 10, 20 was DJT. Well, 5 drops early on drop 35, and JFK's 35th president. It says Q35. It tells you Q35 right there. And it's signed 4/10/20. And so we didn't know what it was at first, because the first 60 drops weren't signed by Q. Q clearance plate, Patriot, 4/10/20. And then all of a sudden they started putting Q at the bottom later. But drop 35 is signed 4/10/20, which is DJT. So if that's Donald J. Trump at the bottom and he signed it, why in the hell does it read POTUS will be on Air Force One, well insulated and protected? DJT. Who the hell's POTUS?
Yeah.
I didn't ask. I said who, which is in the beginning and the end. JFK is POTUS. It tells you right there in drop 35.
So that
you're just shaking your head like this is crazy.
So everything is either a bullshit lie, or everything is the direct truth. And the reality of this world is that either you do the work. You do the work to connect to what is righteous and true, or you're going to be a victim of their lies, because their lies are everywhere. But the truth of God is everywhere, and it's in plain sight.
Oh yeah, their lies are everywhere. Like the Harvest 91 concert. Harvest means to cut down. 91's POTUS, and on the Q drops it says Air Force One, Las Vegas, because POTUS was in town that day. So is Mohammed bin Salman at the Excalibur, which is a sword. Interesting. And the top 4 floors, Mandalay Bay, called the Four Seasons, owned by Bill Gates and Always Bin Talal, who paid for Barack Obama's Harvard schooling. And let me see. His name's Stephen Paddock. Stephen means crown king, and Paddock, everybody's in a fenced area. But nothing's happening. And he had a 13 tattoo on his neck, but the body laying there dead after the next, doesn't have a 13 on it because they body switch their guys out. Kind of like Lee Harvey Oswald.
Yeah.
The cop that came in on his day off said, well, he had to put on a slipover sweater, a black slipover sweater, because he had a white shirt on. Did you see a bullet when Ruby cute? Like, as in real cute Jack Ruby? When you shot Lee Harvey Oswald on live TV in Dallas Police Department. So, well, who did it? Well, he did it. He's crazy. It's case closed. But did you see a bullet? Did you see a wound? Did you see any blood? Did they body switch him out? They body switched Jack Ruby out. He didn't die in jail. Please, people. These guys body switch people out every day of the week. It's common practice.
Which is what they're showing on BBC Sherlock all the time as well, is that they're constantly looking for lookalikes in the morgue. And as Colleen and I teach all the time, those who control the basement of a hospital control the hospital. You have an administrator at the top that answers to something completely different. So this would be a fake Freemason. And then the basement is run by the ghouls, Gordy the Ghoul in the basement. And whoever runs the basement runs the hospital because they're the ones that determine what goes on the death certificate. They're the ones that determine what comes in and what goes out of a hospital. So we might want to take a hard look at hospitals moving forward. We might want to take a hard look at Red Cross moving forward. We might want to take a hard look at these large organizations like the United Nations moving forward. We might want to take a hard look at the United Nations peacekeeping forces. Why were they created? What did they do? What were they doing in war-torn areas? Why were war-torn areas created? What were these Tiffany blue fake angels of God, demons of hell? What were they there for?
No kidding. The land is green, the sea is blue, green and blue make Tiffany blue, and these freaks were wearing Tiffany blue. Mother Earth is here. You mean they pay the militants and all these mercenaries to cause all kinds of problems so they can show up and then oversee the vote?
Yep.
Right. Yeah. We know how it works. We as in very few. We is only 28, man 28, but JR 28. There's, it's a shit show. But see, Q said the world is watching. The world is watching. You mean they're going to watch the second special election where Junior and Trump are going to run unopposed because Trump and Pompeo and Pence were standing in front of James Monroe, the fifth president, who ran unopposed, so it's already a precedent in the United States of America? But Pence was on his left because Pence isn't Trump's right-hand man. He told you that at the very first re-election rally in Orlando, Florida. OF 21. 21 spelled out as 141 Mr. President, 141 I am the storm, 141. And he picks the music, Trump, and he had Pence come out to a Bad Company song, B2 Fake 23. Because Pence is Bad Company. See, bad is 7, B-A-D. B is 2, A is 1, that's 3, and D is 4, so that's 7. Company's 87, and 7 and 87 is 94. John's 94. That's who he's running with, folks. He told you right there at the rally, the first one. And Trump picks the music. Trump picks the music that plays. You got the song, you can't always get what you want. You can't always get your fairy tale life, But if you try real hard, kind of like Sherlock Holmes. Sherlock Holmes has a magnifying glass, right? But when it's his hand, he's looking into a Q because you can't see the handle. Twitter's Tiffany blue. They got a little search window that looks like a Q. A little search looks more like a Q than a magnifying glass. Jack Twitter CEO 163. Interesting. Jack didn't used to have a hat on or a beard. He used to be clean shaven. Now he's got a disguise. John F. Kennedy again, 163. You mean he's playing Jack? No. His name is Jack. Of course he's playing Jack. There's another bomb for you. This is a Trump movie.
So am I right about who played the Falconeer?
Oh yeah.
Let's think Libya. Boy, that sure looked like Junior to me. I said,
let's do this. Let's do Mike Lindell 94, My Pillow 125, John Kennedy 125, Mike Lindell 94, John 94. Mike Lindell on the Jimmy Kimmel Show was John.
Wow.
Good for him.
Wow.
Mike Lindell 94, John 94, My Pillow 125, John Kennedy 125. Watch the Water, Jesse Waters 153. You mean when Jesse Waters was dropping all that truth, that was John?
No way.
Get the hell out of town. This is a Trump movie, man.
Love it.
You ain't seen nothing yet.
John frickin' Galt.
Wow.
Yeah, negative 48 drops bombs, 218. John F. Kennedy, Jr. 218. Michael Brian Prosper, 218. Michael Prosper 174. Yes, John Kennedy 174. I don't know what gets me in trouble. Maybe it's his voice. I don't know.
You do know.
Look, you must remember this as well. Do you remember the press conference that Trump hosted? And it was the most bizarre thing because nobody looked real.
Oh yeah.
It was just the weirdest thing. But it was with Buzz Lightyear. Buzz
Aldrin. You know what he was talking about. You know, because here he's worrying about is he going to really go? Is he going to go there? He's going to talk about the moon. You know where the 10,000-pound thrust rocket's 2 feet from the dirt and there's no divot, but a man's footprint leaves a 1-inch divot. And the dust storm, the shit storm that would have been there after the rocket, blowing this dust all over as they're landing. How did they wait 6 months before they came out and have crystal clear skies with no dirt on the lunar feet, just gold, shiny, perfect? Where Donald Rumsfeld had James Kubrick shoot it at the 2001 Space Odyssey in London on the last weekend? No, that didn't happen. Can I say what a real moonwalk is?
Yes.
Michael Jackson.
Well, here we go. Make America. Wait. Let me get this right. Gotta start over. Let me see. Every now and then my brain gets lost. I don't know why. It's got too much crap in it. So he said the best is yet to come. 228. Michael Jackson moonwalk 228. You mean a real moonwalk? Because remember, his last concert was This Is It. This Is It 113, not true 113. That's not his last concert. Get ready for a King 41. MAGA plus USA. MAGA plus KAG 41. USA 41. Get ready for a King. Michael Jackson moonwalk 228. The best is yet to come 228. A New Beginning 124. Michael Jackson 124. Michael Jackson knows how to code too. He walked off the stage after he said Tommy Mottola was the devil. His last words were, "The best is yet to come."
Right.
That was awesome.
Yeah, we did a little video about that one. That was just wow. That was.
Oh, did you?
Yeah, that was absolutely amazing by Michael. At the press conference with Buzz Lightyear. First off, I don't know if you noticed, but Buzz, he was just laughing.
Oh, he was nervous as hell. He thought Trump was going to drop the truth on him.
Yeah, while he was standing there. Now
he looked scared as hell. He looked scared.
Now, the Pence was also there, and he was there with about 4 other guys. It's the weirdest thing. It had to be a calm, has to be a message because the other Pence and everybody else look fake. Like they weren't even pointing in the right direction, and they just kept having this silly sort of smile on their faces, like they were all wearing masks or something. But there had to have been massive calm, because it wasn't real. It wasn't real. It's the weirdest thing, because what was going on between Trump and Aldrin was cat and mouse, and that was brilliant, putting Buzz on the spot and putting him through hell. But Pence and the others, that was just like a sideshow, and it was a freaky sideshow because they didn't look real. Nobody looked real. I don't know if you remember that, but it is the weird.
No, I didn't look at it. I mean, I really didn't look at it that much. I mean, I already knew that, you know, the whole moon thing was fake, of course. I've known that for a long time, but I was looking at Buzz Aldrin's face, and he just looked scared as hell. And Trump, I just thought, is he really going to do this right here, right now? I mean, it was just, and then he just played along. He's just scaring the living crap out of him, you know? He would sing that song, you know, at his rallies. He would say, "Time is on my side. Yes, it is. You'll come running back. You'll come running back to me." Basically, time, John, is on my side, because time is 47, John's 47. And you're running out of time. And if you want to do a deal, you better come running back. And I mean quick. And I know you're going to come running back, because it's just going to get worse from here on out. I mean, he's telling you what's going on right there.
Michael, I was curious, since you've lived out in the Seattle area, and Juan 07 has referenced this in his book about 11/3 being a potential date where they wanted to bomb Seattle, or that was part of their plan. Do you know anything more about that? That was something I picked up back, I think it was back in 2019 or 2020. I forget which year. I just didn't know if that was something that came across your radar, if you knew anything more about that.
Yeah, my friend Jacob had coded out the clock on Pike Place Market. They just had the BLM lit up. And then the time, I can't remember what time of day it was, but the whole message came to 2:12. And the very next day, which is Lincoln's birthday, 2:12. And TWONE, TWO is 150, but Ku Klux Klan's 150. These guys are freaks. So no offense to the real freak. To the real freaks. So anyway, this is great. So anyway, Trump goes down, looks at 212 miles of wall. I mean, who's in Yuma, Arizona? 310 to Yuma. And of course, Germany's at the 31, the 31st prime, there's 121 or 127, Tower 1, Tower 2, Building 7. I mean, when people find out what Trump's been doing and what he's been saying, it's going to blow their minds. And again, who in the hell goes down and looks at 212 miles of wall? Because later he called it a different number, and then a different. I mean, he's using different numbers. People, he's going back and forth. People are not paying attention. And but that was the day that he was letting them know, hey, I know about the drug, the stuff, the guns and the bombs you were going to try to bring into Seattle for Chaz Chop, but it's just not going to happen. And of course, Pompeo gave him 96 hours to get out, not 4 days, 96 hours. And of course, the Seattle mayor made sure it happened before that. They didn't even get close to the 96 hours. But I know that just like the 99.1%, deal back in 2008 after the crash in New York, they infiltrated the group and broke it up. No different than Kent State, no different than the battle in Seattle where they beat everything down so nobody goes to protest because it's all violent and dangerous, because they just hire these people and bust them in from out of town, and then nobody ever sees them again because they're not from that town. But we did the same thing with Black Lives Matter and Antifa. Every group that had 20 or more, we had somebody in it, and we took out the most dangerous ones so that killings and stuff wouldn't happen. And Trump's using FEMA. They built, thank you, George H.W. Bush, for making everybody an enemy combatant that's a terrorist. And of course, you guys are terrorists. So they have no habeas corpus. They got no rights, and you can lock them up forever. And they never have to see a lawyer. As far as the rules go to these people, according to the Patriot Act, where Of course, the Patriots became a dynasty after, the Patriot Act. Of course, in 2000, the wolves were let loose into the country, and Timberwolf, George H.W. Bush, his name was Timberwolf, and we're sheep. I mean, go figure, right? All this meaning and coding, people are going to freak the hell out when they realize what was in their face. How much these guys were saying and doing. Am I still on? I think I lost something.
Yeah, you're still on.
Oh yeah. Now I got to figure out how to get back onto the channel.
Yeah, you're here.
Okay, back.
You're here, Michael.
Yeah.
Yeah, something was on my screen and I touched it and got lost for a minute. Anyway, there was going to be a bomb come into the Washington area, take out Seattle, and then you remember the ferry ride where somebody came across the ferry and brought a bombing from Canada and they busted them at Anacortes, the ferry dock.
Yep.
That was when Obama was president.
Right. Yeah,
so I mean, the good guys, they definitely have their finger on the pulse, and I don't think people realize how powerful they are. Of course, you got one agency overlooking 116 demolition, 116 country, 116. They were basically demolishing your country before Trump got in there. This is how stupid coded things are, and oh God, I was going to say something else. It was good. I can't remember what it is. Shoot. I'll remember it later. Show 3 or 4, whenever we get to that stuff.
Yeah.
I mean, what are you going to call this show? Marathon Moab bomb dropping show? Or what are you going to call it when it's 4.5 hours, 5 hours long, Charlie?
Genius. One.
Yeah.
What title do you give it? Well, we were going to talk about these subjects, and we leaned to the right too far. Leaned to the right, 162. The Invisible Man was JFK.
Now, that's what we always try to do. Is we just go wherever it needs to go. And
that's what I told Sabrinagal before the show. I said, "Hey, Sabrinagal, we're supposed to talk about these subjects. I didn't study up on any of it, but you know how it is. I open my mouth, and all of a sudden they go, well, what? Wait, what? What about this?" And then the show just goes wherever it goes. And so I thought that's probably how it would go, because that's how they all go.
That's why we try to get in there between breaths, as you know now. Like, oh my God, he took a breath. I got to dive.
This is Charlie Freak Show, and we gotta, he does good videos. He drops serious bombs. So if we're gonna give him a popular video, we've got to.
Now I'm talking about your breaths.
You don't know a lot.
Your breaths, my negative. When you stop talking, stuff. I dive in.
You tell him some stuff. Go for it.
What stuff?
Well,
we gotta keep a second show.
I did want to give Sabrinagal, you mentioned y'all's new Telegram channel. I did want to give y'all a chance to talk about that.
Oh, that's super sweet of you.
Yeah.
Yes, and I wanted to invite Colleen to participate in it if she's at all interested. So our goal has been, of course, to uplift the feminine, of course. And you were probably familiar with The Red Tent, the book The Red Tent, written in, I think it was like 97. And the objective of that was really to get all the women together, because during the time that it was written, it was during the Canaanites and Bible and this and that. The women during their monthly cycle, they would all come under the Red Tent and share stories. We wanted to do an inversion of that, because the more research I did on the tent, the realization was it's Cabal. The author, the lady that did the series, is connected with Tribeca, connected with so many different things. So we decided to call the Telegram channel the Sacred Blue Tent, with the blue to honor the Order of the Blue Rose, the color blue, the importance of blue, and Tiffany blue in so many capacities, but to bring together women and men, if they so choose, to talk about a subject once a week that really honors the feminine. So I would love, Colleen, if you would love to participate in it whenever you like. You have an open invitation. And we'll just be doing a different topic every week, maybe twice a week, but we'll see how it goes. So it's the Sacred Blue Tent on Telegram.
Yeah, and there's a link to that in the show notes. I put it in there, so if y'all want to join.
Thank you,
channel.
Justin.
Yeah,
Thank you so much.
Of course.
Beautiful, absolutely beautiful. And if everyone, this is kind of like a really cool thing here, but if you want to exodus from Egypt and you want to part the Red Sea and to enter into the Holy Land and become a blue blood, then you just change your breathing. It's really that simple. The shallow breathing that we're taught to do, which comes from fear, which comes from no presence, no Santa Claus, no real Santa Claus within you. So you have no actual presence of God within you. So you're not conscious, you're not aware of what you're doing. So therefore you go through life as a shallow breather, which is a Death Eater. But if you change that, and if you breathe life, because God is God of the living, not of the dead, let the dead bury the dead. If you change your breathing patterns to what is known as diaphragmatic breathing, which is just breathing passionately to get the diaphragm involved in cleansing any evil spirits that are within you out with every single breath, then what you do is you fill yourself up not with matter, where everything in your life matters and you get caught up with all the problems and the bullshit of the world, but you fill yourself up with the ether, which is air, which is light, and then you take the redness of your blood out of your veins and you fill it with ether, which is the air, which is the blue sky, and this is what the blue bloods are. This is what these are, the ones who go on this sacred journey. Take this seriously and follow the teachings of Jesus Christ. Take no thought for your life, and you elevate yourself to heaven upon earth, and then you become a blue blood. So isn't it interesting how the cabal and their royal families like to call themselves blue bloods, but theirs is a very, very different interpretation from what the truth is. So once again, when you're present in the moment, which is the only thing that can exist, there can't be their past and there can't be a future. All there is the now. So stop worrying about the future because you're fretting over your past, and start living in the now, because God is here and now. What I assert, Michael, whether I'm not sure whether you agree with this or not, but what I assert is that God created everything within the first 6 days, and then he rested to enjoy his creation on the seventh day. Yeah. This is the seventh day. The seventh day is perfection. It's God's perfect number, and we live within perfection. All you have to do is have awareness, and you become aware that you're just living in day 7 forever. It's your choice. Death is a choice. Life is a choice. It's up to you. God loves you so much that you can have pain and suffering, and you can have the experience of death, but you don't really die. You're eternal. You are the eternal creation of the eternal creator. So what I was sort of saying earlier in the show, and I really wanted to sort of make this my focal point for my contribution to the show today, is that we have to start taking all of this seriously. Like it's fun. You're just going to have, as you know, Sabrinagal was showing us in Toronto exhibits every time she speaks with such passion, is that there's going to be lots and lots of fun in this, but you have to take this seriously. This is the gift of gifts. Life is the gift of gifts. And if you don't take it seriously, then you experience death. And death is a shit show. Life is far from that. Life is eternal, and you are an eternal being. So it's your choice. Always have a choice in the moment. It's incredible. Again, the analogy, I'll go back to what Michael said earlier in the show about the maritime admiralty law system and the banking system as this, a river that is rushing past you, and your life rushes past you, and you'll never go past the same banks again as you rush your way out to the sea, so that you can then become evaporated back into the clouds and then rain back onto the land and take life for a short period again so you can rush and rush and rush back out to the sea, and the cycle can repeat itself. You see the cycle of life. God is showing you the truth of our true nature and everything that he created. Or you can take this seriously. You can begin to see that this is the gift of gifts. This is the highest of highs. This is the holiest of holies. And this is why the night sky teaches Jesus Christ. This is why Christianity is the one true monotheistic religion. That's why Hinduism is a variation of Christianity. That's why Buddhism is a variation of Christianity. That's why all monotheistic religions are just a variation of Christianity, because the whole purpose is for you to follow the path, the way, the light that was Jesus Christ, that is Jesus Christ, and to invoke that in your life by the choices that you make. And if you become Christ-like, then God is a God of the living, not of the dead. Then you will know God. You will fill with light, and you will leave Egypt, because light is a holistic term. It is not just as opposed to darkness. Light as opposed to heavy, and you will rise. Everything about this journey is to rise. And the only way you can rise is to take this thing seriously. So it's what you eat, it's how you breathe, and it's listening to Jesus Christ. Bill Donahue, I don't know, Michael, if you know Bill Donahue very well, but Colleen and I just love Bill and so many of his wonderful teachings. And Bill said, and this is way back in the early 90s, and Bill said, he said, I love teaching about the Bhagavad Gita, and I love teaching about the Buddha Sutras, and there's some great things in the Quran as well and stuff. But he said, for my money, everything is there in the Bible. And he said, in particular, in the New Testament, because that's the life of Jesus Christ. And he said, if all we ever did was take that seriously, like that was our education, like this is what we were here to learn and then to do, we'd have no problems in the world. Not a single person would have a perception that a problem was even possible, let alone happening within their lives. And it's everything that Colleen and I have found to be true. By literally living these lessons and these words of the Christed one who came before, life becomes a gift from God, and it's eternal. And I don't, like I said, there's no other way to explain some of the things that Colleen and I have come to know, or how we've had the energy to do what we do. We take care of 61 animals here between the two of us, and Eugene and Justin, who
you mean red tie animals? 61?
Oh my God, that's right.
61 is 7. 7 is God's perfect number. God's perfect number 191. All roads to lead to Q 191.
Well, Michael, just really quickly, during 2020, for the longest time, we were stuck on 45 animals for the longest time during 2020, and then it was only after Trump left that suddenly it loaded from 45 up to 61. So,
well, Colleen's taking care of 62 animals because you're a freak. So I mean,
I can't argue with you at all.
So I explained what you said a second ago a little bit differently. I've said it lots of times, and that is where we go one, we go all is literally where we go one, we go all. Because when you breathe in the wintertime, you can see your breath. That's moisture leaving your body. Well, it leaves every time you breathe. It doesn't just leave your body when you breathe. It leaves when you die. It's when you die, since 60%, more than half of you is water, you actually do go up. And every raindrop on this earth has always been different from every other raindrop. No raindrop's identical. They're all different. Every last one. Now wrap your mind around that. And that water falls and it waters, tomato, carrot, whatever, and then you eat it. And so literally, where we go one, we go all. And since water has a conscience, and are you breathing out positive thoughts or negative thoughts when you breathe? And what do you want to breathe in and take in? Because you might actually breathe in something that somebody else just breathed out if you're close enough. And when you're a Tesla coil and your energy and you're healthy, and they don't want you to go to the hospital, and your loved one's hurting, and you have the ability to heal them within a couple feet of them, because you are a Tesla coil and the energy comes out and around, and like a Taurus. There's a reason why they don't want you there. They know exactly that, it weakens your immune system when you have fear, and they give you fear on the news. Everything's negative. They know exactly what they're doing. They're killing you. 440 hertz, 432 hertz. They adopted 440 hertz in 1930 in the United States, 440, around the world. The NATO countries in 1950. We did 1930. And you have 432 divided by 12, 36. 36 prime is 151, Jesus Christ, 151. 369, 9's most high. 9, 151, Tiffany blue coat. 160, Tiffany blue angel. 160. But see, it's 440 hertz, and 440 divided by 12 is 36.666, of course, which irritates your cells and turns your cell, instead of round, which is a nice, strong protein, fatty ring, protects you from getting cancer, but it swells up in places. It's kind of like a blowfish, but not as drastic. But if you put your finger on a balloon, at that point, it's easier for cancer to penetrate that cell. So they know exactly what they're doing. They know exactly they're killing you. Just a little here, a little there. Free flu shots where they spend $200 giving you the shot. A little loss leader saying make $200,000, $300,000, $400,000 off you later in your health care lifetime. But it's a free shot, and they're interested in helping you because the government says they're good. I mean, people. How many of these stories you got to listen to before you get it? Of course, the only problem is we're a 30-second microwave society for a reason. You can't tell somebody in 30 seconds, you're not going to tell them nothing. They got earbuds, everybody's got Kaepernick's got them, Jay-Z's got them. They were here for a reason. We're getting to the end of the world, the world reserve currency is coming to the end, to crash. They're going to have everybody plugged up, listen to I can't talk to them. I'm on the phone. You can't talk to anybody that's got those things in their ear, because every time you talk to them, they're on the phone, because nobody can think for 30 seconds on their own. They got to have some kind of input. They're being downloaded with what? So yeah, it was ugly out there, but there's enough of us to do the job. And if you wanted more of us, they'd just put out a post just like that, and presto. But they haven't done anything since December. That means they're right where they want to be. And if they want to be somewhere different, presto, they know how to create reality. I think they're qualified. Anyway, it's going to be fun. I can tell you that. I just want everybody to say one thing on their own, out loud to themselves, or actually to an audience. I want them to do what JFK Jr. is going to do. I'd like to introduce you to my mom and my dad, and try and do it without crying. Because that's what's going to happen.
Come true. It's an absolute dream come true.
And they're going to play that song, I Did It My Way, just like I said they were going to play it on 1/20/21, and they played it. They didn't play it for 4 years. All of a sudden they play that song on 1/20/21. Go watch the tape. Go watch him say goodbye at the airport, and then get on the airplane there, and then sit there and wait and wait and wait, and all of a sudden the song I Did It My Way by Frank. And I said it wasn't going to be the Elvis Presley version. I said it was going to be the Frank Sinatra version of I Did It My Way. It was going to play on 1/20/21, and it played. Because as soon as it started playing, the plane started moving to the left. And it went down there and it turned right, 180 turn, on the tarmac runway. Not the runway, but to get to the runway. And the OAN reporter goes, "Oh, they're playing the song I Did It My Way by Frank Sinatra." So everybody could hear it. And it went to the plane went to the right and it turned left onto the runway. It didn't even slow down. It just kept going. And right when it took off, right when it went airborne, that's when the song stopped. And you think that's an accident? And a guy told you it was going to play on 1/20/21. It wasn't going to be the Frank Sinatra version. It was going to be it wasn't going to be the Elvis Presley version. It was going to be the Frank Sinatra. So I picked the artist and the song and picked the time. I can't imagine why they think I'm so educated or why I might actually be somebody special like John. Because who knows that crap, right? But there's people on my channel I told them. And it played. Go watch the tape. They're going to play that again at a smooth transition. There ain't going to be a dry eye in the house. I took the blow and did it my way. Hard to comprehend, really. Lots of questions. You know, people used to ask me if Jackie knew, but then somebody brought up what she said. They wanted her to change clothes, and she said this phrase, and I don't know exactly word for word, but let me tell you what, she knew, because it comes to 235, which is Father, Son, Holy Ghost, 235, President John Kennedy. Look what they did to Jack. It's just mathematically impossible. It's just, she knew. It's just crazy.
Crazy good, and that's what you always find with God's creation. So again, the best advice that has ever been given upon this earth is cast thy net to the right. Cast thy net to the right, and you will catch 153 large fish in thy net. And they will be so plentiful, they will be so heavy that you won't be able to put them upon a ship upon the sea. You'll have to bring them to the dock.
Drag them to shore. 6 in the boat, 1 on shore, 61. It's just...
Because we can only get so far through the 6, and then we need the extra hand from God, the 7th, the reach down, the Q, to give us that support. And that's where we go from the sea to the shore, from to the Father, on the land.
That's where we find rest. That Jesus Jesus stilled the troubled waters, and they rested. They were calmed.
Yeah, when we journey from sea to shining sea, then we're given the crown, because God separated the waters above from the waters below with the firmament. And that is your dominion. That is your firmament mind. That's your firm mind. That is the dominion of you.
You remember seeing those pictures of Clinton and Podesta, I think, with Kim Jong-un sitting on the chairs and the flowers, and the water in the background was all stormy. And then later, there weren't any chairs because the kings sit and everybody else stands around them. And then there weren't any flowers, weren't sitting on the flowers, the children of flowers. And the water was all calm and everybody was standing up. Kim Jong-un was standing there. Well, when you send a rod from God, a tungsten telephone pole out of a satellite, because you can't have a bomb and missile in space, and a tungsten telephone pole isn't a missile or a bomb because it's not being propelled. But when it comes in at 18,000 miles an hour and hits North Korea at the 200-foot underground nuclear facility ran by the CIA, and we free Kim Jong-un from CIA control, you wonder why Trump wants to, do little deals and calls him Little Rocket Man and stuff. But remember, he went to Great Falls, Montana and said, we're breaking a lot of Elton John records. What, he sang Rocket Man? It's going to be interesting learning all this stuff, you know?
Oh, so interesting.
Oh, it's interesting. Trust me. He's got that guitar and that organ. He's got that, and they're both organs because the rock and roll is the male organ. You know, the guitar is the male organ. And then what heals organs? An organ? You mean the frequencies in an organ that they don't use anymore? These big monstrosity machines, the frequencies? No. You know, wait till you find out what Trump's saying.
Everything is energy, therefore it's frequencies.
We're breaking a lot of records. We're breaking a lot of records. We're breaking a lot of records, he says.
All the time.
Well, you thought it was attendance records, but it's a musical theme. Got a guitar, got Elton John, got an organ, records. You mean like LP as in Lisa Page? Breaking a lot of we broke Lisa Page? Yeah. Behind closed doors, not in the front on C-SPAN where the psychopath swamp monsters interview the swamp monster, and then the other swamp monsters on the other side interviews the swamp monsters, and then the prostitutes, the horse for 1% globalist pimps try and spin it to give it to you for regurgitation purposes. To your, on my side is fighting for me, and your side is stupid. You know, no. My representative's fighting for me, and your side's stupid. How about you're both stupid because you're pointing at each other? You should look up at the invisible enemy that Trump talks about. He's not talking about a virus. He's talking about the virus on this planet, not a virus.
Yeah, it's always been code. Always been code.
Yeah, everything's in code. And I was just lucky enough to have Jacob buy a $5 book and blow my mind, even though I told him about gematria. I just dabbled in just a little bit, and then he just blew my. And then I knew that the teacher needed to be something other than the grasshopper from Jacob. I was Jacob's grasshopper. When I was one that woke, it took me 11 years to wake him up, and then it was guns that did it. That's what did it for him, and he realized what was going on, and we were the only country that didn't sign the Small Arms Treaty, and then they got to have Sandy Hook. Of course, that's on the map in the Dark Knight. You realize that, right?
Absolutely.
You watch the movie, right there on the map says Sandy Hook. And of course, that shooting was in Colorado, and who was in Colorado that day? Oh, a guy that was riding across the country on his bicycle from Sandy Hook, from what's the name of that town? Sandy Hook Elementary? Yeah, Sandy Hook. He just happened to be at both events. Oh my God, you can't even go anywhere without getting hit up twice. It's like, please, people, shut the hell up. Try and take the emotion out of it. Oh my God, Kobe Bryant's daughter died. I can't think now. You can't think when you get emotional. Of course his daughter was with him because he's got to have somebody with him when he's hiding out wherever he's hiding out until the time comes. It's going to be phenomenal because remember, he came down the escalator on the 167th day of the year. Enjoy the show, 167. He said, thank you, 115. Thank you, 115, very much, 115. 345. Do you have your popcorn ready, 345? They said we were watching a movie. What makes a good movie? Great actors. How do you destroy the pin? Oh, I don't know. Maybe you film a little movie out in Culver City, California, Castle Rock Studios, called an inauguration 2 weeks early. You mean that one that the Secret Service told me about when I was in Washington, D.C.? I was on my side of the fence. He was on his side of the fence at the Capitol at night with no one around. It said Secret Service right on his chest. You think he was Secret Service, Charlie? I mean, do you think maybe possibly he was Secret Service since he was on that side of the fence? It said Secret Service on his chest. And I said, hey, were you working here on Inauguration Day? And he goes, yeah. I go, you remember how cold it was? He goes, yeah, it was real cold. I said, you remember how cloudy it was? He said, hey, I already know the inauguration was filmed out in California. I said, dude, I'm on this side of the fence. You're not supposed to tell people on this side of the fence that, but I already know that. It was filmed in Culver City, California at Castle Rock Studios. 2 weeks early. He had the 2 weeks early, right? He had the California. He didn't have the Culver City, California. He didn't have the Castle Rock Studios, where Steve Mnuchin is the director. Castle Rock comes to 107, Superman 107. Go figure, right? Steve Mnuchin, the press secretary, the Goldman Sachs guy that I thought was a swamp monster automatically because he was from Goldman Sachs. He's the one that made the Cue the Plan to Save the World video. You don't think some guy named Joe M. that we've never seen, that doesn't ask for any money, doesn't do anything, never did a movie before, actually shot all these movies, COVID 911 and Dark to Light and Cue the Plan to Save the World and the other one, I can't even remember it. You think this guy did that stuff? Not a chance in hell. It was Steve Mnuchin making all those movie poster things because he's in the movie business. He makes all kinds of movies. Movies you've heard of. I can't remember what they are right now, but look up.
Yeah, so many. And
so many movies. Like Steve Mnuchin, what? This
Yeah.
is crazy. This movie's getting crazier every minute.
Absolutely. Yeah, and listen, who Joe M was and who is portraying Joe M's voice at starting at the 45-second mark of the first Atlas Shrugged films, the 3 Atlas Shrugged movies. At the 45-second mark, whomever the voice for Joe M is starts speaking as a newscaster, talking about how America has gone to hell. You
mean Todd Bergman, the guy that talked about Junior's plane crash? You mean that guy?
Certainly sounds a lot alike.
You mean maybe they just altered a little bit and it's actually John?
Yeah, that's what we're thinking.
I would think so. That's the video that I did on my radio show, which is JFK Jr. John Galt, the motor of the world, and that's the kind of.
That's what I think.
Yeah.
I didn't know you did that show, but yeah, we're obviously coming to the same conclusions because I mean, who else is doing
it? Exactly.
Yeah, I'm just a guy that wanted to, bring justice to my president in December of 14, and I don't remember the day, but I've been working on it every day since then, and it's kind of strange that on that day, if my birthday is February 8th, 63, that I was 51 years, 10 months, which is 511. Junior shows up 5 months and 11 days into the Q storm, and chapter 7 of JFK's book is V11, which is because it's Roman numerals, which is 511, the mere reflection of 115, art of the deal 115, key code of God 115. It's just kind of strange. I mean, my whole life is a stupid code. I mean, my sister's birthday is May 29th, my oldest sister, it's 10/21, which is 121 second coming, 61, JFK Grace. I mean, that's her birthday. My mom's birthday is the day that Junior came out and stood behind Trump at, Youngstown, Ohio, 220, American Badass President, 220, on Joe Kennedy's 103rd birthday, And my dad's birthday, well, that's 11/2. And that's, the high in gold was 2011 with 1900, 19's KAG and 19's Ancient for Surrender, and silver hit $50, Nazi 50, Snake 50, America 50. And then of course silver comes down, gold comes down, gold hits the bottom at 1,045, 145. You mean Frank Justra and everybody at Uranium One gave 145 million to the CGI Clinton Global Initiative because 145 is children first, because that's what they're into first is children first, then all the other stuff. His birthday, 529, 5 times 29 is 145. But see, the interest rates went down on December 15th, 2008, and 12/15 is 27 JFK, and 2 and 8, man, 28. But exactly 7 months to the day Interest rates hadn't done nothing. They were at the bottom. 7 months to the day, 84 months. Like I am JFK Grace, 84. Tower 1, Tower 2, Building 7, 12 times 7 is 84. Fake news, 84. And so on that day, 12/15, 2015, and 2 times 15 is 30, which is AUAG, second copy Q. And it was December 15th, 12/15 is 27 JFK. That's when gold hit the bottom. When they raised interest rates for the very first time. Off the bottom. They said it was 0.02, which would be like number 2. They raised it a quarter of a point. And 25 spelled down comes 149, the anointed one. And of course, 0.2 and 25 come to 0.27 JFK. But nothing's going on, right? I knew all these numbers because I was studying the dollar and health, because if you didn't have your health, you weren't going to have your money. If you didn't have your money, you wouldn't have your health. And then this gematria came along and I instantly knew what the story was. I had to study it. I just knew it. Who knows that crap? Well, I guess I know that crap. It's just stupid, the stuff I know. I don't even know. I know just the right things to tell a story. And not enough to be important.
You're wildly important. You're wildly important. And how many coincidences do you have to have before you realize there's no such thing as a coincidence?
I know. Coincidence is 103, bullshit 103. Junior comes out on his 103rd birthday of his Joe Kennedy. Trump takes the 13 bloodline families down on Christmas Eve, 103 years after. The Federal Reserve starts on the 24th. 24 spelled out 167. Enjoy the show because the Federal Reserve is just a show, folks. Of course, it's 12/24, and that's 36. And the 36 prime numbers, it's 151, Jesus Christ, 151, because they think they're Jesus Christ.
Michael, are you saying that, and I hope this is the case, and if I could follow it up, are you saying that Joe Kennedy Jr., the firstborn, is still alive as well, which I certainly hope is the case? What would that, yes or no, and then what would that mean for Kit Kennedy? And if they saved Jack, then for sure they did not let Bobby die with that ridiculous shit show at the Ambassador Hotel in Los Angeles. Can you comment on any of those?
I can't because I haven't been able to prove it.
Okay.
I can't on either one of them. It would be fascinating if, let me see, we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. That'd be 7 Kennedys. Because if you think Arabella's dead, you're brain dead because she's not dead. She was supposed to die at birth. Arabella's not dead. Who do you think carried John's first couple kids? You want to run that through him? You want to run that by him, Sabrinagal?
Yeah, I think if everyone saw the Jesus strand, we talked about that. I see Charlie shaking his head. Yeah, that Arabella's alive and Patrick. And there's a third sister to John Jr. and Caroline. Her name is Fatima. And they were all raised in Libya by relatives actually from the Eddie Edward Baker Lincoln line.
And their daughter, her father was the her father was the president of France a while back, and her name is, why don't you go ahead and tell them?
Well, the grandson, and I'm hoping I've got it right, it's Eddie Baker Lincoln. They raised the 3 kids. The Fatima, they carried her, actually, she was by surrogate. And they raised Arabella and they raised Patrick, and they had a daughter of their own. And that daughter is Marine Le Pen of France.
Who won the election against Macron, but Macron was the banker's little agent. And his teacher, that dude he's married to, 41 years old when he was 17. And of course, Trump had to mention, "Oh, you look good for your age." So everybody had to look at this dude and figure out what it was and how old it was. Yeah, Macron's boyfriend, husband, is a dude, and it was his teacher posing as a woman, because you got to grab by the pussy first to find out what the hell is going on in this world. And Macron was 17 years old, and his teacher was 41, and that's who he's married to, a dude. And he's a banker's puppet, and he's not the president of France. He's just the puppet they stuck in to run that little shit show they have going on over there, where the Yellow Jackets were having rallies for 64 weeks in a row, and not one American citizen knows a damn thing about it, because the horse for the 1% globalist pimps, the prostitutes, wouldn't sow shit about it. But nothing's going on.
And what was Mary's last name again? Sabrinagal in France.
You mean Marie Le Pen?
Marie Le Pen. When Colleen and I saw her, like that was, I think we described it as genius, as brilliant, and as like a breath of fresh air. When we saw like various clips, interviews, watched the debate with her, it was just brilliant stuff.
Yes, but she was positioned as, this white supremacist leader of France. Again, little do they know she's Druze. And Patrick speaks highly. I mean, that's his cousin.
Yeah, they like to do that.
Hey, Toronto, did you see that? That farmer that just happened to cruise by Macron's house? Did you see that?
Farmer? No, I didn't. Was that the one with the poop?
Yeah, the one with the tractor that just started pumping shit all over Macron's house and went by the windows, and they blew open, and the crowd went crazy. So they told the farmer to back up. He backed up, went too far. Then they told him to pull forward, and they were just pumping liquid horse shit into the window on the second floor. I mean,
the
like
one.
fire hose spraying. And if everybody was looking correctly, if you look closely, forget about that tractor. It's the other tractor. There was more crap that they probably brought to town to spray all over the rest of France. But then they pulled forward and sprayed. I mean, they just sprayed the living crap out of that place, no pun intended, to let him know what they thought of him. But I don't think he's in control anymore.
Where allegory meets literal truth, spraying horseshit into Macron's house.
Yeah. Not his house, but definitely horseshit. But his house.
And nothing's going on. Are we there yet?
Nothing's happening.
Are we there yet?
Yeah, Michael, just wanted to acknowledge you and your patience on your Telegram channel of just getting those continual questions and fear-based responses and things of that nature. You truly do have a lot of patience when it comes to that. So, I'll offer myself, if you ever need support on that channel of providing the hope to people, because you do that really well. I'm more than happy to help in any way that I can.
Well, thank you so much, which comes to 194. Excellent, John 194. You can't get away from it. It's in your face all the time. But thank you so much, because that's the one thing that I'm giving. It's the hope, because it's the truth. The truth, shines light. And when you see light, you can have hope. And we're not supposed to lose hope, but it's easy to do in this world, in this rat race. And Trump did that article with Charlie Rose, where he said he'd like to someday temporarily lose it all. Sound familiar? And he said that the people that would be right with him, he said, you'd be surprised, these people you'd think they'd be there, but they'd be right there with you, right by your side. And these other people you just thought would be there, they wouldn't be there. Like Pence and all these other, the right likes to call them rhinos because they don't want to let them, call them neocons, that they actually voted for neocons. These people, they're hiding from the truth still. And I tell them, no, you guys voted for a Nazi. What are you talking about? You guys, anybody that voted for George Bush or George H.W. Bush voted for a Nazi. These guys are neocons. These guys had to start $8 trillion worth of wars, and the left had to be in power at the very end to give everything away and break down society in all kinds of ways. It had to be in that order. That's why there's 3 stars on the elephant and 4 stars on the donkey. The donkey was always going to beat the elephant 4-3. And the 43rd prime number is 191, all roads lead to Q191. And the stars on the donkey, they're in the correct position. In 2000, they rotated the stars of the elephant. They're in the position of the goat's head.
Wow.
It's in your face.
Yeah, but how much of that in your face is white hat controlled to try and bring attention to
Well,
it?
and that was in 2000. White hats weren't,
True. Yeah, I guess that's far enough back.
Yeah. And then
Yeah, I mean, look at Uncle Sam. If you look at Uncle Sam, it's really the long face of the goat. Some of the statues of George Washington are Baphomet. The same hand gestures, the same, the way he's seated is very similar. So there, you can see a lot with Uncle Sam. You can see a lot with the diagram, the pentagram. All those things have been in our psyche, and we didn't even know it.
Hey, Charlie, you know how they have the big star there in Washington, D.C.? You know what I mean? The roads are in a big star.
DC itself.
Yeah, the big star there, the pentagram, right? In the middle, or the octagon, whatever it is in the middle. Anyway, they never finished that star. These dumbasses, the left-hand side, the part that's on top that comes from the center of the octagon there, from off the left side of the octagon, would come over to the point. There was one section there that wasn't finished. They never finished the star. Everybody thinks it's a star, but it wasn't finished. Why did they do that? That doesn't even make sense. Of course, now in DC, they're breaking that star up where it comes through certain blocks. They've torn that street out, and they've built little parks and stuff. So that star is not there anymore, not even close. I mean, not that it was ever a star, because they didn't finish that left-hand side on the bottom. The top half of the top part of that left-hand side that came down. That basically his ears. It would be his right ear, because you got the horns, then you got the ears, then you got the chin. So it'd be the top of the ear on the right-hand side as he's looking at to the right. If you're looking at it, it would be the left-hand side. That street never went through. I was blown away. I was blown away by it. I couldn't believe it.
Part of their plan?
Well, but it's not like that. They're just so detailed oriented. It has to be something more than that.
I've never found a meaning for it, or I thought they'd have the star because, and the funny thing about those stars is they have 72-degree corners. I am alive 72, and they have 108. Politician 108. You can't make it up. It's just stupid. And I just didn't understand why they didn't finish that star. And then, of course, they all met at Clint Murchison's house the night before. And, of course, LBJ was there with his shooter, Malcolm Wallace. He was the one in the famous 6th-floor window. Frank Sturgis was in the window closest to the grassy knoll. He's the guy that got busted at Watergate. He was seen with E. Howard Hunt, who was in the Delatex building with a gun shooting also that day. But those two were seen at the bridge where Teddy had his problem, because they probably, drugged him, wrecked the car. They were seen walking away from the scene. So not everything is, as though it appears to be. So they're all at Frank Merchant's house, and he's the one that bought the Dallas Cowboys for his kid, because they had to change the perception of Dallas in the minds of the Americans, and they call it America's team.
Right.
And that's not an accident. There's all kinds of cover-ups and things and grease in the wheels and, brainwashing with different, crap. And then they have the silver and the light blue and the white for the Dallas Cowboys, right? 23 is going to bring the pain, they said. 23 is going to bring the pain. Pain is 40. 2020 is 40. 2020 vision, 302. Who wants 4 more years, 302? Trump 2020, 302. Destruction of government, 302. Drain the swamp, 151. Jesus Christ, 151, 302. On March 4th, our constitutional inauguration day, the one they did away with because, Pan Am Airlines started flying in the 30s and they changed it to 120 instead of March 4th. Now on 120, you have the truth 120. 20 spelled out as 107, Osiris, Apprentice 107, Osiris Death. There's 340 days, 345 days in the future, 3 out of 4 years. So do you have your popcorn ready, 345? Because it's all a show. Because politics 103, bullshit 103. It's Capitol Hill as in money, not capital as, as the correct way. You just spell it different. Capitol Hill 103, bullshit 103. It's all nonsense. And
yeah, and it's why the Q plan is a movie, because it's just a continuation. It's just the white hat. It's the white hat pièce de résistance to complete the dark story, the dark night that has been perpetrated against us. Because, like you say, I just feel so strongly since the Jesuits rolled out Einstein, what we're looking at is utter darkness, and it is a movie. And so the Q team movie, because you can't tell those that are completely a nerd within a 110-year-old movie, you have to show them. And so it's the perfect completion to complete what they started. And this is in mind.
Yeah, it's 141 on the East Coast, Mr. President 141. I am the storm 141. I mean, I just decided to look at the clock just to see how long your 5.5-hour movie was going.
I'm gonna feed my possums.
You two are definitely freaks, because this is the longest interview I've done. I did a 38-hour phone call on Telegram once after I did 30 the day before. Mm-hmm. Well, if you can call that a day, 30 and 38.
That's crazy.
Well, that's what we did. We went from, Aloha Family channel for maybe an hour and a half or whatever. And then we went over to somebody else's channel for like an hour. And then we went over to my channel for the rest of it. And it was 30 hours from that start of that first one to the second one. Went to sleep for 4 and 5 hours, got up and did, 38-hour phone call.
Wow.
Just, got some stuff to say,
Well, and at the perfect time. So if
that's why we got kicked off of Twitter on purpose. They're in charge of the show.
Yeah.
We got purged off of Twitter on purpose and put over here because you can't do anything with 280 characters or whatever it is on a tweet.
Right?
With a 38-hour phone call, you can drop some truth.
Well, and especially the way that y'all selflessly, you don't record anything, and it's just a conversation. You leave it open to everyone. People can chime in. That was what, I remember the first time when Charlie came onto your channel and came onto the chat, he was like, so anyone can just hop into this? This is just an open conversation? Like, wow, this is the most amazing thing ever. There's no it's unheard of, really. It truly
No
is.
censorship.
Right.
No, where do they make money? How do they make money? There's no advertising.
Right.
No one's making any money. What? Is this like quantum financial system type? Quantum.gov, computer ran backed, Kennedy backed? What? Who's running this show?
All day.
What's this about all day?
I said, God is running it all day long.
Yeah. So, I mean, here we got this gift given to us. Telegram, T20, G7, 27 JFK, but 20 times 7 is 140 POTUS, yes. What? 167, enjoy the show? 27 and 140? No. King of the World 140? I mean, excuse me, 167? The appointed one 167? I'm telling you.
Well, what's incredible about Telegram is that they've got a channel for us over there, and I haven't done anything. Whoever it is, I have no idea, but they do it all. So
You mean Charlie Freak channel?
the Charlie Freak channel on Telegram, it's not me. So somebody is created a channel, Charlie Freak, and they faithfully take all of the videos that we do and then upload them on Telegram. So it's not me.
At first we're complaining now we're like, no, it's okay. You're good.
Yeah, I mean, they made a Michael Protzman channel for a while, and I don't know if they took it down, but they had Michael Protzman YouTube channels, and I was all over the place. I had no social media footprint, zero. I had never had an app before this year. And so sometime in March, I started doing Telegram, and at first negative was kind of a negative thing because this is supposed to be a positive movement. So nobody really understood it. But when you start dropping Moabs for 38 hours, eventually you get a little bit of a crowd. But then, you're kind of stuck there for a little while, and the negative thing doesn't work, and nobody understands the language at first. But then all of a sudden you get a bigger audience because, you go onto these shows, because Tom Numbers dragged us, he just set up all kinds of shows for us. And Mickey started doing some shows and got us on Scott McKay, and it just blew up. We became the 5th fastest growing Telegram channel in the English speaking world, and the 33rd fastest in the world, period, all languages. And of course, 5 times 33 is 165, resurrection 165. Go figure, right? 5 is grace, and the 33rd prime member is 137, President JFK 137. So it's not like it's just a one-trick pony. It's just insane.
It's beautiful, and what you're doing, again, regardless of whether you're officially part of any of this or not, you came out at exactly the right time. You are precisely what just literally millions and millions of people need to hear. And one of the most beautiful things is listen to the messages that people give you when they're finished speaking with you after they ask their question or whatever. They're giving you the most beautiful, heartfelt thank yous from their existence. It's a gift. It's a gift, Michael. It's a tremendous, tremendous gift. And for a large part of the world, you're making order out of chaos, and this is the righteous Freemason plan of reestablishing Mother Son Christ at the center of all things. And I can't think of honestly, I can't think of someone who's made a bigger impact, and this is, and all of it is
well, we're all four going to make a huge impact. This Jesus Strand story really is the greatest story ever told, and it is really big. It's really big, and I know it's big. And I knew I was talking to Trump about the biggest secrets in the world, in code on Twitter. Once he got dropped and I got dropped, and I had to switch over to positive 84 because you got to think mirror, right? And then he was day one trumpet. I knew what I was talking to him about, but I also knew that I had to tiptoe for I didn't even talk about it for a year and a half. I didn't even, and then I started tiptoeing a little bit. I just did it right. It just April 1st, 4-1, King 41, USA 41, MAGA plus KG 41, and April being 56, which is light. That's when I started dropping it. I started dropping April 1st. Boom. I started dropping it like it was hot. I mean, in your face hot. And then, like I said, the magic carpet showed up with Sabrinagal on it. And she was telling this Benghazi story, and it was just phenomenal. And then, the two just match up perfectly. I mean, her story and this gematria they go hand in hand. The license plate, the holy blood and the holy grail 300. I mean, it's insanity. It's beautiful is what it is, But and then Toronto came over, and then we saw Brice on a show and knew that she needed to hear what we had, and I knew that everybody needed to hear what she had to say, and it just came together. And there's a 2 version and there's a 3 version. We can't do the 3 version until somebody else drops the information, because we're not in charge of that information. We can't drop that kind of information. It's if you hurt the planet, it'll be left behind, and it's not our position to tell that stuff. So there's like a Jesus Strand 3 that will come out after the Great Awakening. We know it. Everybody else knows it, but we've told enough people a little bit here and a little bit there that they know we know it. And we're going to learn more. We're going to learn more. We learn more all the time. And then everybody gets good. Everybody gets better at doing the gematria. I mean, all the girls are doing it on this Jesus Strand story. At first they didn't do it, but now they're all doing it. I remember Toronto, you remember this? Do my go for it? It's up. These aren't my numbers. These are our numbers. Do you remember that, Toronto? You were trying to ask me if it was okay if I could do some gematria.
Gotta ask. It's your gig.
It's your gig. I mean, it's your information. Do the gematria on your information, Oh. Hey, Sabrinagal, you got those 122s handy?
I actually do not. I wasn't prepared with the 122s.
That's okay. That's okay. You should hear those, Charlie. And Colleen, when she says one, then I say one. Then she says one, then I say one. Then she says one, then I say one. But a lot of times, the one I say is just John Kennedy, because the other 125s they're just really mind blowing. And I told people I don't use all the numbers. I don't hog them. I don't take a lot of them. I told everybody on the channel for a month and a half. I go, hey, there's some beautiful 125s out there. You guys should go get them. And then finally, Sabrinagal went and got them. Nobody else did. Well, then it was Hammer Girl started, doing some lessons after we did some basic lessons and stuff. She started doing lessons more often. And then Shelly on our channel, her and Sabrina, Hammer Girl started doing lessons, and now it's just crazy. It's just over at Prime Minister's channel, they're just doing gematria like crazy. Everybody's doing gematria. It's just blowing up big. It's going big. And so, yeah, I mean, I got recognized by Voice twice in New York. People said, oh, I know that voice. You're Negative 48, right? And I go, yeah, I am. I mean, that's what's crazy.
You guys are wizards. Number wizards.
Well, amazing numbers 163. Make America great again 163. What makes it possible? Double-edged sword 163.
Beautiful. Well, I want to make sure that we give everyone we honor everyone's time here, and just want to thank everyone for being here so much. I mean, you all are such bright, beautiful souls, and to have this much attention, this much time and effort poured into this conversation is truly miraculous. It truly is something very special. So I want to honor that and thank everyone for being here. So much. And I do want to give a chance, for everyone to go around the room and kind of say some closing words before we do in the night, and give Colleen a chance to go feed the possums. So Toronto, can we start with you? Do you have any closing words for tonight?
Yeah, definitely. And I'm still waiting for the 3-minute video Charlie wanted to start the night off with. Talking about
That's a touche.
respect.
Yeah, we just disrespected his little video, didn't we? We have to save that for show 6 or
It had
something.
JFK on there.
We'll probably
Cool.
disrespect it 5 more times.
Oh, well, you know, like a lot of the prophets are saying, God gave evil a season, and the end time harvest is near. The storm is about to make landfall, and it's the end time of them. So put on that armor, buckle up. It's going to be amazing. And we're all here on Telegram. You guys can find us. Somehow we always manage to. And you just need 2 words and give each other hope and peace. Thank you.
Thank you. Sabrinagal.
Oh, I just want to say thank you so much. What a dream to be on your show, Charlie and Colleen, and with both of you, Justin and Eugene. It's just been such an interesting conversation. This makes me so happy just to be able to chat with intelligent folks who are like-minded and all the listeners. So I want to thank you for that. And just kudos to what Toronto said. I mean, let go, let God. That's all you got to do and have that faith. I mean, we're here. We're going to make it. We're at the top of the mountain now. We're just going to slide down and, you know, just let it happen and don't miss it. Don't be afraid to miss it. Be present to enjoy every moment.
Beautifully said. Eugene?
You know, you got
Go ahead.
Justin, Eugene, Colleen, and Charlie. You know, CCJE 21. 21 spelled out, 141. I am the storm, 141. Yes, you are the storm. Because, again, WWG1, WGA 85, storm 85. We are all the storm. And I was happy that we were able to come over to your storm of the four of you and have such a really intelligent conversation, a wide range of subjects. I mean, at first I had no idea it was going to go this long, so I didn't know. You know, I'm looking at the clock, going, okay, well, should we really go into that? I mean, they want this, they're going to show this video. Do you really want to go here? And then it just kept, one thing after another, after another. We finally got to the end. I just want to say thank you for your time.
No, thank you for all of you for your time. As Justin said earlier, that's the great gift, is the presence, is to be focused for all of this time, where, like Michael said, the average person can't stay focused for more than 15 seconds. So this is real presence. And then there's a gift, there's a reward for being present with God. And I think this show is like an arpan. It is a gift because you have people that are casting their nets to the right and are all in with God, and this is the only way. It is the answer. It's the only way.
I wonder if we actually took a notepad and a pen and put a check for every subject we talked about, what the number would be, because we dropped a ton of information here. I don't even know what you're going to title it.
Part 1.
Yeah.
Part 1 through 8 or something. I don't know. It's going to be fun to listen to it and see what the responses are. But it was a lot of fun doing the show, that's for sure. Thanks, Justin and Eugene, for getting us over here to see Colleen and Charlie, who I've known about for years. Because, like I said, where do you think I got the word womb man from? It's you, Charlie. Long time ago.
Beautiful.
But yeah, I'll say my words. I think we're in the eye of the storm, and eye for an eye, eh? And similar to what Toronto was saying, I don't remember which verse exactly, but in the Gospel of Thomas it says, like, don't pull out the weeds, because you want to wait till the harvest day where the weeds are conspicuous and they will all be cut up and burned. And be judged, funny enough, because we're leaving Virgo and entering Libra, where you find rest. And isn't it funny that in the eye of the storm, it's kind of tranquil. It's kind of rest.
Always some rest, yeah.
Yeah, so I love you guys.
Thank you so much. I love everybody that's in this fight to get rid of the most evil force the world's ever known permanently. It said in the Cue the Plan to Save the World video, permanently eradicate them from the earth. So, I mean, why wouldn't I love somebody that's in that movement with me? Because that was my goal. That was my goal, you know? I mean, that wasn't my goal. My goal was to bring justice, you know, to my president and put these people down that had us in this, you know, the yoke that was around our neck that needed to be removed. And that's exactly what's going to happen, you know? And, man, I couldn't have dreamt where we'd be this fast and this efficiently with nobody getting hurt. Because before I saw it not going well, you know, just being nasty and just this heaven compared to where we were before without all this stuff happening. It's just most people don't see it. Most people can't see it. I just can see it.
Well, and that's how you know it's God's plan, because it's so perfect, you know. It is playing out so beautifully, and there's no way that any man could plan this out this meticulously and have this all go together this flawlessly. It could not happen without a help from our Father. So grateful for that, and so grateful to be a part of this conversation, and grateful to be surrounded by you beautiful souls. And I just wanted to reiterate that if there's any way that I can support you three or anyone involved with what y'all are doing, I'm more than happy to, whether that be on Telegram or however. Just don't ever hesitate to reach out. And I'm very much looking forward to the next conversation, the round two.
Thank you so much. So you guys are so sweet. Thank you.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, as God, it's amazing how much stuff I forgot during this conversation we didn't talk about. I can ever get focused. I am traveling right now, but I'm not moving. I just pulled over in a parking lot. I'm just sitting in the car, so I just have a phone in the car. That's it. So maybe I should be at a desk with the note pen and all that stuff. But I just pulled off the freeway into a parking lot. It's just like a little parking lot. So just winging it.
You're still driving it home.
Just winging it. Just done it for so long. People go, well, where are you at? He says, well, I stopped for dinner and I was late getting to dinner, and you started the show, while I was still eating. I'm sitting in the parking lot of the restaurant. I mean, I'm just sitting here, and I open the door like this. There's the door. There's the horn. I'm in the car. I mean, I'll turn the key on. Ding, ding. I'm just sitting on the side of the road.
Hid by the side of the road.
Yeah, I guess so.
Yeah, well, Charlie, Colleen, do y'all want to close us out?
Just a privilege, just an honor, and anything to help and need, that's what it's all about. So we thank you so much for everything that you shared and everything that you're doing, because you're really making a difference. And there's no greater reward ever than for people to look back and go, yeah, you remember Michael and Sabrinagal and Toronto, remember how much they helped us? And yeah, you talk about a reward. That's a real reward. So,
well, I know right now you get it. I mean, I know you get it, but you need to realize that we got a lot from you when you did, A to Z, and showed Trump going around, I knew he was in the sword dance. I knew that he went to, held up the Emperor's Cup, but to actually put it into a video where everybody could see it, where he could help share it and show people, instead of just telling them, it's not the same.
Yeah.
Watch this, check this out. you got to watch this Charlie Freak, Cabal A to Z, and that was just so powerful to see that Trump was the king of the world. That's why he said he came down the 167th day of the year, king of the world, 167. He went and took all their power. He took down the 13 bloodline families. He got the control files of the freaks below them that they controlled. He didn't just have the NSA information. He had their control files. Of course they submitted. Those control files are nasty, nasty, nasty. You would never want. That's what the cabal does. They get these control files on you to where there's no way in hell you're ever going to double cross them. So I just want to say thank you for all of us that have watched that and shared that. That was a masterpiece. Thank you so much.
You're so welcome. We're here to serve, and So that's it.
That's what we're doing on our end too. We're just here to do what needs to get done.
And you're helping so many people. It's absolutely incredible. So it's a miracle. You're part of a miracle, and that is the reward. There is no greater gift than for God to have chosen each one of us to play these kinds of roles in this most crucial moment in the history of moments. This is the moment, and for us to be asked to play whatever roles we're playing. Wow, just thank you, because I can't.
There's two things. I'm sorry. There's just two things I have to tell you before we really get cut off, and that they're really important. And that is, Trump said he was going to build a monument park, and so the digital soldier is going to have a monument. People are going to go there forever and realize what we did. And if you think the Bible doesn't have the second coming in it, you better think twice, because it not only has the second coming in it, it has us in it. The digital soldiers, hey, Papa, what did you do during the great meme war? Everything I could, And so those people that helped him get rid of the most evil force the world's ever known, they're going to be in the Bible, and that's you. You're going to be in the Bible. Now that's a footprint.
That's a big one.
So I just had to tell you before I, lost it in my mind. And sometimes I have to cut in, and I don't like to do it because when I hear noise, I stop. And you're the same way. You hear noise, you stop, and that's Luke, who does the show he did the 250-year history of communism in the United States with me on and Sabrinagal on the Scott McKay show, and that got a lot of play on how that went down and worked. And he's the same way. He hears noise, he just stops, and that's so rare to have people not try and run it, just they'll stop as soon as they hear a noise, So thank you so much for that. It's a gift.
Well, yeah, all of this is the great gift, and again, I can't thank all of you enough. So whenever you would like us to be back, that's great. And Justin, if you want to put anything together, that we're always front and center to do what we can, and just keep doing what you're doing, guys.
We're excited to hear what you have to share with us.
Yeah, you're over the target, absolutely. And Michael, you are just so over the target, and it's what the world needs now more than anything else. You're the reassurance that is very, very necessary to help people through whatever time is left, and that is a rare and beautiful gift, and that goes to Toronto and Sabrinagal and Brice and everyone,
Everybody.
Tom, everyone in your beautiful family who is constantly putting service first, and that is kind man and kind woman. And that is what we are. We are mankind, and we're supposed to be kind. We are supposed to be the shepherds of this earth. We are not here to exploit others. We're here to selflessly give to others. And that is the light of the world. That is to be Christ-like. And if you know, to all of our friends listening who maybe are on the fence or on the border, have identified themselves perhaps as literalist Christians, remember, when the church says to you that your purpose is to continue being a worthless sinner and don't worry, Jesus has got your back, that is absolutely just the biggest lie ever. That's why Jesus taught, I have forgiveness for you. Now go forward and sin no more. You're not a born sinner. You are a child of God, and you just need to become Christ-like. That's why Jesus did what he did and sacrificed what he sacrificed, to be the light of the world so that it will inspire you to become the light of this world. That's why we're here. We're not here for any other reason. You don't need money. You don't need any of these other materialistic things. The Mother provides all that you need, and Father nourishes you through anything and everything. It's all within you, and then you broadcast it out in the most righteous way. So be the light of the world. Honor Jesus Christ by being Christ-like. You're not a worthless sinner. Please don't let anyone try to spin that lie to you anymore. You are the light of the world. Be the light of the world.
Beautiful.
Thank you, Charlie.
With
Thank you
that,
to all.
Yeah. Good night, everybody. Love
Good
you all
night,
so
and thank
much.
you as well.
Love you guys.
We love you. Mwah.
Bye
All we got-
bye. Buenas
Thank you.
noches.
All we got to do is do what Junior said. Just be a good man. Just a good womb man. That's all we have to do is say thank you. Is just be a good man, a good womb man. So thank you so much.
Bye, guys.
Thank you.
Safe journey.
Bye.
We love you.
Yeah, be safe. Be safe. We love you.
You too. Bye bye.
10-4. Bye.
Good night.
Wow, one.